Hi, everyone. Can I just say that today is a good day? I know it's the next day, but like, it's today's a good day. Um, Let me just tell you all that don't take in vain anything that I put up here, any book I put up here, any success studies that we do up here. I don't give a damn if we're watching stuff over and over and over again. I don't care if we're pausing it and we're talking about it. It is the success studies, and that's what we're going to do. I need you all to understand that when you come here and you really align with this, you are really aligning yourself, okay? You are really manifesting. You are really quantum leaping. And I take it very serious. Now, I won't lie. Do I do this for myself? Yeah, in some way I do. I just take you along the journey with me. This is what I'm doing. Y'all can come along with me, right? At the same time, I need you all to understand that this is still for you too to learn something as well. Now, purposefully, I have not been keeping up with the latest news. Okay. I I just haven't. You understand me? I just have not been keeping up with the latest news. I think you all can understand that, right? It's been a little crazy since Charlie Kirk been dead. You know what I'm saying? It's been a little crazy. And so I was kind of like, nah, 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 nah. Not trying to really see anything. And then, went to work today and then somebody was talking about it. And I was like, ooh. Prince came out of me. Right. Let's I done been tuning up my algorithm, right? So can we let me touch on something before we get into my screen share. Okay. Let's put my screen share. Okay. It is pivotal for you to understand why the social media has to be turned off. Okay? It is pivotal for you to understand why the social media has to be turned off. Why am I repeating myself and telling you that it is pivotal for you to understand why the social media has to be turned off? Okay? If you truly want to hone in and manifest, you're going to have to let it go. Okay? You're going to have to say, today is the day. I create a page that focuses on everything that I want to focus on and whoever. You can take literally a whole page, and that page could be dedicated to your muse and all your muses, and nothing but all your muses will pop up. And as long as they keep popping up, the older stuff from your muses will start popping up. Do you understand what I am saying to you, honey bun? But your alignment must come with action. Are you taking courses in what you're doing? Have you invested into a course of what you're doing? Have you applied for grants for what you're doing? How much time do you put into what you do? Hmm? How much time do you put into your goals, your goals and your values, your admiration, maybe your goals, not admirations, but just your goals, what you're obsessed with? How much time do you put into it? How much do you build the momentum to put into it? How much time do you build a world or an environment to get into the world of what you do? How much? How much time? How much time have you taken to make sure that whatever time you take to do anything aligns with your goals and ambitions? It aligns with it to make sure you get closer to it. Have you sat down and did the self-assessment? Did you do the circle thingy that I told you? Did you write down the little thing I taught you? Have you really been paying attention to the books that we've been reading? You know, the directions, the changes, where I am now. Remember that? Have you been doing that? Have you been doing your nightly check-in like the book said? Right? What has been your daily self-assessment? Okay, because being behind the stakes, you're already high. Real maximum effort and details moving forward quickly. Remember, nightly reviews should be brutally honest. Why did you avoid? Identify the reason, awareness to not repeat same mistake. Evaluate efforts, nightly review. Learn to know awareness days feel more purposeful. Nightly reviews. Make sure you get a book of your nightly reviews that you keep in the house and you don't take nowhere. Okay. Anger is a teacher waiting to be noticed. When we talked about that, but we ain't gotta go down that road. But did you write the circle with your name in the middle? Did you put my goals and my hobbies, and then put an arrow towards my ultimate goal, right? And then you have the bubble chart. Then you got the bubble, my job, my family, my neighbors, right? My friends. Forgot to put that bubble. My bad. Let me put that bubble in there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Make sure you get all them bubbles in there and you branch out them bubbles and you write down, I don't give a damn. This is something that'll never leave your house. Okay. Who are the people at work you talk to the most? Write them down. All the people you remember at work, write them down. Write their name down. Write down little notes about them. Write it down. I'm telling you, when you see shit written down, it makes a difference in your life. Write it down. What do you do during your 30-minute break, your 1 hour break, your 10-minute break? What are you doing? Write that down on the daily. How do you feel when you're at work? What do you eat when you're at work? What you eat today at work? Write it down. Who the success studies? Have you been studying it? Have you been listening? What have you been getting from it? Write that down. Make a chart. Not to compare your life, but to sit down and say, what was I doing at this timeline in my life? The timeline, the direction. What was I doing? What was this? What was this person doing at this time in their life? What was they doing? What was I doing? Okay, wait, what was I doing? What was they doing? Okay, wait a minute. And you begin to see, did you miss opportunities because you were afraid? Did you see insecurities? Did you see your self-sabotage? Did you see the distractions in your life? Did you see where you probably railed off somewhere else? Did you see where you were right there where you were supposed to be on your path, but then you didn't realize that you end up doing something else? You might realize at a certain age, damn, at 30 years old, I decided that this is what I want to be and this is what I want to do. Write that down. Put a star next to it. I got a lot of happy planner and sticky notes and stuff to praise and celebrate myself. Write it down. Got a whole bunch of sticky note stuff. Write it down. Put your sticky notes on it. Pay attention. Get the image, get the theme out there. Pay attention. So you can start really writing and paying attention to what it is that's going on in your life. Write it all down. Write all of it down. You understand? Celebrate yourself. Forgive yourself for all the times that you thought in life that you really weren't that worth it for it. Forgive yourself for all whatever little mistakes you feel like you made in your life. Forgive yourself for it. And you move on and you don't hold on to it. Write it down. Be brutally honest with yourself. Because when you be brutally honest with yourself, when I tell you, baby, that's the beginning of the changes and the transformation in your life. Is you're being brutally honest with yourself and you're realizing that, this is what I've been doing with my life. This is what I did with my life. This is what I did with my life. But this is what I did with my life. See what I'm saying? You got to write that down. You got to write it all down. Because then you're going to make the choice to do things differently. And you're going to take your time. And you're going to realize, hey, I'm not going to know it all at this moment, at this time, this hour, this minute. I ain't going to know it all. But I know something enough that I know that I'm ready for what I'm ready for. And you got to write that down. But you have to be brutally honest with yourself about your relationship, about your friendships, about how you feel about them, why you're in them. You got to be honest about all that stuff. You got to be honest about all them things. Then you got to sit down and you got to make sure as you do it, you be ready and say, I'm ready to do this, that, and this. And you're taking the steps to do it. But I'm trying to tell you, don't take for granted what I have going on over here. Because, God damn it, it works. You're going to get aligned. And what may seem to some others out there, we don't care about them, but for what may seem like, is this a little bit too much to be watching somebody over and over and listening? No, it's not too much. Because look what happened with the girl, the young lady. I went to her page and I was just like, oh my gosh, da 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 da. And then I started realizing, I humbled myself, I listened, and I said, oh shit. Okay, I said, oh shit. And you know what I said, oh shit, about? I said, oh shit. I get it. She's finding the deeper details of Lena's life. Okay? Okay? She's finding the things in Lena's life, and she like, oh shit. She digging deep. We done found some shit. We done start finding out things about how she meditate in the morning and all that stuff. She didn't even talk about that before, right? She didn't even talk about that before, right? But that ain't the point. The point is what we got from it. Because when you align with it, you align with the frequency. When you align with it, you align with the frequency. So I had a little situation here. I can't get into the details of it, but I said, you know what? I'm going to put everything back the way it was. And until this one little intricate part is supposed to be handled and the time comes for it to be handled, that's when the shit's going to get handled. So until then, I'm not going to worry about it getting handled. But it'll get when I'm ready for that to happen, then I'll start moving shit around and that'll get handled. But until then, I'm not moving nothing until that time comes. Right? That's what I'm saying. But why? Let's go. We're going to go ahead. We're going to show this tag. We're going to see what everybody talk about. See this lady, this pretty lady keep popping up on my screen now. Since I said she was pretty. The Yara girl, the Yara lady. Baby black people doesn't work. Leftist fault sleep hygiene routine that changed my life. Easy, healthy habits for quality sleep. Oh, okay. I think I might need this. Thank you. Mm-hmm. A lot of people change and use the seat. We know that. Vice President J.D. Vance hosts the Charlie Clark Show days after the conservative. He actually hosts the show. False and misleading Trump and men, the China Reach framework. Oh, TikTok deal. What's that going on? Japanese stay slim. Why do they? Because of what they eat. Why are choosing cells? Why are women choosing? And here's why the benefits of celibacy. Jasmine Crockett is dumb as hell. Left me speechless, and here's why. Of course, she's been doing that lately. Okay, you got gold. Okay, I don't want to go too far down. Okay, I don't want to go too far down. Okay, he hosted the Charlie Clark. He hosted the show. Hold on, we got to do a disclaimer here. Hold on.
I haven't been to the grocery store in over a year, but I'm eating healthier than ever. Here's how I do it. Meal planning used to be such a nightmare. The endless grocery list.
Hold on.
Welcome back. The Trump administration announced the U.S. and China reached a framework of a deal for the popular app TikTok. The president says he plans to speak with Chinese leader Xi Jinping on Friday.
It comes as the administration continues to grapple with the assassination of prominent conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Erica Brown reports from Capitol Hill.
Following talks with Chinese officials in Spain, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made this announcement.
We have a framework for a TikTok deal. The two leaders, President Trump and Party Chair Xi, will speak on Friday to complete the deal.
It comes after President Trump posted on social media a deal was also reached on a certain company that young people in our country very much wanted to save, but the Trump administration is not offering any specifics.
We're not going to talk about the commercial terms of the deal. It's between two private parties.
In January, the Supreme Court upheld a law banning the Chinese-owned platform because of national security concerns, but President Trump has repeatedly delayed its enforcement while trying to negotiate an agreement.
We're very focused on TikTok and making sure that it was a deal that is fair for the Chinese and completely respects U.S. national security concerns.
The talks come as the Trump administration continues to react to the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Monday, Vice President J.D. Vance hosted Kirk's podcast from his office.
Every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie.
Joining Vance, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller accused left-wing organizations of inciting violence.
We're going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks.
President Trump says he will attend Kirk's funeral in Arizona Sunday.
The Trump administration is also asking Congress for $58 million to increase security for the executive and judicial branches following Charlie Kirk's assassination.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, let's look at this.
Yeah. It is day 239 of the second Trump administration, and this evening we are tracking important developments after the murder of Charlie Kirk. Today, Vice President J.D. Vance hosted Kirk's podcast, bringing several members of the administration on as a tribute, and the president is expected to attend Kirk's memorial in Arizona this coming Sunday. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson has been arrested for allegedly shooting and killing the conservative influencer last week. Formal charges against Robinson are expected to come tomorrow. My colleague Morgan Chesky has those details.
Tonight, a chilling portrait emerging of the suspect police say assassinated Charlie Kirk. The Washington Post reports, citing two people familiar and a screenshot. He appeared to confess in an online group chat before turning himself in, writing, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this." The FBI director revealing two pieces of evidence had the suspect's DNA, a towel wrapped around the murder weapon, and a screwdriver found on the roof, saying the suspect had a hatred of Kirk.
His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and he had a text message exchange, he the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for.
The FBI now investigating if anyone had information before the shooting and did not tell authorities. President Trump was asked if the suspect worked alone.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you he didn't work alone on the internet because it seems that he became radicalized on the internet.
Here at Utah County Jail, authorities say that Tyler Robinson is now on a special watch status, meaning even closer supervision, adding he'll stay there until passing a mental health evaluation.
The FBI saying they're also speaking to his roommate, who authorities say he was romantically involved with.
We can confirm that roommate is a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female, so we know that piece. I will say that person has been very cooperative with authorities.
While the arrow symbols on one of the suspect's alleged inscriptions on unfired rounds, which follows the message, "Hey fascist, catch," may be related to controller moves to drop bombs in the video game Helldivers 2.
Oh, I knew they were going to
discount code to Restream's upload and stream. Being a content creator can
They
feel
need
like
to
you've
stop.
always got to be on.
I knew
always
they
live.
was going to
It's
dig
overwhelming.
something
So stream
and say that
smarter.
somebody was
Upload your
gay
video
or
to
boyfriend or
Restream,
something.
and we'll stream it live whenever and wherever you want. Maximize your audience and growth while Restream frees you up to do.
With that, let's get smarter with the help of our leadoff panel tonight. Peter Baker joins us, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. Philip Bumpus here, former Washington Post columnist.
And the friend, and let me tell you what's so dark about it. Watch the friend be like black, or he's not even gonna be black. No one's gonna be black, but he's probably gonna be like Hispanic or oh my gosh, bro. Man, this world, bro. This is why I say don't get caught up with this, because that stuff will get you. I don't even believe that dude had anybody in his life. Like, stop it, y'all. Now y'all lying. Charlie Kirk blame now shifts to Barack Obama. Miss Archduchess, she had a show. I listened to her. I'll go to the Duchess later. She went on live today. Shit.
We don't feel like ourselves. We haven't felt like ourselves in a while. And I'm sorry to get political, but I'm just going to be honest. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama.
Oh, you mean when your 100% president streak was broken? We haven't felt like ourselves. You know, we're slumping now ever since we got knocked off that 100% clip when it came to presidents. We just, the supremacy is just, it just don't feel like it used to. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I am Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee, Megyn Kelly, Clay Travis, Fox News, MAGA. Let's just go MAGA. Now, throughout all of the ebbs and flows of the story following the death of Charlie Kirk, I know the question that you've all been asking, and it's been on the mouths of just about everybody. Where's Obama?
There's been no real remorse on the left. I mean, it's been so tepid. They're so obviously complicit in the language that you use. I mean, just that video alone. But has anybody seen anyone come out in a very forceful and meaningful way to say, knock it off on the left? No.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I try to watch other things as much as possible, especially I get up in the primetime repeats, and we're preparing for the show. CNN, I think, has been really good. They've been really good, been really fair. MSNBC is so bad, their own executives are writing a memo to basically say, knock it off and show some respect. Yeah. So, and I saw ABC, actually. I watched
the leaders? Where's Barack Obama?
Why she asked, where's Obama, like you asked, where's their mama in the store? You know what I mean? Like when you be in the store and you see kids just ripping and running, you like, where their mama at? Like, where's Obama? Ain't Obama supposed to keep all that in line? Ain't Obama supposed to tamp down on all of this? Meanwhile, I thought Obama didn't have that juice like he used to have. Ain't that right?
You think it's effective? You think he still carries the same stick as he did, maybe 8 years ago or 12 years ago?
No, I don't think it is. No, I don't think he does. I think people have gotten smart.
Now, right wing, pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. Is Obama the one that's supposed to put all this back in the can, or does he not have the juice? Just make that make sense. And also, by the way, Fox News, here's Obama. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children. Now, if in a moment where you seem unable to process something that happened and asking why it hasn't happened, in this case, where's Obama, when Obama spoke out immediately, that would speak to just a fundamental lack of understanding of words. A fundamental lack of understanding of words, what they mean, and what did or did not happen. Just a complete sheer delusion. And when it comes to delusion, you know Megyn Kelly can't be far away. Because why simply ask, where's Obama, when he's been right here the whole time, when you can go a step further and blame Obama? Former journalist turned podcaster and MAGA talking head, shout out to y'all for former journalists. Megyn Kelly is saying out loud how racist Americans felt about having a black president. There it is, that's all. On the September 13th episode of her show, Kelly unloaded on former President Barack Obama, calling him a slick snake who looked polished on the surface but left the country divided. We haven't felt like ourselves since Barack Obama. She accused Obama of injecting race into politics.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is where I'm going with it. This is overwhelming to me. If I'm not using this to write something, then this is overwhelming to me. You get what I'm saying? I can't do this. You feel me? Can't do it. I can't do it. And see, that's what happens because of my alignment that I'm on. My alignment got me like, nah. No, we can't do that today. You know what I'm saying? That's how my alignment got me feeling. So yes, where am I talking about? Here. All right. So when it comes to success studies, yes, there's a lot of repetition, but the repetition is great. The repetition is great because what it's doing is it is energetically, you are listening, and you're applying, and you're aligning, and you're listening, and you're applying, and you're aligning. How are you aligning? You're aligning because what's going on is you're putting yourself in the frequency of whoever it is in your success studies. So I'm putting myself in the frequency of Lena Waithe, right? So not saying it will or will not, I can't say, only time will tell. I may get up in the morning and meditation may be a part of how I start my morning. You see what I'm saying? My morning, instead of being quick to say, hey, good morning, babe, right? Or whatever it is that I do, my morning may start with, well, let me take the phone, let me put it to the side, let me go drink my green tea. You see what I'm saying? Let me relax, you know what I'm saying? Let me meditate, let me do this meditation, and then let me go drink my green tea, you know, or this let me, and then after the meditation and the green tea, here I am saying good morning to whoever needs to hear good morning, whoever needs to hear good morning, or whoever needs to hear a great day, right? And this is how I'm starting my day. And it may happen that way, or it may not, right? Listening to people's success stories is good too. At 2005, this is where Lena was at. Oh, wait, at 2005, this is where I was at. In 2018, she won this award. Well, at 2018, I got me a certification office administration. So, you know, you have to like be able to try to get your inner, you know, sit your little rewards and accolades in between the things, right? Because I remember when I was in my 30s, I was told by somebody who was in their 40s, they were like, you know, you just have to build your accolades. That's what they was telling me. They said, you just need to build your accolades. You need to build your titles, your name, and this and that. And they were right. They were absolutely right, because guess what? That's exactly what I had to do. And that's what I did. I built my accolades. And I'm still doing that. You know what I'm saying? More and more, right? So these things are ultimately and very key to your life. Okay. So what else I need you to understand? I need you to also understand that I love art. Okay, I can't help it. Well, I like to take things and do bubble charts. Okay, I like to take things and like do a diagram chart and like 2000 this and 2000 this. Where were you? Where was this artist doing at this time? What were you doing creative at this time? What were you like? Focus on what you were doing creative at that time. What was I doing creative at the time? What kind of creative endeavor was I doing, or whatever path you're following, whatever business, if it was business, was I doing sales or cold calls, whatever, you have to look into that. Then you have to also look at yourself and go into, well, what was I studying at this time? If you can remember all of that, more than likely, you, believe it or not, you will start remembering as you start writing it down. So don't let those little things pass you by, okay, when it comes to studying the artist, understanding the artist, and all these different type of things that you do. You get what I'm saying? Because one thing for sure is that as you begin to navigate yourself in these frequencies, trust me when I tell you, you are not going to want to be bothered with all that other stuff. All that other stuff is just going to kind of be like, bro. like you see how, no problem with Reese Witherspoon. Reese Witherspoon has news that's actually pretty hysterical. Reese Witherspoon is hysterical. Okay. He is hysterical. And he cracks me up, and it's not like he really cracks me up. Chicago over everybody. Okay. Well, he cracks me up, you know what I'm saying? And so, but at the same time, I can't indulge energetically into the storyline, unless it has to do with what I'm writing. And what I'm writing right now and the outline I'm doing and stuff, it's on something else. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got my own crime story over here. So you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel aligned anymore with that. Like I'm not connecting with that. I can't wake up in the morning and listen to that. So you're going to have little teeny tiny changes that begin to happen where it's just to a point you can't even tolerate it. You won't be like, you'll be like, oh, love you, Reese, but I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? I can't do this today. So you have to pay attention to them little things. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we got another Lena Waithe study session. Let's go.
I was learning so much about, I was a teenager when it first came on. And so I was learning so much about what it meant to be an adult friend by watching you all. And I think I was more interested in that than the love stories per se. Right. But the love stories were there as well. I told you about something about self-love and how you see yourself. But watching it now as a 40-year-old person, revisiting the episode, for a lot of us who are my age, we feel a little confronted by it now, Sex and the City, because we are now the ages that you guys were then at that time. And we're seeing ourselves play out some of these storylines. Right. And that I think is saying that the show, you may point certain things out and say, oh, you can make that joke now, but I do think the show is aging well.
Thank you.
Because the fact that I can see myself in it as I get older and understand things better. Right. It's work that I've gotten to grow up with and I still get to sit with now. But now it's not, a lot of us are saying it's not just fun on the background now. Now it's, okay, I'm in this stage right now, or I'm going through a divorce, or I'm about to get married, or I'm about to have my first baby. Right. And so now it's as if you guys are still there. I think of art as an inheritance. And so we have inherited this work. And that's why I think within Just Like That is a continuation of the life of the work. And so when I go back and revisit and Just Like That, I get older, I will then start to understand these stories even more.
I love that. Time. Thank you.
Yes.
That's part of the reason I wanted to do the podcast is because I do feel also for myself.
Right. You're there.
Right. I was there, but also I was the age I was when we started. Right.
Yeah.
And now I'm the age I am now. And I have such a different perspective. And as I was telling you when you sat down, I had never really rewatched. Because when they would come out in the beginning, we would be so excited to see them, because obviously we were kind of doing this fresh, totally different thing. And, we were always like a little scared also, about whatever we had done. And as because you act as well, it's like scary.
Yeah, you don't know how it's going to turn out.
No.
And you guys are taking a lot of risks.
A lot of risks. I mean, we still are. Like, when you see the first episode of it,
I cannot wait. I'm ready, okay? I'm ready.
I know, I'm ready too. But I'm like, oh God, I forgot about it. But that's how I used to feel too, like, what do we say? What do we do? How's it going to seem? Are people going to be just, in the beginning, we thought people would just be outraged. Because there was nothing else like it.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember when it did come to E! And I remember, because obviously I watched it on HBO and loved it. I used to watch it with my mom, which is like crazy. It means that there's a desire for it. There is something about these characters, something about dating, something about friendship, something about trying to balance career and family.
Right.
These are just universal things, and look, you deal with the race element. Yeah, it's like for women, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's something very universal about it. Very universal. And that was cool. Like, look, we live in a white-leaning society. We live in a patriarchal society. We live in a capitalist society. Those are just facts.
Right.
And when you accept that, there's a level of, okay, this is what's happening. But what I do think what Just Like That does is where you guys have brought Black women to the table now. And so, but what you kind of find is that there's cultural differences, but not when it comes to love and balance and trying to raise kids and keep a husband and have a sense of self.
Right.
And so what that also reminds us is we have more in common than we think.
Absolutely.
And but what's interesting about these characters is a Black woman could say, I relate to Charlotte.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
a Black woman could say, I relate to Carrie. An Asian woman could say, I'm a Samantha in my crew.
Definitely.
Because it's really more about these character sort of types. And also, there are people that break down Sex and the City in much deeper ways than I do. But there are people that say they make up one woman.
I know. Sarah Jessica says this.
Yeah, okay, so hello.
She explained Big in a super interesting way that I never thought about.
Of course, she's
no,
so smart.
Right, and I was like, no, I'm going to ask you about Carrie. Like, let's talk about Carrie. What does Carrie want for Big? Do you know what I mean? Because she said some interesting things that I would never have thought of. And also, this is what I love about talking to people is that everyone has their own, first of all, experience. And second of all, thoughts and memories and, knitting it all together is super fascinating.
Yeah.
But what the thing I took away from her thoughts about Carrie and Big was that in the initial pilot, remember, I really hated the pilot previous to rewatching it.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Pilots are hard. Pilots are
so hard. You
Pilots
make
are
so
hard.
many.
Jeez.
I mean, have you ever heard my theory of pilots? My theory of pilots is this. A pilot needs to be like 75% good, but not 100% good. Because you have to have the elements there, but you don't want it to come together too good, because if it comes together too good, then when the show goes, it might
That's kind of true.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it needs to have something. It needs to be rough around the edges a little bit.
Right,
still.
but it's got to have that that
thing.
energy,
Yes,
the thing that's kind of intangible, but not be all the way there.
No, that's true.
Right?
Yeah,
and that's how I feel like our pilot was.
Fair.
Thank you. But I think the one scene in our pilot, when I went back and watched it, it was way better than I remembered.
Okay.
Because I'm hard on myself and my memory, whatever.
Sure.
But the final scene where he drives her, they keep running into each other, and he drives her in that crazy old-fashioned town car, and she gets out, and she says to him, or whoever says, have you ever been in love? And he says, absolutely. And the lights are all glistening in the background. She basically said that in that moment, the die was cast.
That's good.
Because when I was trying to get her to explain, why'd you put up with all the stuff, you Carrie,
yes,
her,
not
whatever.
Sarah,
yeah. She was just basically saying that the die was cast, and that it wasn't necessarily something that was thought out. It just happened.
Yeah, I get
Super
that.
interesting.
I think that's fair.
I get that too.
But also, I think because I hear what you're saying. It's a very iconic last scene, and it's the beginning of this journey that we had no idea would last, like you said, almost 30 years.
Yeah.
But I think it's also that Casablanca moment. It's that moment of us falling in love with them.
Yeah.
And this sort of like push and pull. And I think what you learn about TV couples is that they can never just be happy.
Right.
Otherwise, you don't have a show.
Totally.
You know, that's why Big had to die.
Totally, I know.
Because they had the house, they had the thing, they figured it out, and now once you learn the lesson, you go.
That's right.
And so now it's a new lesson for her to learn.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The other thing I think about Carrie in terms of people criticizing her is that because she is the writer and because she is driving everything and you're hearing her thoughts, of course she's going to seem self-centered. You're hearing her thoughts.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
What I love about Sex and the City is they engage the audience because she's always asking a question.
That's true.
That's how every comedy
I
ends.
wonder.
Yeah. Or like, should you stay left or should you this? Or
Right.
And it makes you question. She's wondering. And so now you're wondering, do I get over things quickly or do I wallow? Like, which am I? Or like, do I do this or do I that? You know? And I think, so now what I love, why I feel like we love Carrie, and she very much is sort of, I think, Mary Richards for her time, is that we now are on this ride with her. Right. Now we're dating. That's what we're saying. Like, it should be Big, it should be Miss Aiden,
Right.
And my old lesbian ass is sitting there thinking like, who do I want to be? Am I Mr. Big or am I Aiden? And I always wanted to be an Aiden. I want to be Aiden. I want to be the one that's like making furniture, breaking down the wall. But the sucky thing is that a lot of us feel like if you're an Aiden type, you're probably going to get cheated on by Big. But then also have Mr. Big qualities about myself, I think. I think they say like, okay, I know there's a little bit of a suave energy. I don't know, but it's like I'm looking at both of them. It's like, okay.
Totally.
They represent different things.
Definitely they represent different things. Okay, let's talk about the breakup rules for a second, because when you're talking about the question, that's her question of this episode. So this is also so funny to me. So in my mind, the pilot was really bad and really dark, right? Which it is really dark.
It is dark.
But now I look back on it and I love that it's so dark.
Yeah, it's new.
It's cool. It's different. I mean, you can barely see us sometimes.
I know.
Like, where are we?
I know, but then it gets super light.
I know, it really does.
Like, then it's like
as we get more money.
Right. Okay, the clothes get a little fancier. And like,
most definitely, Sarah Jessica told me we had $10,000 for costumes the first season. Can you believe that?
That didn't even cover the shoe budget.
No, I know.
Wow.
But that was when we had to get people to lend us stuff.
Jeez Louise.
You know? Yeah, that's the only way we did it in the beginning. So anyway, here we are. This is the second season. And in my mind, I also love season 3, as we briefly discussed.
I really like season 3 in terms of where everything just sort of gelling. But
Oh
season
my
2,
God,
but I like season 2, the season 2 opener, because what's interesting about it is there's an energy of you guys feel a little confident.
Yes.
There's a confidence in all of you.
Definitely.
I think because you guys are here for a second season.
Do you feel that way when you're doing a show?
Yeah, I think the actors, because sometimes, if I'm the creator, I'm on the opposite side of it, the actors feel a little bit more settled. Because in the first season, you're just trying, okay, hopefully we get picked up.
Yeah.
You get picked up for a second season. It means, all right, what we did last time didn't work. It worked, okay, so not too bad. And then now you're like, okay, now we're on these journeys, and who are these people? Who are these characters?
Definitely, I feel that way.
They're like, you guys are like, it's great. It's
right,
beautiful.
and we have the coffee shop set.
Yes.
So we actually, because like first season, you're like, where are they? And like we're in weird places on Long Island City.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we finally got the coffee shop set, which is great.
Yes.
And we have a scene that is a coffee shop scene, which is the
Yes.
one where Miranda,
It's like
gets
sick
up
of talking about
and
men.
literally says, "Don't talk about men." And Michael Patrick wrote this episode, and I think that he was actually using criticism of the show.
Yes, all you guys do is sit around and talk about men. Yeah, I can feel that.
Right.
And yes, and I've been, I've done that too. You write, kind of what
I
people
like
are
that.
saying.
I like that
Yeah.
when writers
It's
do
like
it.
a run toward it. Address it.
Right? Run toward it, definitely.
Yeah.
I have the sweater that Cynthia's wearing in that scene in my house.
Oh my
I know.
gosh.
Sometimes I would take Miranda clothes home because you can wear them in normal life.
Oh my
You know what I
gosh,
mean?
right. I know Miranda's like the real girl. She's like,
Like
look,
totally,
I gotta be a real
relatively
person.
normal
Yes.
as we go. Anyway, so this is the whole. We go out to the baseball. We're going to talk about that in a second. But the big question, which I love because it does come up from Charlotte, where Charlotte says that to get over a breakup, it takes half the time of the relationship.
Yes.
What do you think?
I've always heard that, and I always loved that theory. Yeah. Here's the deal. I love that they're so like classic about it with you. Like you take like they gave the number of how long you were with the guy and how long to get over. But I mean, if you set an intention for yourself, where you're like, okay, dated for my 3 years, all right, year and a half, I'm gonna give myself.
That's nice,
that's
yeah.
all I'm gonna give myself.
That's good.
But some, you could date somebody for like 6 months, and it could be super intense.
Good point.
And you might need a little bit longer.
That's a good point.
So it just all depends, because some people can linger with you.
Yeah.
It just depends on the person.
Yeah.
Some people are easier to get over than others.
I think that's so true.
Yeah,
I'm not
case by
going to
case.
say more, but
Yeah,
it's so true.
I won't say more either. We'll keep that. Yeah.
We'll keep that.
You're a perfectionist. You inspire Lexus to chase a higher standard. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
It's always hard to get something greenlit, no matter who you are. That's the crazy thing. The whole game is upside down now.
Does that make it hard to want to create?
If you aren't catching body blows, I don't know if the work is doing its job. I have no desire to pacify the audience. I'd rather be hated than stifled.
In 1991, a 7-year-old girl on Chicago's South Side had an idea. Inspired by the stories she heard from her grandmother and mother, Lena Waithe made it her mission to see the lives of herself, her family, and her neighbors brought to life on television.
For me, it was about beginning a legacy and making a name for myself, which, yes, is a vulnerability, but also becomes a strength. I am sort of the beginning of my own dynasty.
Moving to Los Angeles in her early 20s, Waithe worked her way through the entertainment industry, from an assistant to an Emmy winner for her writing, creating hit shows like The Chi and 20s, and eventually launching her own production company, Hillman Grad. Despite enjoying adulation, as well as facing pointed criticism for her distinct creative vision, Waithe remains committed to making the work that is authentic to her and shaping her legacy her own way.
If you're great, then it's hard to be ignored.
In the first act of your career, you played Cinderella, architect, mogul. What is the role that you look forward to most playing in this second act?
You know what's interesting?
And it all started with one idea.
Cool. We're good to go. Welcome to Idea Generation.
Thank you.
I'm curious, what part of growing up do you think best prepared you for your life in Hollywood, and what part left you the most vulnerable?
That's a really beautiful question. I think the thing that prepared me the most was being raised in a 3-generation house. Going to my grandma's house, and my mom obviously being there as well, and then my sister and I, having that elder in the house who was from Arkansas, from the South, but moved to Chicago when she was 17. So having that history in the house and also getting those stories every now and then from her. One, she told me in particular, while she was pregnant with my mother, and my mother was born into a segregated America still. So our grandmother was pregnant, driving, I don't know, across the country for some reason, pregnant, and stopped at a gas station to use the bathroom. They didn't have a colored bathroom available, so she had to get in the car and keep going. And I was very young when she told me this, probably 7 or 8. And I think it kind of gave me a very quick education about the world in which I lived and where I come from, and the quiet dignity in which she lived with and that I would inherit. And so I think having that quiet understanding, that quiet dignity helps you in a business that tries to rip you of it. And so that way you always maintain it, but you don't have to necessarily do it loudly. And the thing that made me most vulnerable is the fact that I had no connection to the business at all. There's no inheritance. So I think that for me, it was about beginning a legacy and making a name for myself, which yes, is a vulnerability, but also becomes a strength because I am sort of the beginning of my own dynasty.
One of the current themes in many of the guests that we've had on Idea Generation is working retail. Whether it's Jermaine Emery, Mike Amiri, Angelo from Waithe, all of them cut their teeth on the sales floor. And I know you worked at a Blockbuster. What were the things that you learned about the audience watching them interact with like a tactile VHS box or a DVD box? What did you pick up from your conversations with them about how they appreciated films?
Well, another awesome question. I mean, for me, what I learned really actually was about the business. The machine that feeds the movies into the Blockbuster, when there was always that new release wall, it was almost as if they were telling you what to get. So you really weren't making a decision. It was often I could see the people that would walk in and go straight to the new release wall versus those that walked in and kind of walked through the aisles of documentary or thriller or horror or TV or foreign. What I learned is that if you want to watch something that's off the beaten path, you have to search for it. What I even learned about my own style was that I was constantly looking for interesting covers, not knowing much about what the movie was, but saying, okay, I think I want to check this out. Right? That's how I watched Hoop Dreams, is that renting a VHS of it while being at Blockbuster. Like, what is this documentary about two young black boys in Chicago whose dreams of going to the NBA? And I took it home and watched it and was moved and changed from watching that documentary, and also really stunned by seeing neighborhoods that I recognized and knew and seeing people on the screen that reminded me of my family members. And I realized, oh, that was a treasure sitting in this store where I work that if you're not paying attention, you can walk right by it.
How do you think the streaming environment, where on the one hand, you have everything in the world ever available to you at any moment, but then also everything balkanized by platform, how does that change the audience's relationship with discovery?
It's the same. When you go to a streamer, they're telling you what to click on. If you go, I even discovered the other day, I was trying to find something, I think, on Netflix, and I had to search almost the whole title for it to come up. So it's still, that's the new version of going down the aisle and looking for something. And more often than not, when you turn on, there's a reason why, Netflix wants to tell you, here are the top 10 things people are watching, just to take the guesswork out for you. The legwork, rather. The effort is gone. Or if you go to Disney Plus, they're gonna put up their latest movie, so that way you can watch it. So the truth is, you're still being told what to watch. Even if a studio has a lot of money to promote a particular movie, you're going to see ads for it everywhere. The movies that you don't know about, you're not going to go seek out. Therefore, the movies that are hidden or you can't find tend to be the ones that will probably change your life. The ones that you can are ones that you may watch and forget that you saw it in a few weeks.
Speaking of Netflix, there was a news item a few weeks ago about some internal documents that leaked about sort of edicts from on high towards the creators to create shows that could be consumed without watching. I guess presuming that people are in bed doom scrolling while they're watching. As an artist and a creator, do you feel like being responsive to these kinds of changes in audience behavior are reasonable, or is this sort of a compromise of the artistic integrity of a body of work?
I mean, I think it speaks to the sheep mentality, where there's an idea that you just have hordes of people not paying attention. And when you're not paying attention, people can do things that are often not great. And so for me, the mission is to keep people's attention, obviously, while they're watching the work. And I think that is something that can be difficult to do, but it is a skill. But even I sit and watch cuts of my shows with my phone in hand. So if I ever get bored or look down, it's telling me something that, about my own attention span, but also about whether or not we're doing our job well. And the truth is, people do want to have things on in the background. People do want to have mindless television, but it's called that for a reason, that you don't need your mind to watch it. And that's valid and fair, but I do not aim to make that kind of entertainment. Even if someone may feel traumatized by the work, I'm not doing it for that purpose, but the mission is to write something that makes sense to me. And if it grabs you, a hold of you until the credits roll, then that's a job well done, whether you're pleased or not with the way it ends. But ultimately, I think it can be a bit of a scary thing that if they ask you to write something that people don't have to pay attention to, it is taking value away from the artist's importance and significance in society. And if you take the power away from entertainers who tend to have a more liberal or more empathetic voice, and people aren't really paying attention or really listening to them anymore or valuing what they're doing, then we lose that voice. I mean, actors will tell you their job is to convey empathy. And so if we lose that, then we might be more doomed than we think.
Thinking about your writing, some of the sort of most profound and moving moments are in quiet looks or subtle reactions, not in telegraphed plot.
Right.
And to lose that, I think, does sort of diminish the value that the consumer can get out of the work.
Yeah, and the most dangerous thing a person can do is make art that moves people. So the mission is to have artists that make art that people barely pay attention to. I tend to think that's on purpose. Where do my ideas come from? Honestly, the world, life, real life. I'm not necessarily pulling things out of thin air. I think it all comes from something that I've witnessed or experienced.
At the outset of your career, you had the opportunity to be an assistant for Ava DuVernay and Mara Brock Akil.
And Gina Prince Bythewood. She would kill me if I didn't shout it out.
What advice or words from them ring in your ears in your most challenged moments?
You know what's interesting about all three of them? They weren't big advice givers. I do think there's this idea that your mentor or your boss is telling you very wise words and regaling you with soliloquies and whatnot as you're there. But the truth is, it's behavioral. and leading by example. So I think for me, I was witnessing what they were doing, watching them leaning in, watching them know when to lean back, being strategic about their moves, and also in the way in which they engage with people and doing it authentically. I thought was very interesting, and I definitely pulled different things from each of them. But the one thing I did ask Gina Prince Waithe, which was a lovely story, where I was trying to convince her to go do a panel, and she was in post, so she was busy. But she said, "What am I gonna say that's gonna change their lives?" And I said, "I don't know. Like, what advice would you give to up and coming filmmakers like yourself?" And she said, "Be great." Exactly. And so I was like, that's what your advice is? She's like, yeah, to be great. And so of course, fast forward a few years later, I told her, I said, I get what you mean by that. You know, it means to, if you're great, then it's hard to be ignored.
Speaking of greatness, the Thanksgiving episode of Master of None was a breakthrough moment for you. I would imagine literally life-changing piece of art for you. But it's also a deeply personal moment, mine from your own lived experience. And when it made its way into the world and was received, it became sort of a cultural touch point. Is there a cost in sharing your truth with the audience?
I mean, I believe that when you're an artist, there is always a sacrifice of your personhood, your privacy, your humanity. But the reason why I think we make the sacrifice is to remind the people watching that we are the same. Even if we look different, even if we love differently, even if we worship differently, even if our families look different. Because what I learned actually from being out in the world after the Thanksgiving episode was available to people was that it wasn't just queer black people coming up to me saying that they saw themselves. Now, the queer black people do come up to me often and say they see themselves in the work. And I think that's what I thought it was for only. I was small-minded in thinking that. Hell, this is for sort of just for us. And then Asian people or white straight people or people from the Latin community will come up to me and say, that's my family, or that reminds me of me, or I saw myself in that. And that was such an eye-opening experience for me to think that this very specific episode that was pulled from very specific memories that people that look nothing like me, that sometimes don't even speak the language that I do, could look at that episode and see themselves as well. And I couldn't help but cross into a different space in my life to say, oh, that is the secret, that we are all the same. And of course, we are often fed these stories about how different we are and ways to be grouped into different sections, which is fine. And that kind of helps you understand who you are and your identity. But the real truth is we're not different from each other, no matter what we look like.
It makes me think the standard thought in Hollywood prior to that moment and a series of moments by your contemporaries around that time was that films and TV had to steer towards the mainstream in order to reach a mass audience. And clearly, your body of work says that it does not. Do you think that that was just a fundamental misunderstanding of the audience by the industry, the executives, or do you think that you were able to engineer your stories in such a way that they could transcend the community that they were born out of?
Well, I think it's both. I think there's an idea that a broad audience is one that is white and one that is straight, and probably one that is middle class. Slightly maybe goes into working class. Because if you're trying to appeal to middle America, that is what I think the industry thinks of. So if you're black, brown, wealthy, or have a specific experience, they think that middle America may not be inclined to relate. And that also buys into the idea that we can't see each other as human beings. And the truth is, you know, we've seen different shows, I'm talking about TV shows specifically, that deal with very specific subject matter, be very popular. But you take something like Breaking Bad, that is prestige television, but it's also dealing with the fact that a person can't afford to pay for medical expenses, which is something that a broad audience can relate to. And so, again, it's about how we as audiences see ourselves. And I think what people are watching tells us a lot about where society is.
You started as a writer and eventually became an actor and then a superstar. And in the process of that, you also became a brand and became the subject of a scrutiny that blurred the lines between the professional and the personal and art and sort of every facet of your life. Do you think that that is a reasonable ask of an artist? And is that burden, at the end of the day, worth it for the success that sort of brings that spotlight and that attention?
I think it is worth it, and I think it's not new. Artists being scrutinized is not new because of where an artist sits and what they have to do. An artist's job, really, if you're a writer particularly, is to be an observer of human behavior. And then it's about interpreting it and sort of feeding it back to other humans. And other humans are gonna have opinions about your view of humanity. And I think I've gotten to a place where I understand that they who are watching artists have every right to form opinions about the artist, because that's what people do, based on what you know, what you've been taught, where you come from, you know, what have you been told about women and how women are supposed to behave? What have you been told about, you know, what it means to be ladylike, or what it means to be a good artist, what it means to be a good black person. So whatever you've been told about that, if I don't fit that description of what it means to be ladylike, what to be a good artist, or what you think a good movie is supposed to be, if I don't give you that, then you're gonna say, hey, I disagree with that. I don't like that. It's nothing to do with me, but more to do with what you've been told I'm supposed to be, or how I'm supposed to show up, in your opinion, in your view. So you're never wrong.
But is it hard for you thinking about something like Queen Slim, which sits at a 98% rating on Rotten Tomatoes for both audience and critics, but was the subject of a lot of critical discourse and was impugned, in my estimation, sort of paradoxically, both for your closeness to the subject and also your distance from the subject? Does that make it hard to want to create in an environment where you can do something that you feel is authentic and genuine and important and still catch body blows left and right on the internet from, sort of two sides?
I think to me, if you aren't catching body blows, I don't know if the work is doing its job. I don't desire to make work that everyone likes, because then I'm doing something more of a disservice, I think, to the audience. I have no desire to pacify the audience. I think the mission is to make something that I feel that I can watch and stand by, and then it is no longer mine. Once you give it to the world, it's not mine anymore.
Did you always feel like that?
I think it's really about understanding the history of what it is to be a black writer, or to be really specifically a queer black writer. I mean, for me, people that I look to are James Baldwin, Lorraine Hansberry. Literally reading a book about Baldwin's life right now. It's like just under 600 pages, rightfully so. And just reading about his troubles and what he had to deal with, and the letters that he was writing. It's almost startling to see, some of the things that are in there. I mean, this is in the book, but at one point, Jet magazine said that James Baldwin knows nothing about Negroes. I mean, it's quoted to the book. And of course, I highlighted it just in terms of what an interesting thing, because of where he had gotten in his career at that point. Lorraine Hansberry, there are certain black people at the time that didn't think Raising the Sun was an accurate depiction of what it was to be a black family at the time. And obviously, Raising the Sun still stands as one of the greatest plays I think ever to be written. It's like if you're a black woman with an opinion, probably chances are you're going to get some blows. But I'd rather be a black woman who is free to express her opinion than be a black queer woman, whatever you want to define me as someone that is afraid to express herself out of fear that someone may not be pleased with what I have to say. I'd rather be hated than stifled. I think you sort of know when to pivot when hopefully you can really hear yourself. So I think about listening to yourself and also the universe, to not think that you are the center of the universe, but to know that you are of it. And so you have to listen to yourself and the universe as well.
You're a perfectionist. You inspire Lexus to chase a higher standard. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
A lot of your early work took place in a moment, sort of culturally, that it was incredibly aligned with in terms of telling stories of identity and marginalized communities. And as a result, I think, seized on the zeitgeist and enjoyed that, both in its sort of critical reception and its commercial reception. We are now 6, 7, 8 years later, and, one look at the cover of the New York Times will tell you that we are in a very different...
Understand that the universe works like this. We're not talking to him. When you are sitting here with this person, you are becoming aligned with this person, or whoever it is that you're watching. And as you become aligned with them, you are spending time with them. Okay. Sidebar, I cannot find my clippers. And one thing I don't like is a long toenail. I cannot stand a long toenail. Do you know how dangerous it is to have a long toenail? Yes, it is very dangerous to have a long toenail. Always clip your big toe and your little toe. Clip your toenails first. It depends on how your toenails grow out. I have those kind of toenails that I got them cute toes, so my toenails don't grow out like everybody else's toe. The little toe does, and the big toe, but my toes in the middle don't. I got them curl up toenails. You know what I'm saying? They don't just, yeah. So, yeah, that's very dangerous. Girl, that was a sidebar. Anyway, you're spending time with Lena Waithe or whoever it is, whatever your success studies is. You're spending time with them. Remember what the book said. You're not watching from a distance for entertainment. You're watching for education. you understand that in a matter of time, no matter how much you're being yourself and you're doing your own stuff, when you align with that person, you're eventually going to start dressing something similar to that person. Now, it doesn't mean I'm gonna walk around here looking like a stud. Didn't say that. And for those of you who may be following her, don't mean you're gonna walk around here looking like a stud unless you already is a stud. You know what I'm saying? Unless you got your own style. You don't really, you know what I'm saying, rock with her style like that. So for those of you, you could take on the look of custom wear, custom t-shirts, custom hoodies, rocking actual clothes from people, like, you know, nurses gear, you know, from an actual nurse who makes the gear or whatever that may be. You know, whatever it is that your goals and ambition is. I don't gotta go into it, right? Whatever it may be. So you'll start rocking it, you'll start wearing it and shit like that. Or you'll start making your own custom pieces and your own custom clothes that you wear as your own uniform, and that's how you'll start dressing and stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, what's she talking about? Because I don't know if this is what I want.
Audience. I have no desire to pacify the audience. I think the mission is to make something that I feel that I can watch and stand by, and then it is no longer mine. Once you give it to the world, it's not mine anymore.
Did you always feel like that?
I think it's really about understanding the history of what it is to be a black writer, or to be really specifically a queer black writer. I mean, for me, people that I look to are James Baldwin, Lorraine Hansberry. Literally reading a book about Baldwin's life right now. It's like just under 600 pages, rightfully so. And just reading about his troubles and what he had to deal with in the letters that he was writing, it's almost startling.
So also, again, what does the person read, right? Who are they inspired by? Who is their muse? Who do they often talk about when they do talk? They could be talking about a philosopher. It doesn't matter. That's someone they always talk about. You take note of that.
To see, some of the things that are in there. I mean, this is in the book, but at one point, Jet magazine said that James Baldwin knows nothing about Negroes. I mean, it's quoted in the book. And of course, I highlighted it just in terms of an interesting thing, because of where he had gotten in his career at that point. Lorraine Hansberry, there are certain black people at the time that didn't think Raising the Sun was an accurate depiction of what it was to be a black family at the time. And obviously, Raising the Sun still stands as one of the greatest plays I think ever to be written. It's like if you're a black woman with an opinion, probably chances are you're going to get some blows. But I'd rather be a black woman who is free to express her opinion to be a woman, black queer woman, whatever you want to define me as someone that is afraid to express herself out of fear that someone may not be pleased with what I have to say. I'd rather be hated and stifled. I think you sort of know when to pivot when hopefully you can really hear yourself. So I think it's about listening to yourself and also the universe, to not think that you are the center of the universe, but to know that you are of it. And so you have to listen to yourself and the universe as well.
You can see where she changed. You can see where her language changed, right? Because this is 4 months ago. Her language has changed. Her energy has changed at this point. I was like, this has to be early. She was talking about God. Now she's talking about the universe. She sounds like me now. Yeah. Anyway, seriously. Her energy, even her skincare routine is different. You can see the glow in her skin. You can see her. She cut her hair off. She has a new hairstyle, but she still keeps her hair cut. You know what I'm saying? Even her style. I even noticed that even her style kind of stepped up a little bit more too.
A lot of your early work took place in a moment, sort of culturally, that it was incredibly in terms of telling stories of identity and marginalized communities, and as a result, I think, seized on the zeitgeist and enjoyed that, both in its sort of critical reception and its commercial reception. We are now 6, 7, 8 years later, and one look at the cover of the New York Times will tell you that we are in a very different world politically and culturally. Does it change how you think about what stories you want to tell, and does it create more friction in getting those stories that you want to tell greenlit?
Well, it's always hard to get something greenlit, no matter who you are. That's the crazy thing. The whole game is upside down now. But no, I can't change what I want to talk about necessarily based on what's happening outside. Yes, you want to reflect the times, but I also have to reflect where I am as an artist and as a person in my life. And so as we evolve as human beings, so does the art. And I just always think about certain of my favorite musicians. Their albums over time don't always necessarily reflect what's going on in the world, but what's going on in their world. And they're bringing me into that. And I think that's what my mission is to write something that's honest and true to me right now and let it be a time capsule for who I was then. And because I'm living in the world, I'm of the world, whatever space that I'm in is also a reflection of the world because I'm in it and I'm of it. So as an artist, I think the important thing is to always listen to yourself. And getting things made is, it almost doesn't matter if you get it greenlit or made. It's about, did you get it out? And can you share it with someone? Because you can share something with 8 people in a room. If the world sees it, isn't necessarily the measure of success. But sometimes you got to get something out for the sake of it.
As your career has grown and you have become, again, gone from being a writer to an actor and now to being a model and managing a company and a staff and stuff, how do you find the balance to be able to, create the isolation to create and still manage all of this other stuff?
I think I'm good at isolating, but I'm also a person that is social and I do like being out. I mean, when we first met, we were at a party. It was like, the night of the Met, like classic, but I enjoy that and need it. But sometimes socializing gets sacrificed or cut. But when I have the time, I try to make the most of it, to spend time with people and check in, catch up with loved ones. But that is something that is very important to the process, is carving out hours and hours and hours of time where there's nothing scheduled. So I can, whether if I do reading, obviously writing, or sometimes just doing nothing. So I can listen to myself. It's so important. And it's a privilege that a lot of people sometimes can't afford, don't have the ability to do it. And so I take it very seriously that when I say I need some time, people afford me that.
You've created and launched a number of different sitcoms during the course of your career, some of which, like Boomerang or 20s, had a couple seasons. The Shy, on the other hand, is now on season 7 and looking towards season 8. You still have to put the same amount of emotional and mental labor into world building to create something that lives for 2 seasons versus something that lives for 7 or 8 seasons. What is the sense of gratification that you get now being on the other side of having, birthed all of these characters and watch them live in the world for this really extended period of time?
So I don't have kids, and that's by choice. But I totally get it when people refer to TV shows or movies as children, because it does feel like this thing that you birth that's now out in the world that, again, you don't really have any control over. But particularly these characters that are on The Shy, that are played by real people, that are getting older, or young kids that grow up in front of us, it has been a life-changing experience and journey for me, for them, for the audience. And it's one that I'm just very grateful for. And I think what I try to do is always be in a space of self-discovery and always be paying attention to what is going on or what's happening, or what conversations are people having that we feel like we can add to that conversation on the show. So as long as life is happening and the world is spinning, there's always stories to tell. There's always new things to discover. So I think for me, it's about just sort of pouring in to the show just with newfound energy every season and looking at it as an album. I really do think of each season as an album. So no album should sound like the one that came before it. And so the mission is just to always keep people surprised, keep people engaged, and keep their heads nodding.
Has your process towards creating the show evolved over time?
Creating shows, I always like writing a pilot. I wrote a pilot for The Shy, I wrote a pilot for 20s, got in there with the pilot for Boomerang. I think that's where I kind of find it. It is the first step, it is the seed, and it's where, a tree will grow. And so I just try to plant things and create different characters that could possibly spark up relationships far down the line that I don't even think about in the moment. I think if you can create specific enough characters that really have meat on their bones, and sometimes don't even, you can add meat to the bones if you need to as you go. But it's one of those things where it really is a marathon, and it really is like being in a studio with instruments, and everybody's like, all right, let's start jamming and playing and seeing what we land on, if there's something we start to like. And that's really what the writing process is, because it is with a band. It's not me by myself. It's a beautiful team of writers that help me shape every season. And we are in the lab before the actors come in, and we have to make sure it's interesting and that people won't be looking on their phones when they're watching it.
What is the most important thing one has to do to lead a productive writer's room?
Well, I'm very grateful to my showrunners, Justin and Jewel, who run the day-to-day in the room. They call me in once they've had some big ideas they want to pitch. But I think the biggest thing is keeping it moving forward. It's like, don't linger on a thing for too long. If you do reach an impasse, then kick it down the line until we can all talk about it. And also saying yes and, saying, okay, I like that, yes, and adding and building upon an idea or story. And also, I think vulnerability, people in the room being vulnerable, not like I have to be vulnerable when I sit in front of the laptop and say what's really going on or what I've experienced, what I've gone through. And you can often see that our lives show up on the screen. Like, there's pregnancies, there's deaths of parents, there's things like that happen in real life with the writers, and that's going to seep into the scripts, and people will kind of see that a little bit this season on the show.
When we were growing up, in the days of peak network TV, when a show reached 100 episodes, 5 seasons, 6 seasons. Syndication, everyone is rich forever.
Right.
I understand that is not the economic model.
Nah, not at all.
How does that downward pressure affect how you approach creating and sort of broadly your approach to creating television shows generally?
Well, a lot of shows don't last for as long as shows like The Chi. That's a lot of that to do when we came out. But I think the biggest thing is we have to look at every season with fresh eyes. And also, I look at it as keeping the story going, because sometimes you think, oh, I'll end it here, hang it up, and retire. And what we have to do is keep it fresh, like how we keep The Chi new for us, so that way the audience is just as excited about it. We have to be excited about writing it. And I think that's what we get to do every season. Go, okay, what is going to get us hyped about writing this season? And it's a beautiful relationship with us and the audience. But it's a longer marathon, now. Like, you don't get to hang it up after 100 episodes. You got to keep going. And even then, it's just not the kind of business where you can cash out at a certain age. You got to kind of keep singing for yourself for longer than you probably like. My biggest advantage as a creator, as an entrepreneur, I think my advantage is that I can see the world through a lens that's very specific to my own. Existing in the world that I do things that it's hard for other people to understand. And so I think being able to see the whole picture is definitely an advantage.
You mentioned mining your own experience for, the content of the writing. A lot of your projects, 20s, Thanksgiving episode, The Chi, come from your sort of pre-Hollywood life. But your life since then has become something that is perhaps slightly less relatable to, a normie. And does that, with the attention, the fame, wealth, make it more challenging to find sort of fodder for your output?
That's interesting. Yeah, I think there's always that thing that happens where you look up and you earned a life for yourself, and then you almost kind of get penalized for it. So like, are you one with the people? Are you still with the people? I love that line where it says he grieves differently. And that can be a very layered line. Somebody could argue, well, yeah, you do grieve differently. But it also could be like he feels a lot of grief for losing a lot of things beyond people. His anonymity, for one, his innocence, and many other things. And so, but that is something that I think there are things that he can talk about in his music that other people can relate to, just because he's gotten to a place as a human being where he's not afraid to be even more vulnerable in the work. And therefore they say, oh, I also experienced that. Like, I went through a thing with my dad. I had a cousin like this. And so I think for me, the human experience just becomes even more heightened with what comes with all this stuff. And some people may say, well, I'd rather have a bad human experience in a big house than a small one. But I don't know if you're in a big house, if that makes the pain of loss feel better. I think that's the thing. I think people have to think, if you're in a big house and you're crying, the tears aren't as bad. But if you're in a small house, the tears are worse. Or if there's no house at all, it's worse. It's like, if you're crying, you're crying.
A lot of your work, particularly at the outset of your career, dealt with, obviously, the stories of marginalized people and social justice. Also, fairly early in your career, you found yourself in a situation where two of your collaborators were on the receiving end of accountability. How did you sort of parse that dichotomy in the moment, and how do you think about it now, 6-7 years later?
Well, I think the thing for me was that it becomes easier for us to focus on a singular person and equate them with a particular issue. And to me, I think the issue is bigger than the specific person. I think we get further if we talk about the issue itself and how it came to be or why that was allowed versus focusing on a particular person, because they aren't the first person to probably do something like that, and they won't be the last if we don't address the bigger issue. What happens if we as a society take accountability as a whole as to the things that are happening in our world? So I almost ask us to take accountability for what's going on and ask ourselves, how do we want to move forward? Because I think pointing fingers and walks of shame don't really get us anywhere. I'm often not looking at the person the mob is attacking, but rather the mob itself.
In the first act of your career, you've played Cinderella, architect, mogul. What is the role that you look forward to most playing in this second act?
Playwright, stage actor. I think that's really where I'm looking, is a playhouse where people can't have their phone and they have to be with people, and we have to have a human experience together. That's really, I think, what excites me and has always excited me, especially being a kid from Chicago where theater is sort of in our blood. I really just like to have an experience that is connected to other human beings. That's really sort of, I think, where I'm at now. And I think that's because for me, TV was a connective tissue there. Even though there was a screen, I'm watching television with my family, but it felt like we were all connected. And also we were. There were other people watching the same thing at the same time, at the same network, on the same night, because that's just how it was. But there was a collective experience. And I think that's what I want to get back to.
Our legacies are written in part by ourselves through our actions, and in part by the people who are perceiving and receiving those actions. But the beautiful thing about getting older is realizing that there is constantly an opportunity to amend that story and also reframe the way that the past is looked at. What are the parts of your legacy that you are most focused on cementing as you move forward?
It's interesting. I don't know really if we know what our legacies will be. So I can want to cement something, but ultimately it'll be told by people that I probably won't even get an opportunity to meet. Because I find, like for example, Ellis Hazlitt, is a gentleman who I became aware of because of his cousin, Melissa Hazlitt, who, queer black man, had a show on in the 70s called Soul, ! That was on public television. And it was a platform for poets, writers, actors. James Baldwin was and Nikki Giovanni did a conversation that was filmed for this show. Many poets performed on the show. And I saw a documentary about it that Melissa did. And I watched the documentary and I wanted to be helpful to make sure the documentary didn't only live on PBS, but would also live on HBO Max for a time, which it did. So it was easier for people to find. That thing again, trying to help people find something that maybe they ordinarily wouldn't see. And I was educated about this person. And then as I'm reading the book about Baldwin's life, Ellis Hazlitt's name pops up in about the 400s. And I know that name now because I was educated by his cousin who did a documentary about him that I asked if I could see a link to it, and I watched it. And now I know his name and I've shared his name here. His legacy continues because his cousin made a documentary that I got a chance to see that now I know where that conversation comes from that I loved and saw between Baldwin and Giovanni. I didn't know it was coordinated by a queer black man. I had no idea. And so his legacy for a time was kind of hidden from me. But I'm grateful that I was able to find it and get to say I helped to hopefully introduce him to people that he was also invisible to. And I think that is the thing about legacies, is they sneak up on us, when we aren't looking, because someone else picked it up and made sure someone else was aware of it. Because even like with legacy talk with Waithe is that I want to cement some people's legacies that other people may have overlooked. And there will probably be instances in where even all that I've accomplished can still be invisible, can still be ignored, can still be missed. And hopefully, maybe, someone will see this interview or find something and pick it up and say, did you know about this? Were you aware of that? Or she did that too? I've left the breadcrumbs. Maybe somebody will find them or maybe not, but I have no idea where someone will find a piece of my legacy and want to show it to someone else that maybe wasn't aware of it. So I don't know what will be submitted. I don't really have a preference. I love all the things I've got to be a part of. Even things that I've acted in, whether it be Ready Player One, which was an amazing opportunity for me to be a part of something like that, to be a part of Spielberg's legacy as well. And then to work with Daniel Kaluuya, to have our legacies intertwined, and so many others, and Lena, and all the many people I've gotten a chance to work with. If there's a part of my legacy, it's the people that I've gotten to work with. Aziz, obviously, like all these people that have helped to make me become who I am and have grown me as a person and as an artist. I hope that my community, really, my creative artist community, that to me, I think is my legacy.
Well, thank you for intertwining your legacy with mine and the generation audience. It is my supreme hope that some people out there watch this conversation and are able to glean some kernels of wisdom from what you shared with us. This is truly a real episode that I have been chasing since 2022.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much.
You're a perfectionist. You inspire Lexus to chase a higher standard. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
Really happy to have you here. First things first, I have an announcement to make. On next week's show, this time next week, next Monday, September 22nd, Kamala Harris is going to be here. This is going to be her first full-scale news interview since the 2024 election. She will be here live on set with me for the show. I have roughly 400,000 things I want to ask her about, but I will get my chance. We're going to have that sit down one-on-one.
Kamala need to be like, look. Kamala need to be like, look, y'all. Y'all need to chill the fuck out. Okay? Y'all need to chill the fuck out. That's all I'm saying. Leave her alone.
That is what the best art does.
Yeah.
Is it causes us to have a conversation about it. Not
Sure.
I loved it. Me too. Yeah.
See, okay, this is so wild because I just started going to therapy. Congratulations, you're welcome.
What? Like for the first time ever?
I mean, I did a few sessions with like the on-set therapist they had at Drag Race on
Yeah.
All Stars.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that really counts as real therapy when she's like, hey, so
me what about this fake made-up man-made situation is making you sad today that hopefully you'll be able to deal with on your own in the next 9 months when you get home?
Because you're not leaving, actually. You're staying here forever.
Oh my God, legitimately though, that was actually the one thing that was our joke on set, all the queens, because in the beginning we were like, yes, no one's going home. And then like,
I'll be honest, my first therapy session did not go well, but it taught me something important. You don't get the best results by picking a therapist based on their photo. And when it comes to therapy, the quality of your match makes all the difference. That's why BetterHelp is my preferred platform. See, we all know that therapy can be a powerful space for clarity, building self-worth, and those emotional breakthroughs we all need. But to get there, you have to trust the person sitting across from you. And that's why I believe there's no better option than BetterHelp, who have already matched nearly 90% of clients in the US with therapists that fit their preferences this year. So
it became fucking trapped here. Nobody's going home.
Like, they lied. They actually lied about this RuPaul's Drag Race thing. It's actually a prison.
I'm still there filming. This is too much. Okay, Ryan.
Congratulations on going to therapy first. I hope it's been a good session. You like your therapist?
I like her. I just don't think I would have an issue with almost any therapist, and I wonder if that's a problem. Like, we'll see when it starts getting rough, and I'll start talking about my race relationships and my sexual deviances. Like, yeah, I need to stick 8 fists in my mouth at once, otherwise I won't be happy.
Well, and then also the other piece of like, hopefully she hasn't gone and like looked you up and like she knows like how like.
No, I told her to. I was like, bitch, if you're coming in,
you're supposed to.
I told her she needs to get some better background upon why I may want to withhold things. I don't know if she said that she would, but I told her to. I told her to read my book all about Evie and listen to my podcast, High Key.
And literally, as I say, bitch, you better be subscribed. I know that's right. Just like everyone else. Shout out to all of the new subscribers from Bob's podcast. That, like, not from Bob's podcast, but Bob's episode. Like, insane. Shout out to that.
Yeah, welcome to my neck of the woods. Y'all got into some weird shit. It's me and Ryan. We sound like the Muppets in this bitch.
No, for real. I was really I think we're such a new show, right? Like, that was our 10th episode. Shout out to that. And it was just really nice. I think Bob was like the perfect person to come on and like for us to have a moment of like, grilling him on everything that we wanted to know. And then also like him grilling us. Like, I love that energy. And a lot of folks I guess in the comments were like, I don't like how y'all were trying to humble Bob. I'm like, Bob could never be humbled at all. Like, Bob is just like on another level of confidence.
Also, that is literally what drag queen relationships are with each other. Like, drag queens are just another version of really close gay friendship. And when you really love another queer, you drag the shit out of them all the time. You try to humble that bitch.
That's how you know you're really locked in. When you like start making fun of like folks are like challenging them in like positive ways. And it's just, I don't know. I'm honestly.
Good morning, afternoon, evening.
Yes, all three. I'm so happy that you're able to join the show seriously because obviously I think you have a special history with both of us. I mean,
Evie saw me sitting across a judge's table, which isn't always ideal.
I'm not to make this about me, but
you absolutely can't. You're Leo. Go on.
I'm curious to see or to hear like how that was from your perspective. Because if I'm being 100% honest, I could not tell you 90% of the people who were judging that season, especially if you did not help me win.
Got it. So you like, Lena, I don't remember you, really?
Yeah, I'm like, you must have said some slick shit about my outfit or something.
I remember it was denim. It was the denim challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. It was the one. It was so you came back. Yeah, you came back for our makeover. That's why I don't remember you.
Oh. So wait, were you okay? Because I remember Lena and I had talked about this, and she was like, wait, I think Evie cried, or maybe I was like, Evie couldn't have cried. Like she won her season. Like I feel like she cried slayed it.
Because they was coming at Evie though.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I was gonna say. Is like that's why I don't remember the judges. I don't remember RuPaul that week. I don't remember my own face. That week was like just you came in on one of the spiciest weeks because we'd already gotten to like the fake like we're all top sisters now. Look, we made it to the end of this shit. We're so fierce. We're past all the drama. And then the producers were like, let's have all the old bitches come back into the room and pair up and just stir that pot again. And so like you came in the week where even though I was serving cunt, Scarlett was serving cunt. All of those bitches saw an opportunity to be like, fuck this weird ugly bitch.
Wait, what year was that?
2018 when we filmed, 2019 when she aired.
Word. So Lena, you actually had just did the cover of Vanity Fair at that time?
Possibly, yeah.
I think that was right after the Emmys. So you were just experiencing kind of like a next level celebrity of it all.
Whirlwind. But I was like super grateful to be asked to come be a judge on Drag Race. I mean, that's a definite rite of passage, if you will, a blessing from Big Ru. Because I've been watching for years, I have friends on and whatnot. So it's like a thing. You nervous to judge. Yeah. Because you don't want to, because you all got to have jokes. They're like, all right, as we watch it, and some of them they'll write for you, but like I'm a comedy writer, so I have my quick, I
came in with your pen.
Yeah, I was like, let's go.
What if you could taste the movies?
We turned that idea into an $11.3 million business with Wix. One movie night, we were craving this chocolate cake that we saw on screen.
And we said, how cool would it be to put on an event where people are able to eat what they see on screen?
For the first event, we're literally cooking like 80 cakes out of an oven in my apartment and running like up and down all night. It was wild.
Seeing how successful it was, that's when we realized that this is a real thing. Now we need a real platform to actually sell tickets on.
Our Wix website is the core of everything that is Fork and Film.
But the tricky thing is, you have no context of what's going on. They don't show you nothing. You just sitting there and you just judging that week. And that's what's really interesting, because I don't know what the relationships are. I don't know what the alliances are. Meanwhile, Michelle, Rue, Ross, they all know what's going on. And you sitting there like first day of school.
Yeah, you're like, well, I liked your hair. And,
Yeah,
oh, no, I'm sorry, she slipped from you. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yes, I had Ryan's hairstyle then.
Yes, she sure did. It was the Denise, the Master of None hairstyle.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I miss your locks so much.
Oh, thank you. You're not alone.
They were so good. And honestly, I remember so much around that time too, because if I'm being honest, that was like one of the first moments that I was also introduced to you during that whole thing. Like I knew of your work, but really like knowing the like historic of you winning the Emmy, and if that was such a historic win. I just felt like if I ever met you, I would have asked you, girl, what was like the first like big celebrity conversation you probably had after that win? Because I know everybody and their mama was trying to text you. Everybody, like you were just entered, you had a new level of like access. I mean, I remember Reese Witherspoon was like obsessed with you at the time. Like
still.
Yeah, it still is.
You're like,
But what do you remember about that time, and how did you celebrate that moment?
You know, it's so interesting. Yeah, because you know, I don't partake in alcohol, so I remember things pretty clearly. And I wasn't even like smoking weed that heavy at the time. So
so you were like, I know.
Awake. Like clear.
Sober, going through that experience is wild.
Right. Helpful.
Yeah.
But I think for me, because, and this may sound odd to people, because I was dreaming my whole life about being a television writer. Hello, a lot of different world. Emmy was not like a mountaintop for me. For me, I just really wanted to be considered to be a really great television writer. And I didn't associate that with winning an Emmy. So getting one was really amazing and fantastic, and a beautiful journey to do that with Lena and Angela Bassett and Kim Whitley and obviously Aziz and, you know, Alan Yang. Like, it was just a really cool experience. And because it was a first, that's the other thing. It was like, oh, so you're the first African-American woman to be nominated in this category.
Yeah.
You know, and because people got it very clear, like Wanda Sykes won for sketch comedy writing, which is a different category. And the first woman of color to be nominated in that category was Minnie Kaling for an episode of The Office. So I became the first African-American woman to be nominated for outstanding writing in a comedy series in that category. So it definitely also kind of hit me with a sense of history in knowing that I'm definitely not the first funny black woman to be in a writer's room, but I definitely representing all these black women who have been in writers' rooms. And also my heroes like Susan Fales Hill, Yvette Lee Bowser, Debbie Allen, and so many others that came before me. And it just sort of like really hit me. And so the crazy thing was, when you were first black to win anything, there's usually a standing ovation that follows. So there was a standing ovation, and in the quarter mile, you can't miss Oprah Winfrey standing up, applauding you. It really hit me. So that I always remember seeing, like, her standing up and you're
like, bitch, I made Oprah get out of her fucking seat.
I did. What? Yes. You know, and they tell you got 45 seconds. Only one person can talk. Aziz was like, you take the mic, you know, obviously, if it happens. And so, like, I was ready for the moment because I had witnessed a Halle Berry have a moment at the Oscars when I was in high school, and saw her take the moment, honoring Lena Horne and Dorothy Dandridge and, you know, and the people that stood alongside her, obviously Angela Bassett, Jada Pinkett, Vivica Fox. That to me, like, Holly really showed you how to make the moment not just about you, but how to bring everybody with you, because nobody gets to those moments alone. And it's a tricky thing about mountaintops is that you enjoy the view for a bit, and then you have to descend and find a new mountain to climb.
Oh, that's it. Like, sometimes you don't even really get to descend. It's just people already see that you're on a mountain. And they're like, damn, you're just going to forever be on that mountain. Remember that one time you were on that mountain? You're like, yeah, but girl, do you see, like, this is just the base of some whole new shit.
Yeah, it's like the top of Mount Everest yet.
Girl.
Yeah,
like,
base camp.
You got to kill Kilimanjaro this whole thing. Girl, you're just on a rock here. You're like, well, this mountain was the biggest thing I'd ever seen, but that's before I stepped on it. Has there anything you've ever done or achieved that made you feel like a rapper? You know, you were like, yeah, I did this shit on me, baby. Fuck you, fam. Fuck you, fans.
I mean, you know, honestly, it's like a rapper.
That's
Which one?
hilarious. I love that,
like my
actually.
Clips, my Drake, my Kendrick. You know, I think for me, creating The Shy and getting that created by title, that credit, that's something that, you know, coming up under Mara Brock and Kill, and Yvette Lee Bowser, Ava DuVernay as well. Jennifer Spike, who has also created her own shows, obviously Debbie Allen. It's like having the created by title meant something really big to me. That's something I think I dreamed about more than winning an award, because I think it was about, can I create a show that has my stamp, my signature, my voice, my rhythms in it. And so for The Shy, and also I think another big moment happened recently. Like, we had our highest viewed episode this season of season 7. Hello, come on, Paramount Plus.
#1 on the app.
Yes. I mean, I think to me, it's really about that longevity rather than a mountaintop, rather a marathon. And it's about not being hot for a short time, but being warm for a long time.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base 44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect on past entries, and see how far they've come. It's fully functional, and I didn't write a single line of code. You start
Commercials. I'm about to just let them
When you think
play.
about that too, which is so interesting, like getting to that moment and having your show be a tentpole show for a network, and as a creator, that's like, oh, that's my dream. I want to have a television show. I want to make something and have like my stamp, and then that'll open up having money and access, and that will be the key to my happiness. But is it though? Was it the key to your happiness?
Well, of course not. No. I think where people get tripped up, all of society gets tripped up because we are taught and told and fed that success is the same as happiness.
Yeah.
And so therefore we chase success hoping to be happy. And then when you are successful and you get all your success, you start to think that, well, why am I not happy? And so then the success starts to feel like a trap.
Like a curse almost. Like somebody's like, congratulations. And you're like, shut the fuck up.
Well, the thing is that, what's cool is like, because someone could argue like we have a successful show.
Yeah.
Right? But that has nothing to do with why I'm happy.
Why are you happy?
I'm happy because I meditate every morning. I'm not on social media a ton. I've curated my community around me. I have no issue setting boundaries. I know that I have to take life as it comes. And I'm going to be both happy and sad, and I should embrace both when they happen.
Oh, that's so legit.
But is that something you learn? I mean, you're 41 now.
Correct.
Is that something that took you time to really learn? Because I am someone that I'm so like career minded. I mean, I moved out here. Literally, August is my 10th year of being in LA.
Ooh, come through.
And I have been so reflective of like this moment of like when I started here, I was 22, had no money. I was sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 people, and I was living with like rats and like and had all these things like literally. And I like imagine that Ryan who was like really trying to figure it out, and then like it felt like I had my eye on the prize and knew where I was going, and then life was like, actually, we're gonna take you this way, and it was just a whole other lesson to like learn. But I felt like, well, I don't have time to rest right now. I got to get to the destination. I got to get to the moment where I do have the money in my bank account where I can help my family. Or I do have the access level where people respect who Ryan Nadeau is when he walks in a room.
But you know what's interesting about that is like, I actually, like, I knew that was the vibe that I was on when I was young and hungry. I was like, bitch, I'm like young and hungry. I've got my whole life ahead of me. I know that I could do anything. And so like, I just want to like prove to myself that I'm capable of greatness. And I know that someday I'm going to be looking back at this like, damn, look how tight your skin was.
I mean, honestly, quite honestly, I have for sure like worked out of that. Like I have learned that overworking yourself is really just someone like draining you of all of the goodness that is within you, and they will allow you to overwork yourself if you let them. But I've had to learn that. And so I wonder for you, Lena, how long did it actually take you to really come to this moment where you've learned, like, I don't have to be working 24/7 or I have to be on this train that is like, go, 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 go.
Well, it's interesting because I work. It's interesting. I work a nice amount. Like even like right now, I'm working on season 8 and Legacy Talk, the second season of that. And technically, I don't get paid to do Legacy Talk. Like I fund that. So that's something that I want to put out in the world. But so the payment, the dividends, in that are people saying, "Hey, I learned something from that Tisha Campbell episode," or "I learned something from watching that episode," with Debbie Allen. That's the capital. Someone getting something out of it. The Shy actually pays me in capital, but also pays me in people saying, people say like, yo, this really moved me, or this episode made me do this or do that. That's really beautiful. I'm doing a play that nobody paid me to write, but it's the most exhilarating thing I've ever done. And I'm going to be performing it next year in Baltimore Center Stage, February 12th through March 28th. Mark your calendars, come see us. Trinity, directed by Stevie Walker Webb. And so the thing is I'm working a nice amount, but out of those 3 things, I'm only getting paid to do one of those things, technically.
Yeah,
so I think
feels like the creator's journey anyway. Like
so it's about like, but I'm being fed by Legacy Talk. I'm being fed by the play, and I'm being fed literally and figuratively by The Shy. So it's not about not being overworked, because the truth is, I think to be really, it's interesting because the word successful can be trippy, but to me, in terms of to be at the top of your game in any arena, you have to be possessed.
Yeah.
So it's not about if it's like, oh man, like I'm tired, I want to go to bed right now, or I want to go kick it. You know what? I'm not. Even if somebody use the word disciplined, possessed, really locked in, because those that, because if you value rest, that's cool. It's like if someone is saying, hey, I'm gonna go the extra mile, and someone may say I'm gonna rest a bit. Both are right. Both are right. But I think what can happen is if you say, hey, I chose rest over going the extra mile, and I can't resent the person for getting where they got a little bit sooner than me because they made a different choice.
At Replit, we believe everyone should be able to create software without limits and without knowing how to code. Introducing Agent 3. Agent 3 delivers a 10x increase in autonomy and runs on its own for hours, handling full tasks autonomously. It can now test and fix its code, constantly improving your app behind the scenes. And Agent 3 can build other agents. Agents that can automate complex workflows using natural language. We can't wait to see what you're going to build with it.
Students with ADHD save 10 hours studying with this Chrome extension. But no, by all means, go ahead, skip the ad. Save a few seconds.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, reports, write-ups, but sometimes reading can get really, really tiring. To stay focused, I use a free Chrome extension called Speechify. All I do is highlight the text, right-click, and then Speechify reads it out to me.
SEC data show $359 million of GameStop shares failed to
I
deliver.
can increase the speed and can pick from a variety of really high-quality voices, which just makes it so much easier to focus. I can now listen twice as fast as I can read, and my eyes don't get strained, especially if I'm working late at night. And with one click, I can send whatever I'm reading to my phone so I can listen to it on the go.
Use Speechify for free on Google Chrome so you can spend less time reading and more time doing what you love.
That's something actually I was literally thinking about yesterday, because I keep going back to this interview that Jennifer Coolidge did last year, where she was like, yeah, I got tired after a while and I just decided to take a break, but I kind of regret that because, if life ever gives you a wave to ride, you should ride on it. And that's why I'm doing this weird car insurance commercial or whatever right now.
Great impersonation, by the way. Great.
Thank you. If I ever want to go through the Horrors of Snatch game, I'll have her in my wig.
Come through. That's a good one. She's always good.
She is. But I hold space and respect and value that mindset of damn, you have to realize that, like Eminem said, you only got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Mom spaghetti.
Come through. I love that song. Academy Award winning. Barbara Streisand would have given it to him, but he didn't show up. But, I remember watching Barbara Streisand say, the winner is Eminem for 8 Mile. He's not here. I would take this award on his behalf. But also too, Ryan, you talked about when you first out, in LA, 10-year anniversary. I was celebrating 20 next February. 20 years out here. But the thing is, who I was when I first came to LA is its own chapter.
Oh, for sure.
And so
For
it's not
sure.
about how did you get to here? I got to here from every step that came before it. And, I did a silent retreat. I did Vipassana, 10 days of observing noble silence, meditating 4 hours a day, fasting, and not all of it. You eat a meal, but it's you're not eating as much as one normally would in my daily life. But I think what that does is it kind of you're sort of living like a monk for 10 days. So it kind of takes the ego away and takes away you just sort of what you're used to doing all the time. And so and I didn't do that until I just turned 40. So because I think I was sort of ready to do that. Then I did it again this year. And I was inside a silent retreat when I turned 41. And also I think a really big thing is I don't check my phone first thing in the morning. I can't check it until after I've meditated.
Interesting.
So it's if I want to talk to on my phone, I gotta meditate. I treat meditation like brushing my teeth or washing my face. Is something that is a part of my daily routine, but it changes the dynamic of the way I walk through the world because I don't prioritize the world before I prioritize myself. And I think 90% of people wake up in the morning and immediately check their phone. And so what you're saying to the universe is, where are my priorities? The phone is the priority, not me.
Well, do you miss? Because Lena, you are someone who everyone has something to say about. Let's just be quite honest, right? Whether it's your work or whether it's you. Was that a part of the reason why you decided to kind of leave social? Because you're on social, but it seems like you're not on it, in the ways that you were used to be.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because in terms of everyone having something to say, everyone having an opinion, the interesting thing is it doesn't affect either party. So a person's opinion of me does affect my daily life, but also their opinion of me doesn't affect their daily life either. So it's a matter of, okay, how is this playing a role in my life? And it doesn't, it can't. I could allow it, but I don't know what I have to gain.
Are there not positives to hearing what, an audience that you're catering to, or not even catering to, but the audience that you're making the art for that is going to gravitate to your art?
That's consuming it at bare minimum.
Consuming it, right? Is there a positive to listening to what they have to say about it so that can inform your next works, or how you tell a story that may represent them, or hit home, or how do you take in, what's the process of you taking in feedback in a way?
Well, I think for artists or creatives, we are in conversation with ourselves. That is just a complete sentence.
No, that's a whole episode, honestly. Close this shit down. We did it. Happy hiking.
So it's sort of I try to think of an example. I'll use Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, for example. A very pivotal album in my youth. I don't know if she had the audience in mind. And I think because of that, it is a timeless piece of work. And so I don't believe catering to an audience. Because then I'm in service to the audience rather than service to myself or to a higher spirit, a higher power. So now, mind you, am I aware of hey, conversation or what's happening? To me, whatever the conversation is about the work is actually an education for me about where society sits in this moment.
Oh, okay. You have me now, because at I think there is this beauty in just being able to create for your sake. But you know, like just to be real about it, like when we're making art at least at the levels we are, you know, this shit is also paying your bills. This shit is also like opening or closing your opportunities to make more art. So like, I don't know. I just feel like there has to be a better way to like find some balance in it. You know, like it's important for me at least to know like how people are receiving what I'm doing, because art is a social commentary, and because our culture is a social commentary on art.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
Yeah, because if you look at certain, you know, films, like I'll take Rocky Horror Picture Show, for example. When that movie first comes out, it is not beloved.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily understood. But then you fast forward and we see what it becomes, because a new generation grabs hold of it and says, well, actually, this means something else to me. And then it becomes like, you know, Susan Sarandon talks about the midnight screenings of people coming in and singing the songs and finding identity in it. And so I think art it doesn't change based on people's opinions.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You can't change it. There's no going back and saying, hey, let me make this nicer for you.
Oh good, you made it to our meeting. Relax, I'm going to show you how to never stress about meeting notes again. This AI meeting assistant is recording our conversation and transcribing everything I say. So we don't need to take notes, but let's be honest, none of us want to read through a long transcript. That's why Otter AI automatically summarizes the key points and creates action items. It captures everything, even slides that were shown, and packages it up perfectly. Here's where it gets incredible. It's like ChatGPT for your meetings. You know, you can ask any question about this meeting or any past meeting. What decisions did we make? What were our favorite ideas from that brainstorming session 5 months ago? Otter remembers everything. Try Otter AI free, be fully present in meetings, and let AI handle the rest.
You know, and so that's what you got to remember too about artists. By the time I'm making my next thing, like the other thing hasn't even come out yet. So I'm just making work that speaks to me. Like the play, nobody paid me to do that. I have to make sure I feel good about it. And my trusted confidants or people who I value their work, I say, hey, what do you think? When Debbie Allen reads it, it sends me a note that says, hey, I really enjoyed this. Okay, got it, thank you. And so it almost means that if somebody walks out and says, I loved it, if somebody walks out and says, I hate it, they both are correct. They both are right. And so that to me is, that's like somebody said, like, well, why did you hate it? Oh, I hate it because it was this, or it triggered me, or it was slow. Why did you love it? Because it was slow and because it triggered me.
Yeah.
So you know, it's like you can't. I really encourage artists like to making work is to be in conversation with yourself and then let the work be in conversation with society. Because once you give it to society, it no longer belongs to you. But they also can't tell you necessarily what it is. They can just tell you what they brought to it.
Okay, I'm curious then, and I'm sorry to take it this left then, but like, how much space do you think artists should hold for, in general, critique or feedback outside of the areas that feel comfortable?
Well, especially when you got like the approval of Steven Spielberg. You know what I mean? Like you were in the So I've always wondered that too, Evie. Great point. How do you? How
well, approval is a word I wouldn't necessarily use. He saw my tape. His amazing cast of directors, I think, also pushed for me a little bit. I'm not taking credit away from Mr. Spielberg at all, but you know, I did the callback. It was helping me out, and again, he wasn't in the room when I auditioned. Thank God.
Yeah.
But he saw something in me and wanted to give me an opportunity to be in my first film, and I'm grateful for that. I don't know if he necessarily approved of me.
Yeah, I feel like approve is not like the word. I think
I'm you know, words mean a lot, so I was
for sure.
Be thoughtful with it, but you know, but the thing is, here's the thing. There's this old quote from like Donald Glover. It was a GQ. I don't want to paraphrase it, but it was like, I was still living in Chicago at the time. So it was a while ago, obviously. But he said, I don't want to be the guy that everybody likes.
Yeah.
And I remember like reading that and not really being able to digest it, but obviously remembering it. And I think there's something to, you should actually be nervous if everybody likes something. And so for me, in order for, as a writer, there's a rule of thumb. You can't have a scene if both people agree.
Yeah.
There's no scene.
Yeah.
And so for me, there's this interesting thing I've noticed and I've picked up on where people kind of go, oh, well, how do you feel with the criticism or the scrutiny or whatever? And I always say, well, thank God. Thank God.
Right.
Because then it's almost, it's not to say that, oh, I don't believe praise, but if everyone's doing it, then there's a fear to speak about what is true.
Yeah.
Sometimes. So like, and because nothing is perfect. Even the most amazing moves, somebody can point things out.
Absolutely.
You know, and so at the end of the day, I don't need everybody to love everything I do. I need to love it.
Oh, yeah.
If I love it, then I want to hear the dialogue. I want to hear the conversation around the work. And because to me, that is what some of the best art does.
Yeah.
Is it causes us to have a conversation about it. Not
For
everybody
sure.
go, yeah, I loved it. Me too. Yeah, yeah. You know, I don't want to get into a place of, nah, it's perfect. I don't want to hear nothing. You know, it's more about, oh, okay, I didn't see that. Oh, okay, fair. And not to say, why must we always look for what's wrong, but rather, what are we bringing to it? Like whenever people, and Ryan, I'm sure you probably asked me this or someone asked me to junket, and I get the question a lot is, what do you want people to take away from this movie or from this show or from this thing?
Girl, I want you to take away whatever you take away and let's fight about it.
That's the answer as well. But to me, I always say, they going to take away whatever they bring to it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I don't get a say. I have no control. Because if somebody starts going this whole long diatribe about what they want people to take away from the work, then I don't know how pure that exchange is going to be.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, especially when you think about the art that everyone is like wanting more in the world, and when you intersect that with representation and seeing less and less of our stories being told when it comes to like queer media and queer storytelling specifically. I find that the transition for you, or the next step into like theater, is so interesting, and I wondered, what is theater giving you that Hollywood isn't right now?
There's a lot of freedom. There are no walls. There's no box. And then the thing about a theater space is like whipping your phone out is like lighting a cigarette on an airplane.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Interesting. That's so interesting. I never thought about it like that. Yeah.
I mean, literally, when obviously I was going to a bunch of shows this Broadway season, past Broadway season, and so every now and then, because there are ushers and these are amazing people that work at these theaters, and when someone pulls a phone out, there's a flashlight they hit you with.
Yeah.
When you texting, obviously you're not supposed to be taking pictures or whatever, but and the thing is, it's meant to obviously not to disturb us, the performers or other audience members, but it's like the most embarrassing thing. You never want the flashlight to hit you. It's like
it's like a public shaming of some sorts.
Absolutely. It's like, put the phone away. And so what's interesting about that is, and obviously I have a television show that airs, and so I'm competing with everybody's phone, because we're sitting at home, and so what's great about, whether I see a one-act play or a musical with an intermission, we are present, like in that moment, with the performers, with ourselves, with the audience. And when you leave, there's a reason why most folks have plans to go to have dinner after a show, dinner and a show, and so, and it's because you want to discuss what you just experienced, even more so than saying watched.
I think it's just really interesting, and I'm excited to see your show on in this kind of new journey of you in the theater space, because I do think it's always important to spread your wings and spread your art and spread your abilities to like go from the screen to the stage, and like especially I feel like theater is a space really where Black queer folks can shine, and I think we've seen that more and more over the years, and it's not always been that way, of course, but I do think there's more of a space, and I want to talk a little bit about Legacy Talk as we're kind of wrapping up.
Let's do it.
Because I know it's in its second season, just wrapped. Very, very excited about it. Who's on your Mount Rushmore of legends?
I mean, well, this season we talked to obviously Tisha Campbell. That episode's available right now.
It's so good, by the way.
Well. Thank you so much. I don't know if I'm giving anything away on my team. Taraji is
okay,
our
just
second
make
episode.
up one then. Who's on
no,
your mount?
I'm saying this season we have a lot of great, like Taraji B. Henson, Ava DuVernay, Felicia Rashad. So we have a lot of but also like Kim Whitley, pulled up this season, Loretta Devine, like people that some folks, might not, you don't normally see them sit down and have conversations. Tisha Campbell's one of those people too. I think to me, what's cool about Legacy Talk is that we only talk about, if people have seen it, they have, that we really just talk about the career. It's very influenced by, Inside the Actor Studio, and in terms of speaking about certain roles, how those roles came to them, why they made certain decisions. And because, a big thing to me was, I remember talking to Jada in season 1, I was so curious how much of her career was crafted by her, how much of it was sort of crafted by God. Because for her to be where she was at that time, like a Captain Hot Tier roof ready to go, it's like Debbie Allen sees her and is like, yes, come be on a different world. And obviously the Hughes brothers all say, yeah, come be a Menace to Society. And F. Gary Gray is like, come be a Set It Off. And so she's like, well, but those movies and those directors at that time, we're like, oh, you're what we need for this thing. And I think the fact that she revealed to us that Rosie Perez originally was supposed to be in Low Down Dirty Shame, and then something happened with scheduling, and obviously Keenan was like, oh, well, Jada can do it. And so I think that to me is really interesting because the journey is, we don't really have a ton of control over. We have control over how we're willing to lean in, but it's about when those opportunities come, how much are we willing to step up and say, I don't care what's going on in my life. I'm going to rise to the occasion and do this because this is my destiny. So there are some people, that's the thing about Legacy Talk. I mean, a lot of these people are like, they're not elders, if you will. They're still aunts, some of them, but it's like, it's important to document these conversations because the conversation that was also very much inspired this was the conversation between Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin. And that Nikki is very young. I mean, she's in her 20s, and she asked Ellis Hazlitt, queer Black man who had a show called Soul! Really beautiful documentary about his life. He was cool with all the young poets, and he was talking to Nikki Giovanni, and he said, "Who do you want to talk to?" She was like, "Jimmy Baldwin," and he was like, "I'm cool with him. I can make it happen. He lives in London. We'll fly you out." And so they did, and I stumbled upon that conversation on YouTube after we had just wrapped Queen and Slim, and so it was almost this interesting gift because I was like, damn, I wish I would have seen this while I was, because the whole thing, Queen and Slim was almost a conversation between men and women and this whole thing. But in essence, I think God brought it to me after to say, you are a part of this lineage too. This is about a dialogue between two people who may not always see things exactly the same way, but yet can still meet somewhere in the middle and still find peace.
And also it's interesting, like getting there at a specific point because, you never know if what you had to say would have been influenced differently. I think about the fact that when we were taping season 11, season 10 was airing, and all we wanted to do so badly whenever we got out of the workroom after throwing our pussies on the ground and screaming at each other was see what the other bitches were doing the year before. And they tried their hardest to make sure that we couldn't. And I think it actually makes sense because that way you can like lock in with your own perspectives. And then you go back later and you're like, oh my God, it's so trippy to see that I was continuing these conversations, that these people had a different perspective than me. It's how you get some whole rich, real shit.
And I have been in so many spaces, especially being like sometimes the only Black queer person in a space where you bring up like our legends' names in these white spaces and they have no clue.
Oh yeah.
So for you to be a part of making sure those legacies don't stop and those stories don't stop and the history doesn't stop is so valuable and so important. Because I've had to be in spaces where I've had to know who Sarah Jessica Parker was, and I also have to know who Tisha Campbell is,
Our stories are not required viewing.
Oh, work.
For everybody.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So we have to watch The Godfather. We have to watch The Sopranos. We have to watch
Breaking Bad.
They don't have to watch Power, Baby Boy, you know what I'm saying, or Menace to Society.
See, I've got a white husband, and the first 3 or 4 years of our relationship was him being like, how do you not know Led Zeppelin? And me being like,
well, now mind you, there's some Black folks that are fans of Led Zeppelin, but you can come back and say, how do you not Jodeci? How do you not know Jodeci?
Book of the month, September picks are finally here. Let's get into them. What happens when the perfect career girl can't keep the mask on anymore? For our main character, Marissa, her corporate success is built on stolen work and lies. For most students, Folklore 517 is just stories, but for Holland, it's a warning. When the Watchman predicts that Holland's death will be within 24 hours, her only hope is to find an ancient artifact called the alchemical heart. Cleo's mother always swore that their house was possessed. Now, after inheriting it, Cleo has come to find out that her mother may not have been as unhinged as she had previously thought. A bed and breakfast for the brokenhearted, a cheerful counselor with nowhere else to go, and a reclusive veterinarian that would rather keep his heart locked away. Gives us a achingly hopeful debut romance. Steph Harper's relentless request to become the first Cherokee astronaut will irrevocably alter the fate of the people that she loves most. From the author of Eat, Pray, Love comes her most intimate book yet, a memoir about love, addiction, and the razor's edge between devotion and destruction. Get yours now for just $5 at bookofthemonth.com.
Here are 5 anti-inflammatory dinners I ate this week thanks to Hungry Root. I just started an anti-inflammatory
anti-inflammatory diet, and at first I was nervous I wouldn't have a ton of options, but Hungry Root made it so easy. Everything's delicious, fresh, and actually makes me feel good after I eat. It's so nice knowing I don't have to spend hours cooking or meal planning anymore. I used to overthink every meal, but now I can just grab what's in my fridge and know it fits my diet and tastes great. I'm only a few weeks in, but I already have more energy, less bloating, and I'm actually enjoying making the meals because they take like 20 minutes or less. Eating anti-inflammatory has never been easier. Try Hungry Root and see for yourself.
Evie, do you want to ask Lena our staple question on high key, everybody that we have?
Yeah. Okay. So we've talked in a lot of ways about like things you're into, things that bring you joy. But I have to ask, just generally, right now, what are you high key about? Like, what is got you high key? It could be something, an object, an experience, a thought.
Life.
Like, what are you high key about? Yeah.
You don't even have to. It doesn't even have to be a positive.
Okay.
No,
just like, what is on your mind? What are you high key about right now?
That's a good question. What am I high key about? High key about theater for sure. All of its forms. You know, regional theater, Broadway theater, and I think I'm high key about meditation for sure. Meditation, like I do. Here's the deal. Some people may feel like this is an extreme amount, and I don't encourage people to start this way. I have to work my way up, but I meditate for an hour every morning.
Okay, so what does that mean? What does that mean? You're just sitting there for an hour?
Yeah, sitting quietly.
In one space, you're not moving.
Yeah, no, you don't move.
Okay, does it still count as meditation if you've got jazz on in the background?
It can count as whatever you choose. You know, I think because I don't think there's any I don't believe in rules for meditation. You meditate however you need to do it. But I think for me, because the mission is to hear myself, quiet is important for me. And the thing that sort of happened is a person will come up, a person will cross my mind or my spirit, and I'll remember that because it usually happens in the first 30 minutes. So then when my alarm goes off after the hour, I turn my phone on. I'll then often text or reach out to them, hey, you came up for me this morning in my meditation, and it's happened about 90% of the time. They'll say, oh my God, I was thinking of you yesterday. Or like, are your ears ringing? Like, I mentioned you this morning.
Yeah. And
I always say, I just wanted to hit you. And they're like, okay, well, thank you. And how are you? I'm like, I'm well, how are you? And so for me, whenever that happens, I always say, oh, it's okay. We're tapped in. And so I think we live in a world full of noise, so we can't hear our own voices.
So no jazz.
No jazz for me. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Because jazz is cool because it's not lyrics often, so that way you can still hear yourself. But to me, I think what I found when I was observing Noble Silence for 10 days, you realize how much we are distracting ourselves from ourselves.
Well, I just want to say, like, I love that mindset, and that like you really should be surrounded in silence so that you can focus on yourself. And you are clearly so fucking privileged for being able to be in a silent place anywhere on this planet. This is a loud ass planet. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what the jazz is for.
Here's another thing. It doesn't have to be quiet for you to get quiet.
Oh, work.
There have been times I've had to meditate in places that are not my home, in places where I don't have control over the environment, and those are often the best meditative hours.
Wow.
Because even I can't make the world slow down in order for me to. I can't make the world get quiet in order for me to. Then I'll be waiting forever. So even if there's music playing or someone's talking, what it does is it reminds me that it's okay for that to be happening.
Yeah.
And for me to have mind over matter, and for me to get quiet.
Yeah.
Because if everybody's yelling around me, it's okay for me to be quiet. Because even if you see, like you say, like on social media, right? Like everybody will say, "Oh, this person we coming after today." To me, it's like I'm looking at the group of people coming after the one, not the person they're coming after. Because I like to scrutinize scrutiny.
Ooh.
And so to me, it's like, what is everybody doing? And then not to be a contrarian, but rather to be an observer.
Yeah,
exactly.
And so you say, "Oh, this is a desire for people to belong to something, even if it's something that isn't kind." They'd rather belong to something that isn't grace or kind or warm than to feel as if they are on the outside. And that to me is educational. So it's like, you'd rather be a part of the mob than be chased by one. I'd rather be chased.
That's why it's interesting that you pulled off of being as tied to social media, because like that's all I see when I get on now. Either like people just enacting this mob behavior, not even always in such a negative way. It's like still the mob behavior when everyone's like, oh my God, this pop star is the most important thing in the world right now, or like this song or like this moment is like the most important thing and we have to love it.
It's a desire to belong. It's a desire to belong. And so then what happens? Then it's like, what is everyone's taste actually? What does everybody actually like for real? Or are you sort of told you're supposed to? Right. And so and hive mind taste again goes back to, should we be nervous if everybody likes it?
Right.
So that's why it's like I'm over here saying, like, hate or love it, don't just go with the crowd. You know what I mean? Because it's like you ain't gonna really stick.
That's why I love the phrase touch grass, because I think everybody needs to touch grass at least once or twice a day.
Later, I was like, I think do more than just touch grass. Smoke some and get quiet.
Touch grass.
Thank you for being on IQ.
Thank you.
Meet Squibbler, the AI book writer that transforms your ideas into fully developed chapters, with pre-made templates for all genres, AI-powered scene creation, and enhanced visual generation. Your book comes to life effortlessly with Squibbler's AI-driven features. And when you're done, we handle publishing for you, delivering a beautiful print-ready book. Write smarter, publish faster. Start your next bestseller today with Squibbler.
Yo, these were sold out everywhere. But then my eBay alerts went off. Got them. Felt lucky, so I looked up some more heat. Now those are on the way from a dude in Indiana. Yo. Thanks, bro. Yeah, eBay.
Welcome back. Okay, for real though, I actually loved that chat. Lena was way more chill daddy top deck vibes than I was like expecting. She could have busted this open. She is gonna get me to meditate. Maybe someday. Are you? Would you meditate? Are you a meditator?
I've tried it. It doesn't necessarily really work for me, and I've really have tried. I have friends who meditate. I'm all about doing like other things, like breathing exercises. Like that's been something that I've been taught through therapy, or like going to like those little sound bath like groups before. I've done that before with my white friends.
Okay. Okay, good.
But I'm not really necessarily a meditator, and I feel like maybe I should, because Lena's perspective like on life and how she just doesn't like low-key give a fuck about what people have to say about her or her art. It's really low-key inspiring. And I'm like, I feel like I just sent you a voice message about teach me how not to give a fuck. Because it's a constant thing that I'm figuring out.
Bitch, teach me, girl. Like that's the thing is, I think, okay, my favorite thing about that interview is I believe how deeply Lena like is brought peace by meditating every day. I still want to see the moment when she cracks though. I know, like we all moments where like the peace isn't there and you're like, oh wait, that's right. I am still just like this flesh and blood and like carnal instinct and natural, like whatever, Darwinism, genes.
I always wonder, especially around wellness talk, I always wonder how much does it turn into a performance? Like it sometimes doesn't feel genuine to me. And I'm not saying her journey of like, wellness and silence and meditation isn't genuine, because I think it genuinely is. But I've just been in so many wellness spaces where I think I've seen them being like weaponized, and I've seen them like be sort of performative, where it starts to blur into like this like toxic like niceness or toxic, positivity. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not into it. I don't think I really get it. Like the first time I met you and like the first thing you said was, oh, I sunbathed my asshole. And I thought, oh my God, here's another wellness girly. She about to get us meditating and shit.
Well, that was a joke, Ryan, because the sun can't reach my hole through the forest. But I do be trying though.
I feel like it definitely can reach the place that they can't reach.
It definitely does. That's like the part of having a no-ass body is like, I bend over and literally my insides come out. And I know that's like a really harsh way to put it, but
it is.
That's legit like my crux in life, because people are like, wow, that's a bottom, and I'm just gonna stick my finger in that thing. Like that was my first experience at the gay club, and it's not my fault that my hole is presenting herself like she's ready.
I was about to say she's on French. She is the Beyonce to your Destiny's Child.
I think we should get into some real tea. What are the real high keys? What is the highest key for you this week, bitch?
Oh, the highest key for me has to be what I think everyone is talking about. Shout out to the Las Culturistas, awards that Bowen Yang and Matt Rogers put on Bravo. They've obviously been doing it. It's a comedy award show, because I couldn't believe some people weren't getting the joke when they made the nominations, and people were like, what is this? And like, there was a journalist that was trying to drag them because they put a content creator in the like journalism category, and it was like, girl, it's a joke. Like, fucking be for real. But I love a specific moment from the award show with Ben Platt singing Diet Pepsi through like with an orchestra, and it has been like all over the internet. I love some Ben Platt. I think a lot of people have opinions about him. However, you cannot say he's not a vocalist, and that white boy can sing, even though he be looking old as hell in that Dear Evan Hansen movie. But he is incredible. He's one of the best like Broadway stage performers and singers of our generation, and he just like made that song his. Like he literally Kelly Clarkson the fuck out of that Addison Rae song. So ooh. I'm high-key obsessed with it.
I'm sad. Okay, well now I have to go and watch that immediately, super late, because the only thing I ever think about when I think of Ben Platt, the 10 seconds I remember interacting with him somewhere in Drag Race world and being like, oh, you've got a boyfriend? Great.
Yeah, so what's his boyfriend? I think it's Noah. I think they're still dating.
Yeah. I think
they're actually engaged. I think they're like full on like.
Oh, great. Great.
First of all, you have all the partners. I need one still.
You borrow some, girl. Like I'm not a full-time lover. I only love one person all the time, and that is Jesus. Okay, no.
What are you high-key about?
Okay, aside from Jesus and every man ever, I am so high-key about horror. And I know that is such a broad high key, but I just went and saw 2 different horror movies in the last 2 days. I saw.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, 3 childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team.
And we always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
You can't stop this, I don't go slow. I might knock knock, say yo yo. Ain't no getting around and no figuring out. You gon' get lost on this showboat, it's on. I keep it moving.
I saw together. This one I saw was Weapons. And
everyone has been talking about Weapons.
I just think in general, both of them make such a beautiful statement about what horror is giving people right now. Because right now, I feel like horror is the only genre where you can tell whatever story you want and move whatever way you want. Like the last couple of horror movies I've seen have really started out as a horror movie, but like a buddy rom-com or like a deep love story, or like they just have gotten so smart with the fact that people obviously want the idea to face their truths. Like all the best movies of this year have been horror movies. 28 Years Later, Sinners, like Together, and now like Weapons. I think horror's got, she's doing her, these aren't all Oscar nominated. You guys can personally suck my dick.
I think Sinners for sure will probably be a part of that. But I also don't feel like Sinners was that like as scary. When I think about it now, I don't necessarily feel like it's a horror film, but I guess it is. Maybe
that's exactly it. Is like everything has to be billed as a horror film now to get bitches into the audience seats. They are over Marvel. They don't want to like the newest superhero movie. Those numbers were really cute in their box office opening weekends this year, and I'm just like dipped. But they will see something where they're like, ooh, maybe it's going to be scary. And then they leave the theater being like, I never knew I needed love like that.
We still need to do like a movie watch night of like all these like scary movies. Because I can't do it with anyone else except for you. I feel like you're low-key like the queen of horror in a lot of different ways. Like that's just your shit. And
Take that, Bouets.
As I say, I don't drag them. But no, I want to see. I would see Weapons, even though Weapons looks so scary. Oh my god, it looks so scary.
Yeah, it was a little scary. It was, but then it turned funny and cute and like tasteful. Everything has been tasteful. We're gonna do some tasteful horror night together.
I would love that. But you know what's not scary though? Making sure you're fucking like commenting and reviewing this podcast. We need it. Actually, that might be scary if you have social anxiety and you don't want to leave comments or reviews, which I'm sending love to you. But I need everyone else to make sure that they are like supporting the pod. We are so new and we're growing, and we're getting great responses. Shout out to the community we're creating. I mean, please subscribe to us on the Apple Podcast. Like, do all the reviews because we want 5-star ratings. Please, it would be great. If we
tell me what you think.
And
tell us what you think of our voices. Just use the one word that comes to your head first.
I would just drag my voice as a synthesizer mixed with like a Gilbert Godfrey. I'm like, I get it. You hate my voice. First of all, that's always been like everyone has hated my voice since I've like entered into broadcasting. But I think that's what makes me special. I can't help it.
Not everybody. I will say, literally after every episode, I get a little bit jealous because my husband's like, I listened to your new show. And he's like, I love Ryan's voice. And he strips and starts like playing with his nipples and tweaking himself. I'm like, this is too much. I want a divorce. And then he's like, and also I love you too, baby.
I had no clue I was coming between a happy home.
You're coming lots of places, girl. Okay, stop it. I'm not getting divorced.
Okay, so I think that's our show, right? That was great. I love today's show.
Oh, yes. But if you want to hear more tea, make sure to subscribe to our Patreon. High key here, because I've got more shit to talk about the yard sale. People think I'm quitting drag.
I know, and like it's so interesting how that like took fire and spread all over the Drag Race Reddit and let all the people in the comments like we got to talk about it all, especially some of the things I feel like we didn't get to bring up with Bob. And even Lena. So head over to the Afties.
Head over to the Afties. Oh, especially because next week is my birthday, and I hear we've got a surprise. Like, I legit don't know what it is.
I know. I'm very excited. It's your birthday. I still cannot believe that we're doing a show with an August Leo and a July Leo. Like, this is just blowing my mind. And I feel like it's my karma for how much shit I've talked about August Leos. So,
you're going to love me.
I already do. You're literally changing my perception of August Leos, and I will no longer call them Timu Virgos. I will no longer do it.
Oh, okay. Well, I will no longer cry about that after today. Until next week, stay messy. Suck my dick. I mean, stay obsessed. Suck my dick. Stay high key.
Please, Evie. Decorum.
Suck my decorum.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base 44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect on past entries, and see how far they've come. It's fully functional, and I didn't write a single line of code. You start by describing your idea, what you want it to do, the features, the look and feel. Now watch Base do its magic. Designing the interface, building the database, wiring the logic. It's like asking a team of engineers, designers, and product managers to create your vision instantly. Once you have your first version, you just keep going. I add dark mode, polish the transitions, and make sure it works smoothly across devices. The best part? I can just stay in flow. No blockers, no switching tools, just building. So start with your idea. Base 44 does the rest.
Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Hungry Root is kind of like having your own personal shopper and nutritionist. They take care of the weekly groceries and recommend healthy, high-quality, nutritious food, tailored to your taste, nutrition preferences, and health goals. They have great options for the whole family with healthy groceries like smoothies, kids snacks, sweets, ready-to-eat meals, salad kits, and even supplements. Hungry Root, thanks for always nailing my groceries, and these recipes are always incredible.
And with Law, he's terrified of drag queens. Whereas designers, I think he can feel like he can push us around. Why do you feel that way? Girl, drag queens are powerful, they're crazy, and sometimes they have better hairlines. Oh my god, you leave his hairline alone! Where is your stress level or excitement level? Because you have a lot going on this week. By the time this episode is out, it is literally your birthday. I'm saying this whole week is your birthday. I mean, clearly the look. But where's your, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you stressing out around this whole yard sale, drag sale thing that you're doing and inviting random people to your household right now?
I want to say I'm at like a 7 because I've been in the 10. Like I've been in the 10 honestly before this week. Like last week when I was panicking, thinking about like how much I need to have done and being like, oh no, it's impossible. There's too many things.
Yeah.
Like that was a 10. I was losing sleep over a 10. Right now I'm at a 7 because for some reason I like tapped in to be the most like focused together person I've ever been in my life. Bitch, I literally spent all night last night making spreadsheets. I made spreadsheets.
First of all, I didn't even know Evie Oddly knew what a Google, doc or a sheets or a spreadsheet. I had no clue that was even your vibe.
I still don't, girl, to be honest. The only spreading I do is my legs, girl.
Oh my God. No, because I mean, this goes back to what I was saying like last week when we were talking and just being like, adulting is at a new high. And I am just constantly like trying to figure out what my life is trying to give. And I want to go on a vacation, but I'm trying to be like, well, am I financially like responsible? Like I'm trying to make these tough decisions where I wish I was just like 19-year-old Ryan would be like, fuck, who cares if my, who cares if my, my bank accounts are in the negative? I'm going to PV. I'm going to this trip. But no, now 32-year-old Ryan, I'm like, I want to be financially responsible. And who cares if I get a whole invite to a branded trip? I'm not going if I'm not prepared.
I don't know, girl. Okay, because that's also the thing is you still deserve a trip. Like a part of what should be my stress right now is that I spent all weekend literally tripping. Like I went to Honcho for the first time.
Oh, what's Honcho?
It's this big queer camp out somewhere in Pennsylvania.
Where in the middle of nowhere, probably where Get Out took place.
Exactly. No. Because Get Out, they had mowed lawns and shit. Out here, it was like wild. It was literally just a bunch of queers in the woods. And like for like 3 or 4 days, I just spent every day like baking in the sun, like baking in Mother Nature's mushrooms, completely naked. And so to come back to society immediately after that, I don't know, I snapped into right brain mode, but I am celebrating.
I thought, was this also like a festival thing? Because I could have sworn when I was like stalking your stories, you were on stage too. So what, is that a part of this whole thing?
No, okay, so that's what's wild is the only reason I left being a queer naked in the woods with my dick out, like in the drugs in, was I got booked to open for this band. Have you ever heard of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard?
That's their entire name.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I have never actually. I thought you were being Evie. You were just like actually just adding words.
Yeah, just like make it.
Because you are a rapper. You got the bars.
Well, I mean, apparently so are they too. It's just like this Australian jam band that's got like a cult following. I've like heard my hipster friends talking about them since I was in high school.
Work. So they've been out that long. So this is kind of like a dream that you got to open up for them in some ways. They asked you.
Yeah, it was really dope. And I think the strangest thing about it, though, was that was also in nature. So, bitch, I was a queer in nature, camping in the woods, no rules, Willie out, and then immediately had to go back into society, like, for one day.
The Willie had to go back in.
Literally, I was crying, putting pants on, being like, I'm going to the airport, I'm still on mushrooms.
Oh my God, that's so wild. Well, I mean, it sounds like you had a good time. I feel like my weekend was actually so busy. I don't know what got into me, but like I'm really someone that is really bad at saying no. I will always be like, yeah, I'll try to come. Like I'll make it. And I ended up getting myself stuck into like going to like technically it was 4 events back to back, where I had friends like a friend of mine had a rosé fest where literally everyone had to bring a rosé bottle and just get drunk in the pool. It was basically a pool day.
Okay, that's kind of cute. I was going to say I would skip that, but pool day, I'm in.
I started the day with that. And then I ended up going to, I was like, okay, I got to make it to my other friend's event that was kind of like a day party in my neighborhood. And it was like the first time she was doing something like this, and she was selling cocktails, like frozen drinks. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to come support and like, you know, show the vibes. And that ended up being really fun because I went from like relaxing by the pool to black people throwing ass to ying yang. And then I ended the night at Sam Sanders, podcaster extraordinaire. I ended the night at his wonderful party, which I ended up meeting people from our team. Shout out to Bo, shout out to John. I ended up meeting folks from our team there in real life. I saw Bo and was like, I know I don't know a white man that looks like that. Is that Bo?
Wait, how tall is he? Because I know we're both tall. We're both tall.
I think was I a little bit taller than Bo? I had a loafer. I feel like maybe we were like same height. But Bo doesn't give like short king energy. John, however, we are the same height for sure. Yeah, I was kind of shocked by that.
Well, we are just a podcast full of tall people, which is actually kind of perfect because even our guest today, I was expecting to be around our height, and then when I met them for the first time, it was like the first time I ever had to look up in my life for a reason that wasn't sucking dick.
Wait, so she's taller than you because you're taller than me. I mean, I know we're all like tall, but like you're for sure taller than me. That means she has to be a good like 6'5", 6'7".
Yeah, she definitely is. She like at least comes up to RuPaul's kneecaps level,
which is crazy. That's like Dave and Goliath level. Well, I'm so excited to bring in our guest on the show today. Now, y'all might know her as Utica from RuPaul's Drag Race, or you may be getting to know her as Ethan from Project Runway. Can we please bring the icon, the legend, Utica in?
What is going on?
Okay, it's real.
Oh my God.
Amongst bitches.
Hi. First of all, you don't look as tall right now. Maybe it's
I was going to say you look great, but that's only because I can't see you, bitch.
Okay, mama. We're starting this out right. Wait.
It's so nice to meet you. I know you and Evie have like met, of course, because y'all are Drag Race sisters, but I am such a fan. I want to get that out there. You are just so talented and so incredible. And I think for me, when I was like, what am I going to ask Utica first? And I was like, I just want to get to know, Ethan or Utica, whoever. I think the names will be interchangeable in this conversation for sure. But Utica, how would your best friend describe you?
Oh, they describe me?
Yes.
I would say that my friends would describe me as a warm campfire, but they put a lot of those little snakes in there that when you like, what I'm talking about, or like the little fireworks.
Like, the fireworks snakes that are coal.
Yeah, or
and they just get your hands dirty and stain your sidewalk.
I've never heard of these things. What are
the little fireworks snakes?
Yeah, I've never heard. I was like, the only thing that comes to like firesides is marshmallows.
I would say that my entity is very safe. It's very warm. It's very like a place where you can come to that is just cozy, but it's fun and like it's fun. But
yeah, also, if you touch, you might get burned. If you buck it up, you might get the other side of Utica.
I can be spicy.
I know you grew up, and especially I remember on Drag Race, it's sort of being a part of your storyline of like you grew up very religious, and now I feel like you kind of have. I've heard you describe yourself as this party girl. How have you balanced your strong sense of faith with this fun, joyful energy that comes with like partying and who you are now? Like, do you still think are you still spiritual in a way?
So when I went on the show, I was balancing like having a really positive religious experience, good people, good community. Of course, it has its naivete of how the world really works. And I think I really wanted to be able to like try to mix the two together. I'm a Gemini. I'm like very like the dichotomy I think is there and it can be powerful. And the faith got me through really difficult times. And I found that I didn't want to quite give up my religion. But I wanted to adopt my new religion of drag and like being queer. And like, it's like what I believe in because it's what I've made. It is my truth. It is my guiding light. And it's helping me express myself in a way that religion never could. And I wanted to just keep this, this love, these good morals that I got growing up. And as I got into the real world and I experienced Drag Race and I got to go all the way around the world, I realized that my worldview was really closed.
Yeah.
What I believed of the world was wrong. It is so eclectic. There is not just one way to believe. there's so many, and like you can be your own spirituality. And so I wouldn't say that I am like an Adventist anymore, but I will say that I have become my own spirituality, where I don't really take the pillars of the religion with me anymore, because I was born into it. I didn't have like a choice growing up. And so as I grew up and I have become my own, I get that choice now. I don't have to bend to something that was spoon-fed to me for my whole life. So I want to believe in something more. And yeah, I'm obsessed with like learning everything and like taking it all in and realizing that there isn't just one way anymore. I think that is a completely closed way to think about life. Yeah. And it closes you off from so many beautiful people in the world. So why would I limit myself when I am infinite?
When you were thinking about that,
she's done mushrooms.
But when you were like thinking about that and kind of understanding that it is just one way, did that also trickle into like your politics? And especially as you figured out that your drag is political and the way that you show up in the world is political, was that also a part of your overall journey about learning more about yourself and breaking free from maybe what you were once taught?
Of course. Like, I think that all drag is political because we're bending gender. We are bending this idea that we can be one thing, that we are one thing. And I realized that, with the pillars of the religion, it's not gonna help with the change. Yeah. Like, religion is so steadfast in their beliefs, and they're relatively closed-minded. And so I realized I was like, I need to open up my mind. I need to open up my heart. I need to open up everything to let the world in.
Is your family still that religious? Like, is your family still in like the religion heavy?
So, my parents, of course, are still like, this is their light, this is their truth. So, of course, they're still in it. But they've grown to accept that it is not something that you push in somebody. Yeah. We have become individuals in our own right, and we live a beautiful life with what we believe in. So
I feel like my mom's on that journey right now too. I totally can relate to that, where she's like finally at her age is like realizing like, oh, this is my child, and I'm going to ask certain things to show my child that I do care and will always be there. And so I totally relate to that.
Exactly. And I think we need more of that.
Sure.
I think believe what makes your heart happy, but don't let it exclude the people you love. Don't let it exclude the, others that are in the quote unquote other. Because you don't know when some faggot is going to come to life and change it.
Right.
Yeah. If you're going to exclude these queer people, they're the best people. They have literally unlocked the Matrix.
Period.
I feel like queer people are like have woken up
on a different like sound wave like sort of thing.
That's what I felt. That's what I was feeling all weekend in the woods, just like running around and being like, why are we like wearing this makeup and like just expressing ourselves and having fun and connecting and being sexual and being deviant. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right, because we realized that we're allowed to do all of this shit, and that the Matrix itself is like the society we've built, is all the rules that told us we weren't allowed to be these things.
And not getting caught up in the Matrix and like replicating it in our own queerness, right? I think sometimes we see that and it was like, well, queerness is supposed to be a freedom. Why are we trying to like continue the binary or continue all of these things that just feel so restrictive to everything that we ran away from or decided we were no longer going to take part in? And so yeah, it's really, really interesting. And I've always loved seeing the way that you have, I guess, navigated through your queerness and your spirituality, because it often feels like, the thing that you shouldn't talk about.
No,
it really does.
What's crazy is I think that queer people are, what the world has said is unnatural. We are proving that it is natural and that it has always been natural. But somehow the world got this idea that we are demonized for being unnatural. So, like, it's cool to take back that power,
Let the freaks reign, because there are 8 billion of us on this planet, even if half of us don't realize it yet.
What kind of made you go back to TV? Like, were you just hungry to get back into the
Yeah, do you just hate yourself?
Like, what made you say yes?
Well, listen, so, I was in like the COVID season of Drag Race, so it was its own like entity, its own like little bit of crazy. And we had to like quarantine for 2 weeks. It was insane. It was so strict. And I think it was like a really special, it felt a really unique season, And so I got my jump on this business like in COVID, which is insane. But after the show, I still got connected with being involved with the show by making stuff for the runways and the girls.
Of course.
Being involved. And, before doing drag, I was always like behind the scenes, making stuff for theater and like always just being a supporter of the arts. And so I think it was my version of not only putting my, face out there with performing, but also still be a part of this amazing queer TV show that we're a part of. And I noticed that I was just getting a lot of attention for the stuff I was making, right? And then my whole scene on the internet.
Yes, let's talk about your hole for a second.
That's equally talented,
baby. But I just kept getting so many like lovely words and getting lots of just positivity over this stuff. And I think that Project Runway was, it has been on our radars for a long time. It's like we are a part of the queer TV show of the world.
Yeah.
And this is the fashion TV show of the world. Like it's the one, right? So I am trying to set myself up for the rest of my life of being a really, like a maker, and I realized that I think that this bridge needs to happen. And I'm gagged that this has not happened before. Project Runway, of course, in like season 5 had RuPaul come
I
on
was
with
gonna
Project
say,
Queens and
don't discount Mother Rue's crunchiest daytime face ever. That was iconic.
Girl, a white shirt, red beads, and a busted wig. Let's go.
Like that couldn't have been her first crunchy. Like, look, I mean, she was on the video reading Joy Behar.
No, it's just like one of my favorite. But yes, I please continue to talk about how you're actually bridging the gap.
I mean, if RuPaul can sit in a chair and tell if things look good or look bad, and that is bridging the gap, then I can fucking go on this show and tear it up as a contestant.
Absolutely.
And
that's
so,
you're doing.
So you have been so far. I don't know how this goes. I didn't get on the Reddit.
I'm gonna toot my own horn, but I feel like I'm doing an amazing job. I think that I am a really good representation for drag and the bridge between drag and fashion, because at the end of the day, drag inspires fashion. So I'm there to put a fresh spin on everything, and I think that this is finally the chance for these shows to open up the doors to incredible fashion drag people in the world, like not only queens that make beautiful things, but also the people that work behind the scenes for Drag Race. Girl, like some of the for living through Project Runway, I know that some of these like main stage fashion designers could fucking tear up this competition. Let's make Project Runway less about like the boring fashion and like more loud and crazy and like.
But that's the thing. There's always been tension, and I think you being on the show this season, we're actually seeing that a little bit more. Where there's some tension between the line between drag and traditional fashion and mainstream fashion, right? And I wonder going into that space, especially when I'm assuming producers had you show up at Utica as times. I'm wondering, were you expecting that tension between drag and what is perceived as traditional or mainstream fashion? Were you expecting that?
Of course. They cast a drag queen, and that is the talking point.
Yeah.
But I think I've been doing a good job in finding that sophistication, the grandness, but also have a sense of ease to it. I think if all that I have to do is dumb it down to their sentiments, then I'm in a really good spot. But I'm used to creating things that are really loud and have like an impact, right? And because that's what Drag Race is all about. Drag, it's all about that show, and these pieces live in this world where they're telling a very pinpointed story in a very short amount of time, right? So with Project Runway, it's about how do you create pieces that have not only longevity, but a sense of ease for the consumer.
For sure.
I think that's like why it's been really, really delicious to watch you on this, though. Not to toot your horn too much, but I appreciate that you're following a lot of like what the path of the universe just has for you, because drag as an art form itself is something that I feel like a lot of us queers who get into it really get into because we are artists and creatives in so many other ways, and like maybe struggle to find a place where we're allowed to put ourselves first or our vision first in that world. But just being a drag queen does not limit what you are able to express out in the world. So like for real, thank you for like chipping away at this barrier. As like a fan of both your work on Drag Race and so far your work on Project Runway, like it's kind of amazing to see another queer out there living childhood dreams I was way too lazy to achieve.
And that's what I love about you. You are real about the shit. You're like, I'm very much self-aware of my laziness.
Yeah, I will sew one amazing outfit once and then be like, that should count forever.
Absolutely. What's the difference between a Drag Race critique and a Project Runway critique?
Ooh.
So I think the main difference is that we get this discourse a lot with Drag Race, is a lot of the prep for Drag Race is done beforehand, right? So they are critiquing what they're seeing and they are hoping you can change for the next runway, when in reality, that's not possible. The only thing that I think we could really change is like our makeup, or like, they don't give us time to evolve throughout the competition.
I mean, okay, this is where I'm totally going to disagree with you though, because I don't know, maybe they like changed the rules or some shit, but on our season, they let us like take things home. And literally the entire time I was not in that workroom, I was still going through my own little Project Runway in my hotel room, like sitting there watching Naked and Afraid, being like, wow, I'm also surviving, just like stoning a caftan that may or may not be worn on this show ever. But that is mostly, I agree with what you're saying about the fact that they are mostly judging you on what you've brought to the competition before. What would you say is I guess the most challenging thing about Project Runway is critiquing them.
Besides Law Roach being what it seems like it's meaner, but also juicier. I mean, because he's on Drag Race, and I feel like he's kind of nicer on Drag Race.
I was not expecting that.
Which I kind of live for, but like it's just interesting.
Yeah, I think that the difference is like, you know, you do a substantial amount of prep work for Drag Race, whereas with Project Runway, you could literally just pack a sewing bag, some patterns, and go. Yeah. And then the magic is happening there. Like, you're spending hours and hours and hours and hours and hours there sewing, and they're critiquing what they're seeing. And you can actively shift the work every single week. Like, there's more room to like physically play, right? And then with Law, I think he's terrified of drag queens. Whereas designers, I think he could feel like he can push us around.
Really? Why do you feel that way?
Girl, drag queens are powerful, they're crazy, and sometimes they have better hairlines.
Also, oh my God, you leave his hairline alone! It's real.
Please!
Also, though, I think we had Lena Waithe on last week, and she said something that was interesting to me, like where she felt kind of like an outsider as a guest judge, you know, because you're just speaking on some shit you're seeing. So it's not saying he's not qualified to judge Drag Race, because he's actually one of my favorite additions to the panel. But, you know, he's not going to go as in on what these queens are doing, because he's been working in the fashion industry specifically. So, you know, he can have a sassy opinion about my stupid cupcake butt outfit or something, but he has a lot more authority to be a cunt in the fashion world.
Especially if it seems like you would go on Project Runway because you are not trying to, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like there's the next entry point, or it's a possible entry point into more mainstream fashion spaces. And so Law is someone that occupies those spaces. And
Exactly.
has that changed your decision going through this process? Has it changed your decision on how you want to show up in mainstream fashion spaces? Is that something you're looking towards? Like, are you wanting to make more things for consumers? Like, where do you land now when you're trying to figure out, well, am I a drag designer, or am I this Ethan in this space in fashion?
I think going into the show, I have had Utica inform the clothes, where she is my armor, my muse, my everything, right? And her sensibilities and her tastes inform beautiful clothes, right? And so it was mostly for little select moments, my entity, but moving into this space of more ready to wear, more accessible clothing, more worldly like fashion presentation, I want to still bring her with me in that way, because I think she's the reason why the clothes are cool, the clothes are interesting, and the clothes have a story. Like, I'm bringing her narrative throughout everything, because like, she's my everything. Why would I leave her behind?
Yeah.
Of course, I evolve and the work evolves over time. And I think that it's really special for a queen to have clothes that people can wear, because people take our entity and they take our creaturism and they put it into a world of other, and they want to aspire to be as other as we live our daily lives, right?
Yeah.
And if there's a way that I can take our as creatures and put it into something tangible and physical and things that they can wear, then we're already bridging the gap just with stuff. So that's the goal.
That's beautiful.
Baby.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's very legit, because especially post Drag Race for me, in like that first year of getting used to how people are going to interact with me in the world, I will say it was very difficult to hear a lot of people come up and be like, oh my gosh, like you're so cool, you're so weird, you're so whatever, this or that adjective. I wish I could be that. I was always so frustrated with the I wish, because I was like, drag, at least for me, is what showed me that I have the power to do all the I wishes I ever wanted. And my goal in getting on Drag Race was really trying to show people, specifically in Denver, but show people that like you can push boundaries, you can go hard, you can like chase things, and you can literally make the world a more beautiful, interesting, weird, freaky, fucked up place. I just want to say thank you for taking that power to do it elsewhere. And also, in person, you are a very weird human.
I am. Girl, I think that's why we get along so well. Like, I feel like I'm very well spoken, but I'm like popcorn that has Skittles and chili peppers in it.
Well, you know what always reminds me? Anytime your name is brought up, I always think of Bob when he's like making the Utica, boo boo, I'm weird, boo boo, like that meme that's kind of been everywhere. Like, it's so true, because it's so fabulous to see you kind of exist. And even watching you in interviews recently, as you've been doing more press for show, I'm like, wow, she's still very like demure and like just very kind of like poised and sophisticated. When really you're like, I've seen you on shows or like however you perform and you show up in the world, and it's just like, wait, you're actually a weirdo. And it's sort of everything, because I feel like you have to sort of be a weirdo growing up in the Midwest.
Yes.
It's the best option.
I'm also thinking about how you said like drag inspires fashion, but I know there's always like this critique, especially when I'm thinking about Drag Race, around like queens who often recreate like fashion looks are inspired by like the Schiaparellis or like the larger fashion houses. And I always wonder, from someone like you, who is actually you create originals, are we seeing too much of the recreating of other things instead of the originality that Drag Race was like all about at one point?
Hell yes, bitch! I know it wasn't for me. Your turn.
I mean, for both of you are both queens that have gone on that show. You know, I mean, like, especially from a designer, what the hell are you thinking?
I think it's tough because, I have clients coming up to me and be like, I love this. It exists in the world. Could you recreate it, or can we do something? And I think that it is respectful to take inspiration, but also make it something new and different, and to let the person know who is commissioning or, who you're working for, that it's not right to copy something in entirety. And I don't think you're being a true artist if you just copy it, and without bringing honor to what you I don't think there's a problem with I recreated this thing and this is what it's inspired by. I think that's respectful.
It's the equivalent of tracing something, and it is still beautiful. That is a gorgeous tracing. I'm glad you took the time to do that, and all the details are right. But what would it be like if you put even in one more iota of your perspective on? And that's what I really appreciate about you, because when you made your iconic sleeping bag dress.
Oh, so good. So good.
And I got the call to go back on Drag Race. I was like, I want to steal some of that silhouette, but I'm going to change it enough that nobody will ever know that this was also inspired by Utica's dress until I said it to this day on this podcast. And I'll let you fucks find out which one of those dresses was it.
I actually really want to know. Oh my God, I can't wait.
just look at my All-Stars package, and there will be one dress that's oh, that's actually kind of pretty. It's that one. And it's one I made. Those are your hints.
You know what's crazy about this whole thing is we're inspired by our peers. Which I think is one of the powers of the drag community, the queer community, the makers that create. It's really cool. In order to inspire you, you inspire me to, be naked in the woods. And no. There's there's a sense of ease that we have with our work.
Yeah.
And I think that it's amazing that our text, the things we speak, the things we make are, causing ripples in the community. And I think that we have tapped into our artistic flow as artists, which I think is really valuable. That is the one piece of advice I give to aspiring artists, is that you feel it. You get it in your body, and there's a flow that happens through your body. If you can cultivate that, keep it safe, treat it with care, and not let people take advantage of that, because it's so precious. I think that is us as artists, that is our superpower. As little kids, us wanting to be superheroes, the flow that happens, the things that come out of our hands and our mouth, and the things we perform, we've cultivated ourselves to be the superheroes that we've always wanted to see when we were kids, or what we want to see as adults.
What do you think is actually missing from fashion currently?
I would say, for me personally, I think that what's missing is when we look online and we see fashion, there are things that are completely inaccessible. You look at these incredible pieces and it's a show. It's art, it's super inaccessible unless you are absurdly rich, right?
Yeah.
And then fast fashion is fine. But and the stuff that is accessible is, there's a sense of ease to it, but I wouldn't say that it's inherently interesting. It has a price range because that it's not interesting. I think, you know what I mean?
Legit.
No, literally. And I think that there is just too big of a gap, right? Just when I think of building for Drag Race, for example, this stuff, it's growing in expense over time.
And it's one of the most inaccessible at this point. The things that are on Drag Race runways just feels completely inaccessible.
Of course. And there's that, we could talk for hours on that conversation of young queens just feeling like Drag Race is not even in the cards for them because it's such an expensive TV show. I think one of the blessings of going on Project Runway is you can build your story if you can do it with your hands, right?
If you can do it with $600 at Mood or whatever.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's expensive. But I think that if there is a way to bridge the gap between really, truly expressing yourself and, what you can dream of that is inaccessible, if there's a middle, I think that's what's really missing in fashion. This middle ground, this being able to create to plug into your energy through the clothes, but it is accessible.
And you don't have to spend $8 trillion on it.
Exactly. I've never been rich. I still it's always paycheck to paycheck, but I'm happy.
Yeah.
And I taught myself to create, to make, because I just have never had a lot of money. And I think I created the best version of myself I could imagine with the resources I have and continue to cultivate. But I never want to lose that sense of I can't have something because I don't have the money.
But you know what? I think I really am vibrating a lot with what you're saying, because it's why I really enjoyed seeing you go back on Drag Race. It's why when I saw you, or seeing you go on Drag Race, and it's why I'm really enjoying watching you on Project Runway. It's kind of magical to watch somebody single-handedly get team every faggot in the world out here really excited to see our representation on a show that had our representation from the jump.
My thing is, I hope you show it. I hope this leads to you actually having a full-on fashion show in New York Fashion Week. I think that would be so fab. Would you do that?
Yeah, look at her. I'm not blinking
would you do that?
eyebrows.
I would love that. That would be so fun.
What are you high key about? It can be a positive, it can be a negative, it can literally be anything that you're feeling right now.
I would say I'm high key about. I live in Chicago, and I'm obsessed with it here. And it is one of the originators of house music. And something that I think that we do really well here is continue the cultivation of good music and good house music, techno. And we have these amazing creators here that are continuing the creation by spinning every week and just like continuing to experiment. So I'm a big music fan. And so I will just dive in. We have this party called Queen here in Chicago, which is incredible. And I just hosted the party on Sunday. It's every Sunday night, Smart Bar. Amazing queens, amazing people. It's a big family just coming in and like just coming together to have an incredible music experience.
Yeah.
And this is the month of like great music, like Arc, Lollapalooza, like insane stuff. So
Chicago is such a hub for the music scene when even like the festivals and everything that kind of happens there. I guess I never put two and two together, but that's so fab.
Yeah,
I need a Chicago summer if I'm being quite honest. Like I need to experience Chicago in the summer.
She's actually really nice when it's not 83 degrees below freezing.
My brother and his girlfriend is like, please come out here because they live there. And I'm like, I gotta figure that out because I feel like I would turn it in Boys Town.
Yes, you would.
I would turn it.
And we would treat you so right here, baby.
Girl, it's true. Also, Chicago's full of sluts.
Oh my God. Well, Utica, thank you so much for being on High Key. Seriously, you are so everything. And we're so excited to see how your Project Runway journey, continues. And hopefully you'll come back on the show at anytime you literally want to. You're more than welcome. Come hang out with us.
Good luck on Project Runway. And thanks for joining us. Like, you've made my birthday so special and so weird. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, I knew you were aging. And it looks good on you.
Hey Siri, call my Botox.
No, I love you guys so much, and thank you for having me. Such a treat. I would love to come on anytime. And thank you for following along with the journey. I really hope that this really opens up the doors for all of us. Like, I don't take this for granted. This is really a really special moment for us. And so I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it. And I love you all so much, and thank you
so
for
nice to meet you.
And
so fab.
Yes, you too. Mwah. I love you all.
Oh, you're so fab. You're so fab. All right. Oh my God. Utica was so fabulous. Welcome back, everybody. It is, of course, time for our high key, but first, Utica, everything.
She really is. She is everything and more, and like legitimately probably one of the best people on the planet. So sorry.
No, I mean, like literally, I don't know anyone better. Honestly, she made me feel like I wasn't even as best as I could be.
So, you know what? That's inspiring.
I'm obsessed with her. And so we got to know what her high key is, but of course, it's time for us. What's your high key of what are you high key about? What's your high key of the week?
So in case you haven't heard me say it like 4 times on this episode already, I was in nature all weekend, and the thing I'm the most high key about is nudity. It was amazing being reminded that, oh yeah, we are all born naked and then the rest is drag. So like, bitch,
yes.
Why am I doing drag everywhere, every moment of my life? It took me being in the woods around all these willies to be like, oh yeah, it's totally cool if I'm naked around other people, even if they're not, and it's totally cool if I accidentally get a boner because it's human.
It's normal in the shared space. Is that the most famous thing that RuPaul has ever said? We're all born naked and the rest is drag.
I feel like at least that's the one I quote the most because I just love to say we're all born naked and then finish it however you want because it is also true. Like the fact that you're starting with we're all born naked is like, you can argue anything after that. We're all born naked. So what is a woman?
Right. There's so much more that it can get into. I love that. I'm obsessed with that. Okay, work.
What are you high key about this week?
A lot of people have not been talking about it. Like, I need them to. I think she got into #1 album. But Renee Rapp hasn't necessarily like hit the next level of her career. Like if you were to compare her to like a Sabrina Carpenter, who is like in next level superstardom. But Bite Me is such a great album because it's like rocker-esque, it's pop, and like also she has these really interesting ways of incorporating like, of course, things about her real life, from like her breakup with her team and dragging people that she's dated in the past and like alluding to friendships that have been rumored to kind of fallen off from Sex Lives of College Girls. And so that album is just so good. It's been constantly on repeat. And also, I am also high-key over the fact that there is this fake-ass hate train towards Tyla. I'm sorry. There's a bit of disconnect for Tyla, the artist. She's a South African artist who has kind of been trying to, like, break in the States. And I think she's done a really great job at what she's been able to do. However, because of some diaspora sort of wars that have gone on around the fact that she's, like, identified as colored, and because of where she comes from, that is just, like, the language that they use. It hasn't translated, obviously, here in the States. And so Black people are upset around, like, her kind of, like, not changing that or identifying as Black, even though like it's just a cultural thing and it's a part of the history that has informed the reason why she and everyone else from her country use that language. Girl. And it started a complete hate train. She literally dropped an EP called WWP and it had such low like sales. I think it had like 3,000 sales, and people were like, well, it's because she doesn't identify as Black and she's trying to break out into a Black market, to Black audiences. I'm like, please, can y'all like tell me you've never read a book or took a history class?
Well,
ever?
especially because like 20 years ago, we were called African Americans, bitch. Like the name I'm allowed to identify as has changed like 3 times in my lifetime. Like I get why colored is not a popular option for colored people here. Yep, no, it just doesn't feel right. No.
I was just saying, no, it doesn't. And actually, and that's the thing, I understand the disconnect on like the reason why she uses it and the reason why it makes us uncomfortable because we have a history around that. And there is something to be said around her as an artist trying to break out here. There needs to be an understanding of the history that Black Americans or Black folks in this country have gone through, and that's the reason why that feels very like icky.
Yeah.
But I also do feel like at times that we are just literally trying to make a thing happen when we don't need to, and the music is good. And to be honest, she is like the only like Black girl out there that is like having high levels of low-key success, and people have deemed her to be like the next Rihanna, even though I don't know if that's actually going to be the case because people have to like you to be the next Rihanna. But I think her music is good. She's always on rotation in this house. And I just have been kind of annoyed by the discourse. I've actually been kind of burnt out on discourse altogether. I think it's been a lot.
Yeah, you know what? No more discourse. How about this, y'all? Shut the fuck up. Let that be my birthday present to me. Shut the fuck up.
For you to shut the fuck up, or to tell everyone to shut the fuck up, or for them to shut the fuck up, and that's the gift they're giving to you.
Honestly, everyone. My ass needs to shut the fuck up too. My roommate was watching one of those like Zeus shows, the one that's like about the dolls fighting each other, basically.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah, it's terrible, but I did see one thing. One of these ladies like said my favorite thing on the planet because she was up there twerking and she was just like having a good time, and she was like, yeah, like I'm trying to get me a good man today. Like I can twerk, I can cook, and I can shut the fuck up. And to that, I say, I can twerk, I got dick, and I can shut the fuck up.
Okay, y'all, so I think that is it for High Key. What a fab week, what a fab episode. Stick around the next week. We got George M. Johnson joining us. Author, activist, author of the memoir All Boys Aren't Blue, which, if you did not know, was one of the most banned books in America last year. So that's going to be wild.
That's how you know it's good.
It's going to be something that we talk about, of course. And I'm very excited because I think, George is going to really enjoy our energy, and they always are so smart and so wonderful, but also they're just a big key. So I'm very, very excited for them to be on the show.
Yeah, we're going to bring all the laughs and spill all of that hot piping English gray tea, mama. Don't miss it.
Also, in the meantime, we continue to ask if you can drop us glowing 5-star reviews on Apple Podcasts or really anywhere where you get this show and wherever you're listening. It would be so chic and so cute if you wrote a few words about how much you really love us in the show. And because we have so much change going on, literally the curtains are gone. We're figuring something else out because we hated it. But it's always really nice. It helps people find the show more if you are just like helping us with reviews. So if you're a friend of mine, if you're a friend of Evie's, if you're a fan of ours, please leave a 5-star review.
Yeah, starting next week, we're going to be dropping on Mondays. But if you're on Patreon, you'll get the episode early, plus exclusive content every week.
Literally, it's the reason why I subscribe to so many Patreons now, because I love being in and getting something like quicker than I'm supposed to. It's so satisfying and it's so good. And there's such a community that's being built on our Patreon. So patreon.com/high-key. Come on through, grab yourself a snack and a drink, and come hang out with us at the Afties.
Where we're headed right now. That's enough fuckery. Goodbye.
Bye. Not me just being on set by myself. Hello? Security. Evie knew we had 10 seconds. And we keep it all of this 10 seconds in, too.
Oh my God, that was so rude. I was holding in the longest pee of my life. I'm so sorry.
Did you wash your hands?
This is my home.
Please! I went to this weekend, or was it this weekend or was it last week? What is today? Anyway, I went to go see a play. It was like a Black theater night at a play downtown, at a theater downtown, at the Emerson Theater, and I went to go see & Juliet.
Wait, & Juliet?
Yes, I went to go see it. Have you heard of it?
No.
Okay, so it's a musical.
Explain.
It's a Broadway musical, but of course this is the touring company. And I knew a little bit about it. The reason why I went is because Juliet, it's like a spinoff of like a Romeo and Juliet, like what happened to Juliet never killed herself. Juliet is a Black girl in the play. Her name is Rachel Sim Webb.
Oh wait, I feel like we talked about this.
Yes, and I'm very excited. I was like I was on a date actually. And I went and it was very cute. It was such a good time. And that show is just so queer in all the ways. I wasn't expecting that. And I also wasn't expecting that I knew so many Katy Perry and Pink songs because it's a jukebox musical and everything is it's songs by Max Martin. And so I was like, wait, why am I singing Roar? Like, why do I know the lyrics to Roar right now? But like, it was actually really good. And shout out to like the interpretation of like, just when there is Juliet is being Black and kind of the nuances of that. And then of course, you know, Black theater nights, even though I always kind of go into those spaces, I've had some tragic experiences, some traumatized experiences with Black theater night. I saw Slave play at a Black theater night, which whose fucking idea was that? Like, that's like Jeremy O'Harris's thing.
Yeah.
It's just like, it was a mess, but the show was great. And so I lived for it. How have you been? How was the birthday? How was the garage sale? How was life?
It was really, really good. Like, it really did take like all of the give a fucks I've ever had to organize and try and like be that many people and take care of that many things. But like, girl, I have no clothes left. It's really hot.
Did you miss anything? Like, did you, like, when people were buying this stuff, were you like, oh my God, actually, I kind of want to keep this?
I mean, I miss everything, but that's why, you know, the more I missed something, the more I realized that I was going to miss her, the higher the price was, bitch. Nicole Page Brooks showed up at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon with like an item that was off of my volunteer rack, which means that I was doubling the price since, you know, somebody had already put in the sweat for me.
Of course.
So she grabbed my like really iconic, really expensive fashion dress.
Really?
She like, I was just waking up, girl. Like, I was just waking into the haze of the day and being like, okay, yeah, people are here, they're buying things. And then I turn around and she's like, how much for this? And so I just charged her a ludicrous price.
And did she buy it? She actually bought it.
Hell yes. Especially because, girl, that shit is history. So that's what it feels like. It's really good to know that I am not just holding on to so much of myself and that I'm now challenged as an artist to find enough clothes to get dressed every day.
I just think it's so interesting when like queens like yourself decide to sell their stuff. I get kind of the system that you create where like maybe selling it to baby queen or local queens or like other drag race queens. And I mean, we saw in the past seasons, like past things that other queer queens have like worn on the show were like repurposed and worn again. And I'm like, has anyone ever thought about the possibility of like maybe keeping your archives because there will probably be a drag race museum one day and you can get so much coin from that shit?
I mean, bitch, I've thought about that. That's why I was charging super, super expensive prices for all of the things that I knew would have an impact on the culture. I think there was like one drag race outfit I gave away from like All Star 7, like my Spikes look where I was on crutches. I mean, I still have the crutches, but I gave her away because I was pissed.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. That's actually really real. It's just, yeah, I'm happy you had a good time. And it seemed like you and Doug, y'all had your like own little, you had a lot of birthday things going on.
We
It wasn't just that.
It was crazy. We had a foursome too that lasted until like 4 a.m. I was like, okay, this was so much energy. I'm so tired after all this. And then some of the people who had come to help us out stayed behind.
So you had a foursome with your volunteers. Is there not an HR?
I am the HR. I had them file out an entire consent sheets beforehand, stating that they were no longer being employed by me.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm happy you had a fun time, and I'm happy they were able to give you an extra little gift for your birthday.
Thank you. But I'm honestly really excited because we have like such a wild show today, girl. Like,
I know.
To snap back into the real world. Do you want to take some time to introduce our sleuth?
Of course. Oh my God. So I'm very excited about today's guest. I mean, you probably know them as they're from their best-selling memoir, All Boys Aren't Blue. I actually have it right here. It's a coffee table book of mine. Or maybe you've heard them on their iHeart podcast, Fighting Words, which honestly makes them kind of like our podcast sibling when you really think about it. But I love this person. They are literally so smart, absolutely genius. And like the list of things just goes on and on and on. But I'm happy that they're joining us for a little hang and a little key. So please welcome writer, activist, and all-around icon, George and Johnson. Hi, George.
Ding dong, welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you. We see you.
Y'all are a key.
Thank you for letting me into your home.
I don't know. You might need to clean it and maybe wash off things.
Oh, yeah.
Between the bathroom and the foursome, there's been a lot happening in the ugly household.
Do you see what I have to deal with?
I'm so sorry.
He's a cleaning house, so.
Yes. I mean,
that's all that matters.
I knew of George from like the Twitter days when like Twitter was actually like a place where like you could actually like low-key kind of make a career off of like being someone that has something to say. It has something valuable to say, I might need to add. And so it's so interesting to see how those pieces have like connected to your writing on bylines and then connecting to you being an author and all of the plentiful of things that have like come out of your career at this point. But I guess anytime I think about you, I think about discourse. You know what I mean? And kind of how that impacts us culturally. So like, what's the last thing you saw on the internet that gave you the ick?
Well, I mean, the pumpkin face man is on the internet every day. And so unfortunately, I am icked every time he sits in front of a camera and rambles for 48 minutes. I guess his rambling time is like, it usually runs between like 48 minutes and an hour and 3 minutes.
Which who's listening to that?
Because no one's even listening at this point. It's just like, the rambles are just ridiculous. I think today's ick was the executive order that was like something that's already in the Constitution about like flag burning. And I was just like, okay, like...
I
But
feel
I
bad.
also agree.
That's terrible. I like legit don't even process that is like a part of the internet more anymore because it's just there.
I think part of it is like because I always say I guess with like being a journalist, I'll always be a journalist, whether I'm writing bylines or not. So I'm still tuned into like certain things. And then like there are certain things that are like, okay, I need to go online and break this really large topic down, like when they're doing tariffs or taxes or things that people may not understand to really get it out there. And then you get stupid shit like flag burning as an executive order, and it's like
actually
be fucking for real. With everything going on, it's like
it's back to back these things where I've kind of, if I'm being quite honest, I have kind of disconnected, especially since, if I'm being honest, especially since my daytime television is kind of on hiatus as it's the summer break. I have completely disconnected from a lot of like the larger political things that are going on because I have just been worn out. Like there's just, it's one thing after another. And then I was talking to a friend about this, of how the expectations in our actual everyday lives, nothing is being supplemented by the stress of being like hit upside our heads with all of this news that is coming in, and then just being expected that life is going to like has to continue, and we can't do anything about it, right? There's no middle ground right now. There's no way of us like escaping.
I compare it to like when I used to have like work like in higher ed or corporate America. I compare it to like America to me really rests upon the notion of how you only get 3 days of bereavement if your parent dies. And I've always thought about like that, oh, well, you get 3 days bereavement, and if you got a really good job, you might get 5. And it's like, so just so we're clear, the way that this country is set up because of capitalism, the total disregard of someone's mental health and all these things is that if my parent passes away, I got 3 days to figure it out before I have to come back in here and deal with this, plus the stressors of life. And I've always felt like bereavement was like, in my opinion, like really indicative of America and just how it just really relies upon death. In a way, and it relies upon you not processing it fast enough. It's like millions of people were lost to COVID, and the best thing they could do was like, we got to get back outside. People still are losing their lives every day because of all these new policies and things, but it's like, it's so much happening that like death has just become so normalized that we just kind of bypass it. And it's like, oh yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah.
To, like one of the greatest, let's say, artists or something in history. And within 24 to 48 hours, we have moved on to something else. And I think that's kind of like the state of where I'm at right now, is like trying to almost be like better at helping other people process grief. Because I think a lot of us are just grieving. And because there is no real outlet for it, it's like we're just filling it with whatever we can to survive, which is a scary place to be in.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's interesting that you bring that up because, even outside of the very scary, looming, impossible context of death, like I feel like a good way that people really have been getting out that sort of grief is through the ability to have discourse about all the different griefs we're experiencing. Like social media has given us this place where you're expected to perform grief about big things, about small things. Like my favorite ick is like the Christian girl, Autumn girl, breaking down in that video. I don't care if it's real or fake or not. That's like my favorite ick that I've seen, is her being like, oh, it's so hard to make a pumpkin spice latte picture. It's like, that actually is a legit grief. And like, there was a part of me that like my eyes got wet for her.
You were like, I actually have a sense of empathy for the fact that you just are exhausted from being this like a fall queen.
And it's funny because I think it talks about, we all live on different sides of the internet, because when I first saw the video, I was like, what the fuck is an Autumn girl? I was like, I have never even heard of this. And like, I just always knew like the running joke was always like about pumpkin spiced items that show up during September and October. You know, I'm a sweet potato pie girl, so I'm not eating nothing with a pumpkin. So like, it always bypassed me. Now I do like a little, take a piece of my card away. I do like beer that has pumpkin, like a spicier pumpkin spice in it. I can do a beer, like an Oktoberfest beer that has like a seasonal
apple cider, okay? Apple cider.
Sorry. Right.
I feel like
why am I drinking beer? Right.
I said beer is not meant for non-binary
beer. But that lady, when I saw that video, I was like, what the hell is an Autumn? I was like, did I just miss this whole part of the internet?
Well, yeah, but that's a good part of like, you speak about specifically death and grief and how quickly we move on from that. But it also has like sped up how quickly we process everything. Everything is like a micro trend. Everything is a moment. And I kind of feel like that's one of the things that's stopped us as a culture from having like actual discussions with each other. I've started saving things that I would type on Twitter because it would be funny and cute. I've started saving those for my in-person interactions because I can deliver like how ridiculous life is in even the most like serious of read.
Well, and that's the thing for me where it's like, I exist actually on so many different parts of the internet, right? Like, because my interests are expansive. Like, I knew about, Autumn girl with her Uggs and her pumpkin spice lattes, but then I'm also in like Black queer community business where everyone has a thought process around Lil Nas X and like the Laverne Cox piece. And like, it starts to become a little overwhelming because I just remember those early days of you being on Twitter, George. I've always wondered, I guess, what do you think made people pay attention to your voice so early on?
What made people pay attention, I think, to my voice was some of us were the source of other people's commentary. Other people that you would listen to.
Yeah.
And I think that people then were coming to some of us as like root source. Like, but where did this idea come from? Because I always say, like, most ideas, and I've just talked with Michael Street about this and Michael Roberson about this, how, like, it's always the smallest parts of queer community that create everything that goes out to the world. It reminds me of, like, The Devil Wears Prada, where she's like, yes, I picked this cerulean expensive belt so that you could go in a bucket and pick out that ugly blue-looking sweater.
Yeah.
But it started from a very small room with small people, and I feel like whether it's drag, whether it's ballroom, whether it's the community, like, it's always from, like, the smallest pockets of community where the largest ideas go out. And so I feel that at some point people started to want more of, like, source, who's the source of this? And so I think you had a lot of people who amplified me, who I'm grateful for. Like, some of the first people who really amplified my tweets were Gabrielle Union and Zendaya.
Yeah.
Like, when I was really like tweeting, and Anita Baker, like she would share all of my articles I was writing, right? And so it was like you had people who were trusted voices to the masses. And that's going to be, you know, for several reasons. But primarily, like, people are like, ooh, I love what George would say, or I love what Ryan said. I love what the queer folks are saying. I just wish it was coming from a straight person. Because I could be led by a straight person. I don't know if I could be led by a George. I don't know if I could be led by a,
Right.
you know, and so I think
The optics of that.
The optics of it. And I think it just was interesting because I was saying the things that needed to be said. And I'm just grateful that there were people who shared it to the masses in the way they did, or else it probably would have never gotten to them, because it's hard to get a heterosexual Black man to take what I'm saying, even if they know that it's true. It's like, I just can't take it from you. And so I think that's really how that happened. But I think now we all can really understand that it's like, it is the people like us who do these things that then permeate out through our community and other communities, whether they know it or not. It's always like the butterfly effect. It's like somebody did something that you may not even know that they did, that gave you this opportunity down the road. But it had to start with a person who may not even be here.
I mean, honestly, that's something I've been contemplating a lot recently, specifically because I love rap. And so I've seen this like integration recently in rap music of clocking tea and spilling tea. And I'm like, y'all are so faggy and you don't even know it.
It's actually quite annoying. Every time I see a straight man like do the finger tap on the wrong finger, it actually will continue to irk me, because it's just another example of the ways that this language just continues to get co-opted throughout, like, from our experiences.
And some of us have been here long enough. And I think that's the other thing, right? I think some of us have just been here long enough to remember how this all happened, like how we got here, right? Like, even when we're talking about rap, it's like, well, there was a term, and it was called metrosexual. And it was so that straight men could invest in grooming.
And just feeling. Like, just emotional feeling.
Straight men were the first groomers.
Literally, right? Healing, being able to be right. Like, it was this whole trend, and it was built around, like, once, like, Jay-Z, you know, stopped with the white tees and started with the business suits, and then Puppy comes out with, whatever, Sean John as a brand, and, like, but they were into grooming, and they were into all of these different things that everybody was already like, wait, isn't that, like, queer if you do that? If you get a manicure and you're a straight man, isn't that it? And then, again, they created their own term. Bromance was another one of the terms that gave me ick, because it was like, we don't have to create a new term for something that already exists.
Yeah, or just simply liking someone.
Hugging your friend. Like, you can hug your friend.
But it's like extra interesting, like, for me specifically, hearing like clocking that tea or like spilling this tea, and like in a culture that otherwise like just is dying to call me a faggot. Because of things like you know, not only all the drama that's happened with Lil Nas X, but also in my opinion, small things with Snoop Dogg being like, yeah, man, I can't even go to the movies anymore without seeing some gay shit on my screen. I'm terrified. And I'm like, yeah, but that's always been the case. I'm just glad people are saying it.
But you was a certified pimp, so I'm just confused at how you missed that lesbians exist in all the years that you was running around as a certified pimp. Like that's what, like, and I think that's when I saw it, because I just happened to see it yesterday because I was traveling back. I was like, that makes absolutely no sense. Like, to come from a person like you who whole career, your first album was called Doggy Style, so you must know something about sex and gender and identity and how sex works and who was having sex. So, like, to pretend now at your big age that, like, this is so offensive when you were public enemy number one for white people for overt sexuality in your treatment of women, it's just insanity.
I mean, I do feel bad for him, because he probably has to deal with it in his work environment too. You know, when he goes onto The Voice to do his jazzy little songs out of pitch, he has to have a little faggot in his dressing room, like touching up his makeup, and it probably gets him so hard.
No, fuck him. I'm sorry.
Right,
I just want to say that because I think
I'm so sure that it is so hard to show up to work with Martha Stewart.
Yeah, and I think it's hard. One, I'm assuming the child or whoever he was with that like was the impetus when they were watching that film and they saw this like queer animated character. I'm sure that person that he was with has heard and been subjected to his lifestyle and way worse things than seeing two lesbians on Lightyear in a Disney film versus like him going somewhere. So it's like it just feels it's annoying when something like that happens, and then the headlines are out there, and then of course that creates this level of conversation where everyone and their mama has decided to like put in their 2 cents around what's accessible and what's you know, should this stuff be in media and television, all these things. It's so annoying.
Bugs Bunny been cross-dressing since 1960. Like the Looney Tunes, like what are we talking about? Like Bugs Bunny has been in heels and a dress and lipstick since the 60s. And like we are like pretending that like two queer characters on screen is like some new phenomenon. And I'm like, I'm sitting here like, yo, I wrote about the first time I heard about the word lesbian. I was watching Murphy Brown with my mother. So this had to be like 94 when I learned what a lesbian was. So in 2025 to be like Ellen came out on TV how many years ago? And we
Oh
were
my God.
saying that 2 queer characters on a cartoon is this big an issue. But I think what it talks to bigger is just how conservatism has taken like such a stranglehold on even those who you thought, who clearly didn't practice their whole life being seen as conservative, right? Like you're in rap. That was seen as a radical act against the police, against so many things. Like you almost went to jail for murder. Like you lived a life. And so it's like for this to be like the thing that offends you when you were best friends with Suge Knight, I'm just like, okay, how conservative are we gonna go now?
Does discourse actually move the needle, or does it just add to the noise? Like, is there a moment where discourse is actually like important for a cause?
Yes, discourse is important. It's like, I guess when it comes to me, it's interesting, right? Because like, I remember when the book ban started, and I remember like getting, banned in all these places, and I was like, oh, this is interesting, right? Like,
which the discourse from that actually is what kind of blew your book up.
It did in a way that it would have never been before. And then like I start, speaking out like I normally do because I'm gonna say something, and then I get criminal complaints against me, and I'm like, wait, I didn't even know you could take a book to a sheriff's office and file a criminal charge against a book. So we all are learning. Now we're all learning, so we're all learning U.S. civics in real time because we're like, oh, you can actually take a book to a sheriff's office. Okay, so we're learning how the law works. But I think for me, the most pivotal moment was when Senator Kennedy read the book out loud at a Senate Judiciary hearing. That's when I really realized like how Toni Morrison is always like, art is like the strongest thing that we have against fascism, like point blank and period. And she was like, you will notice it once they start to try and ban art, they start to try and demonize art. She was like, there's a reason they go after art. And so I do think that the discourse is super important, especially when it comes to us as artists, because what we do, like all of us, we are artists at the end of the day. And what we are putting out there into the world, because I always say like queerness is an identity, but queerness is just not white. Like it's just not, like what they want as this cookie cutter looking thing. And so like we're going to be seen not just as an oddity because of our identity, but as an oddity because of our art, because to them, they don't view art the way we view art.
Also your expression, just like I think art itself is another word for expression. You know? And everybody, whether or not they want to identify as an artist, makes artistic choices when they get up in the morning and decide how to dress themselves, for the world, how to present.
It's almost like even when I'm on Twitter and like every now and then, one of the girlies will, pull out their meat, show their cheeks. And it's funny because, and it's like, not like, just a regular, what are the regular girls? It's like, what, I'm going to put it out on Front Street. And I had to realize like, why do we condemn nudity? Like, what is that shameful thing? What is that thing that makes me even like, if I see like a friend post a nude, like, oh girl, and it's like, but why should that fear be there, right? Like, it's just so interesting because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, it's just a naked body, right? Like that's it at the end of the day. Now I understand because clearly the apps don't have enough controls over who's an adult, who's a child, who can view the stuff, who can't view the stuff. But I also grew up where pornography was on the internet, right? And so it's like my book is literally getting condemned for being pornography, and I'm like, but they could just go to Google, like
you don't even have to go to Google. Like, girl, you'll get airdropped some shit because you have your phone on in class.
Literally.
And so it's just like I'm even learning more about like the freedom of expression, right? And like how people have the right to express themselves, how they want to, express themselves. Like, and I understand like the controls and everything that need to be in place for that because again, these apps aren't the best when it comes to age verification.
I mean, I kind of don't though. That's the sick part is I don't even agree about this absurd idea of like trying to censor things based on whether or not children might have access to it, because you named it itself. The children have access to everything. We're raising a generation to work way more cohesively with technology than we have the idea of how to function in.
Right.
And we're being upset that kids at like 5 years old already know what a gender identity is. Like, give me a fucking break. They've seen enough porn and blood and murder and giggles and shark songs and whatever else the internet has decided to feed them in 3 seconds. And I know that because I was on the early internet, which was crunchy as shit, and I still found porn.
I mean, I remember hooking up the dial-up internet and like immediately knowing where to go. Whether it was the message board, like everything to access the things that I wanted to see as a kid. And so it's like there's this. It's so interesting that there's this. I think when adults come in and sort of add that layer of sexualization, kind of like make something that it is not. It's like it doesn't have to be discussed or looked at through this lens. It's only you creating your kind of putting your trauma and putting your things on this and creating this level of bias that we're seeing.
Well, and honestly, it's extra interesting right now because, we have, and I know we've already said the name like 3 times, but I think this is a good time to like just conjure the wish. This is why it's particularly interesting to see all that's going on with Lil Nas X, who, drugs or no drugs, girl, seeing him walk around naked at like 4 a.m. feels like, call me crazy, but an expression of freedom to me. Like, yeah, obviously there's some shit that could be going better, but my favorite part about the queer experience is that it is about defining your life through freedom, through like taking back liberties that the world doesn't want to give you. And I came from like a big ass gay ass camp out last weekend, and I legitimately had a hard time like adjusting back into being a person who puts on clothes to please other people. Yeah, I did it because I got roommates, but
well, the thing is, I feel like about the Lil Nas X of it all, when I initially saw the video, I was not sure what this was, right? I wasn't sure if this was a moment of like a potential like kind of cry for help, or was it just a publicity stunt? Because we know the day before he was dropping all of this new music or teasing all of these things that were going on. And so I actually, I didn't see any of the others. I just saw that, right? And then once you start to really like watch it, you then start to realize, well, yes, I want someone to be able to experience a level of like their queerness and their expression being like a level of freedom. But then I start to wonder, I'm like, well, where is like community? Like, where's your community surrounding you that probably would have told you, yeah, we can go out to like, Black's Beach in San Diego and do our big nude one versus going out to North Hollywood down and like, walking the streets at 4 a.m. Because the optics of that is you as a young Black queer person, that's just not the time to be doing that. And obviously we've seen how even if he does for sure does not deserve the levels of things that he's going through systemically right now that we're seeing. It's like there is a world, unfortunately, that we have to navigate in as like these Black queer folks in the world. It's just, that's what it is, unfortunately.
And I just can't even imagine the amount of pressures that he's under.
Absolutely.
You got all these eyes on you, all these pressures, and you're like, for some kids, the first gay pop star they've ever had to attach themselves to where they can feel seen in the music. And you may
Which is where the pressure stems from. The pressure stems from that actually specifically. I mean,
you may not even see yourself yet.
Yes. Yes.
And all these people have like attached themselves to you, and you still are trying to find yourself.
You just said so much that like I feel like I had struggled with coming to terms with in my own journey as like, a gay, Black, queer, doing infamously queer shit. Like, I don't know. It is just strange still to see the way that people do sort of attach these ideas or identities or pressures to uphold aspects of an identity on you. And how difficult that must be for somebody that young and at that level. Like he doesn't. I remember there being articles about him like admitting that he's still on the hookup apps or whatever, and people were like, "How the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean?" And it's like, girl, he's still got to get dick.
He's still a human. I mean, there's
a human.
There's a whole documentary that he put out actually addressing his mental health and the adjustments that it's taken to really adjust to this new life. Because it's hard to do the things that he's already done, but then to have the pressures of like having to take care of your family and the people around you, and then strike that same sort of like special moment again over and over again, that hits to you. And I think this conversation surrounding him is just so nuanced, and it's why I always wonder, and I'd love to know from your perspective, George, when did you learn that if you didn't really have anything to offer, a conversation or something, a discourse that was going on, when did you learn to just shut the hell up? Because I quickly learned that. And feel like so many people have not.
Yeah, there was definitely a time where I felt I always had to address something. And then I would say probably around like the pandemic, like the inklings of the pandemic. Like I really had to come to the realization, like, you know what, like my best work may be saved for a book. My best work may be saved for something that's going to stand the test of time instead of like a flashpot moment in an article or flashpot moment on Twitter. So there are things that I sometimes may want to respond to or may want to say something about. And I'm like, you know what? I'm already working on a text. Let me find a way to put it in this text so I can long form it in a way that's more healthy for me, but more preserving of this moment in time for our community. Because it just feels like, especially nowadays, it's like responding to some of this is just like, is this helping?
Girl.
Yeah, that's like my ultimate thing now.
I'm good for typing up something, like drafting up something and then deleting it. Like I'm like, at least
I do that all the time, just so I can get it out of my mind. I have a whole bunch of drafts on Twitter that I've never hit send on, where I've had an opinion, but I just needed to say it to myself, so that I know. And outside of that, I amplify other people who I agree with, because sometimes it's easier to be like, oh yeah, that was a good point, amplify. Yeah, that was a great point, amplify. So you know where I stand, even if I don't have to say anything. But I do think that because where some of us get when it comes to visibility, when it comes to some of those things that we're working on or we're doing, we do have to find like the time to be like, is this the moment I need to say something? Like, because there's gonna be a moment where I need to say something. But that ain't every moment that something is happening, especially because in this day and age, that's what they want. They want us to say something about, like, again, like executive orders every day. Like, what you want us to talk about.
Girl, they're trying to tire a bitch out.
Yeah, like you want us to not be in this fight anymore. And it's like, no, we just have to. Yeah.
But is that why Fighting Words, your podcast, was actually very interesting to you? Because there's a quicker way, a more thought process way where you can control what you're putting out into the world. Exactly. And it's not a tweet, but
right. And it's long form, and it gets to the root of like hearing people's actual lived experiences, like in the public eye. I feel like part of the thing that I've learned just from watching pop culture is the bigger you get, the less human people see you. And so even when we're talking about Lil Nas X, it's because they're talking about him as an entity. They're not talking about him as just simply a Black queer boy who is having to not just navigate what the normal pressures of the normal Black queer would have to, but having to do it all in front of the public eye. And so at some point, people lost sight that he was a human. All they saw him was a gimmick. or a marketing. Oh, we're
Or a
tired of these
moment.
things. How do you know that's not his real lived beliefs?
Yeah.
You don't know this person. The stuff he's putting out might be what is actually makes him happy, but because you all don't like it because it's not what you wanted, you have now judged it so badly that he may not even like the things that make him happy anymore because you all have told him that's not what makes us happy. And so I think we have watched and we see it happen with so many people where there's like this erasure of their humanity the larger they get. And then because social media makes us so interconnected now, where back in the day you couldn't touch Michael Jackson, but today I could tweet one of the most famous people and they might respond to me.
Oh, absolutely. You're actually baiting them to respond
parasocial
to you.
relationship
Yeah.
now. I think that's just kind of like where I'm at and where it's like before I lose my own mental, like I don't post as much as I used to and everything because it was like, I don't know if I want this many followers yet. I want to be ready when that type of thing comes. But if I get caught in the game of followers, you know what they say, social following is social capital.
Yeah.
They talk about, you're right, social capital is everything now. You want to get paid per post, how many clicks you get, how many likes you get. It was like, no, I got to go back to my basics, be the strongest, best version of me so that when I do go into this world and I have all these followers, I'm very sure of self so that they can't determine who I am moving forward.
George, will you do me a favor and just like speak all of my words for me in the future?
That's so real. That's so real. No, but that's the reason why I love George, and I think about what it means for to support like our folks in our community. And I wonder through your journey, especially all the ups and downs and all the fights that you have gone through, has community shown up for you in the ways that you've wanted, and how can we be better at supporting and showing up for not just you but for each other in these moments?
Yeah, I think we've done an okay job. I think part of the problem comes like when people don't connect the dots of like when oppression shows up at their front door. It's like as long as it shows up at your door, then I might be okay without saying something about it showing up at your door. And I remember it was the Don't Say Gay bill for me in Florida that was like the litmus test for Black community. And I was like, if y'all allow this and y'all double down on some of y'all's own homophobia and transphobia and queerphobia, it's going to eventually get to you. And after they were able to get that Don't Say Gay bill passed and, decimate, rights of all these queer people, the next thing out of his mouth was slavery had benefits. And now y'all are all up in arms, but I'm like, again, they never just stop at one group. They were always coming for y'all. They were always coming for us next. And because y'all let them decimate the group that had less, let's say, power or capital or social than you did, because you allowed it to, now that they're at your doorstep, you looking at us to jump back in with y'all. And it's like, but how? When we knew that this was the pathway, right? Now you got Pumpkin Pie literally tweeting about slavery not being so bad. Or I forgot how he worded it.
It's like, it's
however he
pretty
worded
chill.
it in that True Post. I mean, I had never seen so many like Republicans trying to clean that up the next day. Like they actually were like, oh, wait a minute, y'all, slavery was bad. Like I had actual Republicans go on TV like, wait, slavery was definitely bad.
and that wasn't the first like attack, like try to rewriting of it, like revisionist history for slavery.
It
You
wasn't.
had the Biggest Loser girl, Jillian, Michaels, or whatever.
Again, it started with her, and because it got allowed, he then says it, and then now they're all like, whoa, wait a minute, jump the shark a little bit on that one. No, you didn't, because that is how some of y'all feel. But at the same time, we only get to that place when you allow other groups to be harmed first that you didn't speak up for. And so I think that's the part where I want for people to show up better. I remember when my mother and my two aunts went to the school board meeting, and it went viral because they got my book kept on the shelf. The biggest surprise to me was everybody quote tweeting it saying like, wow, this is kind of like one of the first times we see like actual parents of a queer person supporting them publicly. And that never even dawned on me about it because they've always supported me. So that was my normal. And then you realize that's not most of our normals. And I knew it wasn't, but it was like to see it in real time, like that be the main comment. That's when I was like, yeah, we just have to do a better job across the community of showing up for each other. Yeah. Like we can't just be like, well, y'all chose this, so we going to brunch. Like I get the sentiment because we tired, but like we still got work to do and we just got to show up better for each other.
And that's why I keep my dad on my payroll. Anytime business is low, I'm like, take your shirt off, bitch. My fans are thirsty. They need to see some good, sexy, supportive parenting.
That's what Snoop Dogg's afraid of, pimping out your parents.
Right. And that's the real tea. And that the story underneath the story.
That's the actual thing. George, we love to ask everyone that comes on this show, what are you high-key about?
I have to just like lean in on like optimism at this point.
Yes.
We're at, but I think what I'm high key about is if history does continue to repeat itself, then every 100 years or so, America goes through this particular type of period. So it's like, what was it? Like 1924, that was around the Great Depression and like Jim Crow and, right? And we're kind of watching that play out for us, right? But 1824 was like the rise of chattel slavery. And then by 1863, you have the Emancipation Proclamation. So if you look at 1924, you had like the Great Depression and all that stuff, like Jim Crow. But then by 1968, you get the Civil Rights Act, right? So it's like, I feel like this is our period, right? So it's like if we just look at history, we've always resisted. It's not easy and it's not fair. But I have to just lean in on the optimism of, since we've been here before and we have the blueprint that we can fight this. It's not gonna be easy because it's just not, but we gotta keep fighting. And so I think I'm high key about maybe who some of the leaders are that come out of this. And maybe, just the notion that people do start to realize that like queer people do have the best world view on things and should be the ones at the forefront of most of this stuff, because we've always been at the forefront of it. We just were never given the opportunity to fully like take it in our hands. And I think we are watching that kind of start to happen again. And I think that is what I'm high key about, is that we know what we need to do and now we just got to do it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. George, well, thank you for hanging out with us. Seriously,
you
are so smart. We touched on a lot of different things in this conversation, which I love. That's a very high-key conversation, if you really want to be honest. And I need everyone, if you are listening and you are watching this, please support George's work. I mean, Fighting Words, the podcast, All Boys Aren't Blue, the memoir, absolutely beautiful. I mean, this book has been on my coffee table since it's dropped. I mean, it's one of my favorites. And all your other work that is soon to come, because that's one thing. Anytime I see George in person, they're like, Chad, I'm writing 17 more books. I'm like, bitch, put it down. Put your computer away.
New book out December 2nd. So since we're here, there's always next year, drops December 2nd, and we got some big surprises with that one coming. So
that's so exciting. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, let's get into our high keys of the week. You want to go first, or can I go?
Ooh, wait, you go first.
Okay, so my high key has to actually do with like this overall arching topic that we talked about, which is how many, if you honestly should have played a drinking game, how many times did we take a shot every time we said discourse? But wasted, everyone's wasted listening to this. But actually, I really want to talk about how I was high key obsessed with the truth about Jussie Smollett, the Netflix documentary that details everything that happened back in 2019 when, where now Jussie Smollett's name is basically a verb, and you say it is like, oh, that person's lying. Well, that documentary literally was so crazy because I don't really watch true crime docs. And I just decided to, of course, this is of some interest to me. I don't know how it's going to go. And then I was really interested when I saw Jussie was actually participating in the documentary himself. Like, he is detailing every single thing that actually happened that night. Same story, sticking to it. There's some reenactments, which was kind of deeply unserious. Like, there's an entertainment level to this documentary where I was like, are y'all for real right now? But also, like, I get what they're trying to do. And I guess I was high-key at the end of it just a little big question mark. I don't even, I was confused because I always wonder, what is the point of this sort of documentary, especially this particular subject, where so many people either align one way. They either say that Jussie lied, or they say that actually the Chicago PD is scamming and they created this whole narrative, which in the documentary, not even a spoiler alert, but in the documentary, there is some pivotal information towards the end that I would recommend everyone sticking around and watching, because I think I saw a lot of the commentary around it being like, I stopped watching halfway through. Well, bitch, just Untucked, you only get half the story if you do that. And so it's some really interesting, juicy stuff that comes out of that, and really made me want to, I don't know, maybe have Jussie on the show for us to just talk about why he even decided to do that documentary, which I guess is because he feels like that's just going to clear it up, and that's the last thing he had to say. I mean, they even had the former chief of the Chicago Police Department. He was a part of it. That was actually a part of the entire thing. Like, everyone and their mama was a part of this thing.
Got to say their own piece and stuff.
Absolutely. Even the brothers were a part of it, the ones that were a part of that whole thing. And so it's just really interesting. I don't know if it necessarily will make you... I don't know if it'll make you more confused or feel more settled. For me, it actually made me feel more settled, which... It's very interesting. So I'm kind of high-key obsessed with it. I might watch it again, if I'm being quite honest.
I was going to say, I kind of like documentaries like that, specifically because I think it addresses more clearly the kind of ways that society deals with the idea of reality and truth.
Absolutely.
Like, there's no such thing as one singular truth anymore. And I think to give the best perspective on anything that happened, you need to include all the different pieces of it, even if at the end it lets you, it leaves you saying oh, so nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
Which is sort of the thing. Once I clocked in and realized how deeply unserious it was, I was like, oh, okay, this is not necessarily a documentary that is supposed to prove something. This is supposed to be, okay, we're going to lay out all the different sides to this thing, and if you choose wherever you want to be, work. Actually, there's some people in the documentary that I know personally. Shout out to Jared Hill. He is a podcaster. He was a commentator. He worked very closely to that film, I think, consulting on it, and he was a talking head. And I actually really wanted more of him to, because I feel like he would have brought in so much more of the nuance around being a Black queer person during 2019, right before 2020, all the things that were happening in culture around that time that actually informed how we reacted to the Jussie of it all. And so, I'm highly obsessed with that documentary. You should check it out. And literally at me, if you hate it, or if you're confused just as much as I am, because I would love to have someone to talk about it with. What's your high key?
Okay, so this is going to be a dramatic shift, but I'm high key obsessed with porn.
Which, honestly, for you, it's not. I'm sorry. That's not as dramatic.
I mean, I am high-key. I probably am. I don't know. I haven't watched porn in a week now, girl. I've been busy.
Well, yeah, because what do you need porn for when you're having foursomes, girl?
I had the foursome because I haven't had any porn. I needed something to scratch a depraved itch. Okay.
What? I mean, doesn't sex give? And that's a whole other thing. Okay. Anyway, keep going. I got follow up. That's gonna be next episode. I got a lot of follow ups. We're gonna talk about it.
No. Right now I'm high-key obsessed with Alien Earth. It's still my everything. She's my girly. I think there's only been like 3 or maybe at the time this comes out 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Maybe 3. It's just so good because they're laying this foundation that I've never really like thought about before in the Alien movies, which is like, every time we get to the beginning of a new Alien movie, it's some like bitches out in space being like, oh yes, whoa, we're super surprised there are aliens in space. And it's kind of curious to see this new story about like what was happening back at Earth. And also no spoilers, but to have more than one alien. Like, little kid me is so horny at all these weird other aliens included.
So this is, because I saw this actually, it's on Hulu, and I was going to click it, because I think the only Alien movie that I've seen was like the prequel one where the indigenous girl was she was kind of the one that was, is that Alien? I don't know.
I feel like that's Predator. That's like called Prey or something. Yeah, girl.
They're not the same?
I mean, Alien and Predators like touch tips once. They did like
they were sisters. But okay, yeah. So actually, I guess I've never seen any Alien properties. So, but I was intrigued by this one. I saw the little ad for it, and I was like, I should check this out. But I just wasn't sure if it was scary. If it's more sci-fi thriller based, then I'm totally watching it.
Oh my god, you are so adorable the way you said that. I wasn't sure if it was scary. It makes me feel so bad for the fact that I would have lied to you and been like, no, bitch, it's actually a rom-com.
And low-key, I probably would have believed you. I would have been like, oh my god, I gotta watch. Work. Okay, so that's our high keys. That's our show for the week. Very excited about it. But what I'm actually really excited about is next week's episode, because we're doing something a little bit different. We decided to not have a guest, but allow y'all to get to know us a little bit more, right, Evie?
Yeah, so basically it's going to be like, y'all are the CIA wiretapping into our FaceTimes, and you think that we're going to talk about bombs, but really we're just talking about this bomb-ass chicken dish I made last night. Or that bomb-ass man that Ryan is... I've already said too much.
You already said too much. Man, if you are not watching our show, if you're just listening to it, I'm telling you, you're missing a great visual. But no, seriously, I'm very excited because Evie and I have literally been like, we are in this process. We are getting to know each other every single moment. And we just have questions for each other, actually. And we just thought, why not make next week's episode all about us? So, I'm excited about it.
Come have a high key with us. And maybe we'll I've been wanting to show you a little bit of my roots. So maybe we'll watch one of my audition videos for Drag Race together.
Oh, shut up. Oh my God, that just made me so excited. Okay, y'all better be back. Y'all better be subscribed. Y'all better be all of the things because, we love that we're building such a beautiful community here. So remember, quick little moment before we wrap up. Leave us 5-star reviews on the Apple Podcast, please. Tell us how much you are loving Evie and I. Even if you aren't, make it up. We won't know.
Just write a comment. If we don't leave enough reviews on Apple Podcasts, they won't let me out of this room, and I really have to pee. My bottle's almost full.
We are trapped in these 4 walls. We are trapped. So no, seriously, leave us reviews. Of course, subscribe to our Patreon over at patreon.com/highkeyhere. Follow us on our own personal socials, and of course, follow us on Instagram at highkeyhere. That's the show, y'all. We'll see you next week. Love ya. Bye.
Adios. Y'all can mix this with the music.
For the ones who get done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I literally am I feel like I'm breaking in hives as we speak right now.
Oh, I have so much to say.
Don't even shut your fucking mouth.
You were such a preppy little, I'm not a faggot ass faggot. I love you so much. Doug and I went to get a couples massage at our favorite place here. And they are really good. And they go really nice and deep and give you champagne and chocolate strawberries and shit. It's all delicious.
Oh, it's like a fancy spot.
I don't know about that. It's always in some different warehouse building. I had to drive halfway across the state this time.
I said that actually sounds like you're getting happy endings at that sort of location versus
it's funny
it being like a Burke Williams.
Say that because that is the exact issue. That is exactly the issue. Is when we started going there, I don't think either of us had ever been in a massage situation that was tantric or sexual or whatever you want to call it. Happy ending.
Yeah.
But since then, I think we've both explored a lot more. And so while he can still go get a massage and they'll be like, yeah, come beat me up. And they'll be like, yeah, and throw their whole elbow pussy into his back. I feel like I need somebody who can be really, really intimate with my body, whether that be because they already have like a relationship with how it works, what its limits are, or because they're trying to fuck. You know, they're like, wow, I really appreciate this body, stretching it out. Like,
but that's the thing, I guess, with massages. Like, there's a professionalism where it doesn't feel as intimate as it possibly could unless you're like hiring someone that also does masseuse work and is possibly a sex worker.
Well, see, all of this was a really long roundabout way of saying, after Doug and I went and got our couples massage, I went and got a slutty massage. And
you did a double massage?
Yeah, like 2 in 1 week. I was like, wow, that intimate one worked out. Like my back and shoulders, like they're allowed to. And then I went and got the slutty massage, and he was literally like stretching me out, like Gumby, like it was like yoga. He'd like have my foot above my head and my other foot like above his head, and he'd like tickle my taint with his mustache or something.
Oh,
I cried a little bit when he would like work out muscles.
I've literally never experienced that sort of massage. The only massage that I've ever gone to are like the ones at Burke Williams, and I go there for an hour. Oh, Burke Williams is like, it's not really that fancy, but it is like one of those like little fancy spots where you can go and get like a massage, and they have like a little spa area and like the steam room, the open pool, and like, the locker room, all that stuff. But like that's the only extent. I've only ever done those sort of like massage. I've never done a happy ending massage. And I mean, if I'm being honest, when you're talking about getting a massage, I'm like, do you have to get a massage probably more regularly than most people because of like your bones and how they need to heal over time?
It's something I only really got into in the last few years, like while I was dating Doug, because I would come home after months of touring and be so stiff and just like have to lay there forever. And he'd be like, why don't we just go get a massage? And I'd be like, I don't even know what that word is. I'm like, bitch, my mom never taught us a lot of self-care. She like that didn't teach us to use like different soap for our face and our assholes. Like, you know, she was like, what the fuck is a massage? And you guys should clip your nails eventually, I guess. I don't know. It's your life. I don't care if my children look like savages and we're all just like climbing up curtains and dirty loincloths and shit.
Like Bebe's kids or something?
I always think of Bebe's kids because they would make that reference. People would make that reference to my mom's kids.
Really?
And I'd be like, that's so. I had no idea
rude,
what they were
actually.
talking about. I went and watched it and I was like, nah.
That is so rude.
There's only 3 of us and we're so chill. Sometimes.
Well, here's the thing. I think this is actually a really great start to what this episode is going to look like. Now, we're not about to like go in full trauma dump mode or talking about, but I think we're going to get to know each other a little bit more, right? Today's a little different. We don't have a guest. It's just Evie and I just wanted it to be us two girlfriends.
Yeah, just like a real chill time. Because okay, so here's at least my thing is Ryan and I have been working together for a period of time now that I don't know what it is. I'm gonna say at least this year.
Literally, I think it's just this year.
But I feel like there's this really dope chemistry that happens when we FaceTime, and like I actually kind of like picking up your calls, even though I have the horrible anxiety about my phone because I know we're gonna key a little. And
oh, absolutely. Which I have really enjoyed that too. Like I love our FaceTimes because I remember, and maybe we can get into this after this break because of course I have all these thoughts and questions that I want to ask you too, just about you, and of course I want to know about like the Evie before Drag Race and like what that looked like. But I just remember before we started FaceTime and before like when we were working with like early stages of us working together, I was kind of nervous to just pick up the phone and like call you. Like I just wasn't sure if we were at that level of our friendship yet. And so once we did it and it felt so like nice, I was like, oh yeah, let's lock in. Let's go ahead and get this going.
Ryan, that's so funny to hear because we're still not at that level.
No shade, actually.
No, it's so weird. Like Doug always makes fun of me because whenever I do notice my phone and know where she is, I'll answer calls. But that's also part of the reason that I spend so long like detached from it because I don't want to. I will get so distracted. There's so many things in this world, even outside of the one device, that controls so much of my life.
Yeah.
So, but like, if I'm ever there and see your name, I'll pick up. I will get distracted. I will be late for the gig.
The gag is, I don't know if I can even say the same, but because I'm equally as bad with my phone, if I'm being quite honest. But I think here's the thing: this conversation that we're having right now is all sort of a pregame to our larger conversation that we want to do for today's episode. Because literally, we don't have a guest, and we were like, how about Evie and I just like hang out with each other. We haven't done that yet. And honestly, I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I've never, ever hung out with. Actually, there was like 10 seconds in LA. And when that's it, that was just
our
time.
At the beginning when we were like, oh, we're about to launch this thing. Oh my God, we need to see each other face to face.
You don't think I was trying to scare you away then? I was probably being like, oh yeah, I can't wait till this shoot's done today so I can go blow out some buttholes. Am I right? People at fancy dinner. Butthole blowing out. Who's gonna break up this relationship right now?
Yeah, because I think what people don't know about like when we were testing all of this out and like we finally figured out, oh, we're about to like really become a thing. The show's about to become a thing. We hadn't really had as many like moments with each other like at all where we just got to like hang out and it wasn't work related.
Yeah.
And so there were so many things where I was like, oh wait, I gotta actually get to know Evie. Like I only know her from what I've seen that's been put out into the world. I don't know her yet.
I'm really excited because today I feel like we're gonna get to know like at least big pieces of how we got here. And my question for you would be like, what is the big step you took towards what brought you to where you are today? And we have to have a bit of one of your early interviews.
It's not even an early interview. This is like a baby, like I think, like cringy hosting moment. But same. I had you pull your RuPaul's Drag Race audition tape that I want to react to.
The one that I got on, right?
Yes, the one that like got you on to end up being season 11 winner. So you all, please, this is going to be incredible. Evie's going to play a clip for me, but if you want to see the full 20 minutes, it's up on our Patreon at patreon.com/highkeyhere. You're going to get all of these episodes early on Fridays, plus an exclusive of, 20, 30 minutes where we just shooting the shit, because that's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
Because I think we've most definitely been releasing our episodes on Fridays, but we decided to move to Mondays. Start the week with us. Don't end the week with us.
Right? Blast us out loud in the office with your coworkers and then get pulled in by HR being like, I don't know if you should be listening to that content outside of your headphones.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick little break. When we're back, though, get ready because, oh my God, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to see, like, this audition tape of yours.
Oh, it's going to be exciting.
Okay, welcome back. Evie, I think it's time that we show the people your season 11 Drag Race audition. Now, this is the one that got you into the season that you won. I'm super excited. Okay, before we started, are you excited? Are you nervous? When's the last time you watched this thing?
I used to watch it like every few years or so. I don't know. I can't say it hasn't been that long for me, but like I used to watch it pretty consistently, specifically because other Denver queens after I got on were like, okay, show me your tape. Show me like what you did.
Oh, they were like, is there a format to like, is there a formula to sort of get their attention?
Well, that's what I was wondering. The formula I kept trying to share with them is like number one, find a way to break the rules. And then number two, be good.
That's right. Like actually just have talent.
Yeah, just have talent, you talentless little bitch. You'll never be me, Willow Pill.
Drag her.
No. So I'm pretty excited because I haven't watched it in a couple of years. But from what I remember, I'm so proud of this. Like even before it got me on Drag Race. So let's see what we see.
Oh my God, 2018 is crazy.
This is no simple reform. It really is a revolution.
Hi, my name is Javon Bridges, or Evie Oddly. I'm 24 years old from the Mile High City.
That's where I am.
Colorado. Evie Oddly is a quirky goofball. She's a little bit sexy, but mostly like a cartoon character. My drag persona is like bubbly,
look how young you look.
Creative, mischievous. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Today we're going to be learning how to cook up this delicious delight. You'll need scissors, paper plate, a glue gun, spray paint, and a cute box for cutting. First, cut out a bunch of shapes on these paper plates, and you just cut away. Ooh, this is gonna be beautiful. All right, here's what it turned out like.
Oh,
wow. Now that you've got this gorgeous plate, you're gonna take glue in ample amounts. Oh, fuck. And apply it to the dress, like so. This dress is about racial tensions, and I finished it by painting one half black and painting one half white. I already licked my toe. I'm gonna go for the butthole this time.
What?
My drag name comes from the Latin term Evie, which means even, and oddly, which means otter. The drag scene in Denver is starting to bloom, and it's only due to a few revolutionaries. We're expanding, and I'm at the forefront. I'm a revolutionary. I'm the next drag superstar because there's nothing I won't try to take that crown. I will flip on and off and inside and out. I will fly off that goddamn stage.
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I have so many questions. One, you were so young. Two, was that like a little gay boy voice that you had? I feel like you have such a different voice and the texture to your voice now. You're such a little twinky gay boy in that video.
Yeah, my voice definitely has gotten gravelier because of like 10 more years of abusing it and shouting into microphones, heavy drinking, smoking, practicing doing this, my Miss Vanjie impersonation. Like, but also the thing is, they had to, like, the videos had to be 20 minutes or under. And I've always been the stoner that I am, who speaks very slowly. Like, there's space for like 20 Miss Vanjies in between each word I say. So I was like, that was the year I finally took the task of editing my video myself. And I was like, you're just going to be who you are. You're going to like ramble as slowly as you ramble. You're going to cut out a bunch of shit. And then you're going to speed it all up a bit.
Wait, so you edited all of that yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Evie. Okay, so honestly, it's so interesting. Like, what was going on during that time in your life? Like, what even made you be like, okay, I'm just going to like do this for real? Like,
well, I had auditioned every year I was old enough, basically, I'm pretty sure. I had auditioned twice before, and I poured my all into these tapes, but the issue was there was just like always this disconnect between who I really am and how I presented on the tapes. And by that, I mean, you could tell I was nervous. You could tell that I was a baby queen in some respects, like in the way that I was uncomfortable being in front of the cameras. I was treating it like a job interview. And so not only were the ways I was answering those questions terrible and unfunny and unsexy and trying too hard and probably
I think you're being a little hard on yourself.
No. Those ones were great. This is the best thing I've ever done. I was like just watching that back. I was surprised. I was like, damn, I was funnier in my Drag Race audition tape than I was on 2 seasons of Drag Race.
Please. That is not true. But there is an energy because I've never auditioned for like a show, right? Like I've never, to be quite honest, I've actually never auditioned for anything except for like for the first time last year for like an E show that didn't end up like getting picked up. And I had never auditioned for anything. I never self-taped. I was like so nervous when I was trying to figure out even how to fucking do it. And so to know like you sent in this like audition tape and you were just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it and like, you know, just put myself out there and see what happens. It works. You filled a void, I guess, or you filled a hole that they were looking for in that season.
I really am proud of that specifically because at some point we're gonna have to go and watch like my older ones so you can see like why I'm so critical because I've always been a really dope ass drag queen. I've always been really rough and crunchy.
Yeah. But
before it was like you were watching me in a job interview being like, I'm Evie Oddly and I'm here to snatch the crown because I'm a weirdo. And it's like, bitch, no. I wanted to show y'all that I'm funny and I'm here to fight.
But what shaped your weirdo-ness? Like when you were, was it just being in Denver? Was it just like, was the community just, everybody there was just weird? Or were you kind of like leading? Like, were you just leading in that? Like what shaped that?
No, it's not like there weren't ever any like weirdos before me. But there wasn't really a space for it to succeed in Denver. To have succeeded in Denver, you had to be like a long hair wearing, have some like Real Housewives name as one of your 30 names,
right?
Like performing in a sparkly bodysuit. And I'm pretty sure I like went off on some mean ass rant in that whole audition video, just describing how much I was bored by Denver's drag scene. So like, I don't know. It was like I really wanted to get on, and I needed to get on because I saw myself trapped in this place where I wanted to be a part of queer culture, and I wanted to only ever work gay jobs forever in my life. But I was just feeling trapped by the fact that no matter how hard I tried to change things and make them better and create spaces here, like, I don't know, it just seemed like people were so determined to just be boring as fuck.
No, I mean, it sort of sounds like when I kind of hit my wit's end from like living in Nashville and was just like, I don't think I can do this anymore. I've done everything that I potentially could do here. Like I've met the people I was supposed to meet. I feel like I figured myself out enough, but I was like, there was so much more to like the world, or like at least to get out of my small town of fucking Laverne, Tennessee, to LA. And when I decided to like move to LA, I had no clue what I was really like going to do. But I just felt like, okay, why not? I mean, if the two people who I'm closest to in my life are like down to do that at that time, they're down to come with me. At least I have like a built-in support system. But like moving out here when I was 22, I didn't know what the fuck I was like thinking or doing.
Did you move with friends though?
I did. I moved with my now ex-boyfriend and my now ex-best friend.
Wow. Why did I call that in my head? Wait, the last thing to answer about that question is, are they both your exes because they're together?
No. They're my ex-boyfriend's my ex because he was a liar and a cheater for a very long time. And honestly, we probably shouldn't even have moved here together.
You piece of shit.
But I mean, you know, we all make mistakes. We were young. And my old best friend, once we moved out here and we lived together for so long. And when the pandemic hit, we decided to move out. But during that transition of like moving out, we just like realized that we kind of were just losing our friendship and
grew different ways.
We were like, it sucked actually. It's something that I still think about in a lot of ways because it just was unexpected at the time. And I was getting into my career and I was really like figuring out what I was doing out here and wanted to do out here. And I think, you know, when you start to really feel that shift in between a friendship, it's like you don't want to leave someone behind, but sometimes like that's
Shit
just
happens,
where the fucking,
girl.
you know, cookie crumbles.
That's just how it works sometimes. Like that's what growth is and how life works is our paths hopefully can't, if you love someone, hopefully your path will like recross again someday. And hopefully we'll both be old enough and mature enough and close enough to death to be like, wow, I cherish every moment I get with you. I'll see you in another 20 years, friend.
Wait, do you want to see me at like 22-year-old Ryan? Like, do you want to see a video?
I still do. Okay, yeah. Wait, is that how young we are? We're 22-year-old Ryan.
I think I'm 22. I'm 22. I am. I'm no longer working in fashion. I was like, when I first moved here, I was working for like fashion PR, and I was just like trying to like figure it out. I was like, I want to work in entertainment now, and I everybody and their mama was starting to start a company that was trying to like replicate what BuzzFeed was doing at the time. So there was like the food channel, there was the Hollywood channel, there was the sports channel, and I worked as a social media person, manager, basically managing the Hollywood entertainment vertical. But they were like, Ryan, you have such a personality. You need to be on our like shows. And I was like, girl, no, this is not what y'all pay me for. I don't know what I'm doing. You have hosts here who are like supposed to do this. But here's this fucking, oh my God, I'm about to cringe. Okay, anyway, play the damn video. Oh my God, please.
Hey guys, welcome to Holly Scoops. Just saying, I'm Heather Gardner.
And I'm Ryan Mitchell.
Okay, big award show this weekend.
Yes,
The
Sunday.
American Music Awards.
I'm actually very excited about. This is going to be a very good show. Like, there's some, you know, some big stars nominated. Even Beyonce's nominated.
Even Beyonce.
I say
It's an afterthought.
because even Beyonce's nominated, but she's probably not going to show up. Let's be real here.
Well, that's what we're talking about today. There are so many stars who are pretty much in question of whether or not they're actually going to show to this award show because it's all dealing with their personal lives.
I mean, of course, there's been so much drama with all these celebrities that are nominated, like Justin Bieber, Selena Gomez, Rihanna Drake, Adele, even The Weeknd. You never know. I mean, he's single, but
It's
Normally
crazy.
Bella would be by his side. Let's go into
Well, let's
what
start
am I
with our
talking
favorite
about?
girl,
Oh my
Selena.
God.
Of course, Selena. Now,
Cringing.
they're both
I'm about to
nominated
throw
in
up.
the same category, by the way, for Top Artist of the Year. But here's the deal.
Who do I send my invoice to?
Oh my
For my
God.
therapy session.
Hey,
Little cringe. Let's be real. Come on.
I expected
Whatever,
before we
bitch.
could just drop the mic in the middle and walk
Can
off.
everyone
in a
stop
temper tantrum.
screaming? I can't.
But also, Selena is dealing with her own personal issues.
true.
She's in rehab and has been for the last several weeks. So, will they show plus?
You're such a
rehab
rehab fag.
Because the last time they corresponded, it was a huge feud and a big thing that actually caused Selena to go into rehab.
Yeah.
So, I'm guessing that at least Selena's not going to show. Justin
Turn it
is for
up!
me.
I don't think Selena's gonna show. I think Justin will be there, but his answer
This is
negative. Hey, yeah.
He
Cringy.
wanted to perform. He has been listed as a performer.
I don't even think he's gonna
Thank
you so much for turning it up. I literally am about to. I feel like I'm breaking in hives as we speak right now.
I have so much to say.
Don't even. Shut your fucking
so
mouth.
much to say.
Oh.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Number one, you were such a preppy little. I'm not a faggot ass faggot. Like I love you so much. You had like you might as well have had your collar turned up. I did not know you had plugs.
Oh, okay. So those were actually like I was at the time I was trying to decide if I wanted to like plug my ears, like because I had my septum and I was like, oh, I kind of want to get a gauge. Like I really want to gauge my ears, but I just couldn't make the decision. So those were like fake ass hot topic gauges. Like they're not
I
even
thought
real.
I saw through your ear holes. I perceived it as like a real gauge at one point and was like, I did not know Ryan was this bitch. You look like you were so in the closet and like honestly, whatever her hair is next to you was so giving like your popular ass beard.
Well, here's the thing. Shout out to Heather. Heather's actually like an incredible like content creator now. Like she kind of blew up. She started doing political commentary videos, and she like was a part of like the like Kamala Harris like campaign where she was like doing content and like creating like just news you should know. Like shout out to Heather Gardner. She's actually pretty great. She taught me a lot of like what I did not know because during that time those were clothes that I probably. Oh my God, I didn't have no money at that time. I remember I could barely pay my bills. I was living in a roach and rat infested apartment.
Oh my God, that's not the Ryan I know at all.
No, I'm like, it was kind of, it's crazy when I think about that time. Like, I feel like that was also around the time that I had got my like first like my car got repossessed literally that day. And I had to go to work like that same day and I had to like get someone to like drive me because like, I just was like going through it. I didn't know what I was doing as a 22-year-old. And I'm just like trying to like, this job that ain't really paying me much, but is having me like be on camera, and it was so new for me where I just wasn't like, because I'd never seen myself doing that. I'd never seen anyone that looked like me doing this, and so when they kept positioning me on this show called Just Saying, that clip we just saw,
Just saying,
it literally it caused actually a lot of anxiety. I think it was the first instance of like me experiencing like imposter syndrome without having the language for it, because I was like, why me? Why does my voice even matter? And I just was putting on like I literally was that was a character. I don't even recognize that person if I'm being quite
Why do you
honest.
say you were putting on? Because before you just like got deep right there, I was gonna crack a bunch of jokes about like how scared you clearly were. You were sitting there, like you looked like you were afraid that Sarah was gonna eat you. You looked like you were afraid that the job was gonna eat you.
I was afraid.
You looked like you were afraid
was.
that fashion or expression was gonna eat you. Like, and it's interesting because when we started working together, before I knew you, I was like, Ryan's gonna be an anxious mess and like is like not really gonna come out of that shell when we're talking. But Ryan, girl, like it is so trippy to see how, I don't know, like how much growth you've had in those 5 or 6 years since that clip was aired.
No, I mean that clip was like 8 years ago. And it's true because when I say I genuinely don't even really recognize that person anymore, it's because I really do feel, even though I do still have my handful of anxiety, right? But I feel so much more like owning my shit now, right?
Like bring yourself to the table. Like you were trepidatious that whole last time being like, even when it was your turn to talk, you'd be like, and we clearly all think Justin Bieber's cool, right?
Please.
Don't we? Like somebody had a gun behind your head being like, bitch, you will not ruin this
Which
moment I give you on
I
camera.
will say that shit right there, that show actually was like probably the start of like me hating my like the way that I sounded or like just seeing myself on camera. Like that actually started a lot. But like when I got into it, I've been in this sort of media game. When I really think about it, if we're counting that, I've been in it probably like 10 years now. And I sometimes have to remind myself being like, bitch, you actually know what you're doing?
Yeah,
like, why am I second guessing myself? Why am I I think I've just been once I really locked in and was just like, I'm going to be so intentional about everything that I do, like who I work with, what projects I do, what conversations I'm having. But like, I think I'm like, once I've decided and locked in that way, I'm like ready for a level up. Like I've seen level ups from that to this, what you're seeing now, which,
There's everything. And I know you were like talking about being young and broke, but your fashion was terrible, girl. I was young and broke in my audition tape and you saw what the fuck I did with that. I cooked up some ice and I made a paper dress about racial tensions or whatever the fuck I said really
quickly.
quickly.
It got worse. I used to wear this black this black fedora hat, wide brim hat. And I used to think I was eating the girls up. And to be honest, for that time, 8 years ago was what? I don't do math because I'm pretty. I don't even know what the timing of 8 years ago was.
Like 20-ish, something-ish.
Yeah, right? 2019, 20-ish? No, it had to be like 2017, 2016.
I was talking about how old you were.
Oh, yeah. I was the office fashion girl. You couldn't tell me anything. I had the looks. I was eating the girls up. But when I look back at it now, I would literally jump off the nearest bridge.
Is there anything from like that period in time that you miss? Like it could be like a fashion item. It could be like your fake gauges. It could be like a skincare product.
The gag is, I think I kind of miss my fake gauges. I actually, not even gonna lie to you, I remember, and if I'm being quite honest, my piercings were always, like a way that I bailed because my
piercings
mom,
are power.
Oh, Evie, when I turned 18, I went to a Walmart that my friend worked at and they pierced my ears. And I came back home and my mom was so upset that I woke up the next day to a phone call with her and my grandmother on a phone call. And she walks into my room and they're like praying over me, telling me to remove my newly pierced earrings out of my ear.
Oh my
God.
God.
I just got it. I mean, granted, if I look back at it, my mom, even though she was in like a religious rage, I also think she peeped that my ears were probably going to be infected from a Walmart piercer.
She was like, the devil has gotten into these lobes.
And so I'm like, it's not even like, I'm like, in hindsight, I'm like, okay, sister, maybe you were kind of right. But I do kind of miss the idea of like having my ears put. I thought I would look so cute with them, which I kind of did, and I kind of still do want to do it.
I was like, wait, how did she get her irises to heal up so much that I never noticed it? And then I remember I've only ever seen you in headphones. I don't know what your real ears look like.
Do you miss that, Evie? Well, I guess do you miss that, Evie, from before Drag Race?
In most ways, but I also believe I'm still that person in a lot of ways. I'm just tired now. No, legit. Like
that's real.
I see how hungry I was to do something, and like how much I believed in myself to be able to do something, and then how important it was for me to like commit all of that towards something. And to be honest now, like I have like a hard time letting my ego inflate itself to that level. Like, I'm not saying I don't have an ego problem, girl. I'm a Leo. I'm a drag queen. Like, I know who the fuck I am. I love me. All I think about is me. But
no shade.
Like, I don't know. Like, there's something about like being my own saboteur to a certain amount of success that's just like always going to happen, because I like being hungrier for it more, and I don't like.
But doesn't that see? I actually feel like I kind of get what you're saying, and maybe it's just our Leo energy being able to connect there, because there is something to say about what happens if you do allow yourself like reach that next level. Like, what changes? What person do you become? What new fears are unlocked? Like, at least that's the thing that I talk about. Like, I literally just said that I'm ready to level up. But if I'm being honest, with every new thing as like growth comes, I also feel like I'm unlocking a new level of anxiety of like, oh shit, there's more responsibilities that I guess I never thought about. Or there's just I'm stretching myself in more uncomfortable ways because I'm growing. But like, bitch, I'm scared of that.
you know, that's, I think, a really like real thing, girl, is like, I don't know. I used to be hungrier to know more and do more and see more and feel like I was a part of more and experience more. And I don't know, like, not that I want that less, but like legitimately, number one, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Like my body hurts doubly now. Like my energy is not that of the youth. And like, I don't know. I realize that there is this part of me that's like never going to be satisfied. Like sometimes it's nice to throw yourself into a dream or whatever.
Yeah.
But like the more you do things, like the more you realize you're still going to have to do work for them. You're still going to have to like commit. You're still going to have to foster that relationship. And like legitimately, I don't know if I've said this on the show, but I really cannot wait until we're all Wall-E people.
Actually, you have mentioned that, and I can't believe you saying it again actually really means that you really mean it.
I like really mean it, because I love being alive and I love experiencing new things and stuff, but like, oh my God, I'm just like exhausted having to pour energy into it. And if I could at least like remove the physical aspect of things, like if I could just like literally be a chair that also like massages you and like masturbates you or whatever, like cleans your poop and does your taxes.
Is this because if you're if I'm saying it wrong, please, is it your
no,
EDS?
say it wrong. Yeah, EDS is cute. I like that.
Okay. I didn't want to actually like sound it out, the
Girl, me
actual
neither.
name of it.
It's so unsexy. I can't believe I already somehow found out how to pronounce it before going on TV, even if I did have everything else about it wrong, because there were lots of updates that had just happened in the medical facilities and the world.
And I also know that you hate, it's like, one, I would also equally hate like people bringing up this like thing about my body all the time. I would totally hate that. But then it's also a real thing that you're like constantly living with. And I still see you perform. Like, you're still flipping and doing splits and like bending backwards. And I'm like, of course, when you talk about your body hurting, I'm wondering, is that a direct connection to that, or is it just because we're getting older?
I mean, I actually really do like getting older because then it feels like at least it's less of a direct connection. Like right when I got on Drag Race was right when I started feeling long-term repercussions of my body. Like when I started dislocating things and like fracturing things, and I had never really had that experience before. I'd just always been extra bendy, and like sometimes I sprained an ankle for a second.
You were dislocating things on Drag Race.
Yeah, that was the first time I started to experience this sort of my body falling apart. But I think it's because it's the hardest I had ever pushed myself. And then when it aired, and like going into what tour life was, which, you know, at the time, I'm not bitching about it. I'm very grateful. I said yes to all the things I did, but it was exhausting to suddenly be somebody who's not just like putting all of their energy into like one look, maybe a week, but trying to figure out how to perform and feel authentic to myself and give good shows and convince people that I deserve to win 5 nights a week, like 6, 7 nights a week sometimes, to the point where whenever I would get home, I like for those 2 or 3 days, I'd just lie there and be so pissed if I had to do anything else. So like it was already rough from the jump, but I've learned how to deal with my body more. And I've learned that getting older just sucks for everybody too. And I've learned that sometimes you need a second tantric massage to really work that pussy out when the first people won't touch your butt because of possible sexual harassment lawsuits that could be filed.
Well, yes. That is true. There's things in order. But no, I totally get it. And it's also just like a constant reminder for myself, because, and we've had these discussions on the show around like my own relationship with like my own body and how I walk through the world with it, and how some days I'm either feeling it or like loving who I'm seeing in the mirror, and other days I'm actually like, bitch, please let me go and like go force myself to work out for the next 6 days and to just feel like I'm doing something right.
Wow.
And it's those things where I'm so happy that we are connected in a real way now, because it's just, you have such an experience of like the world perceiving you as a thing, or perceiving you and putting so much of like what they feel about you. And I mean, I've seen it, let's be honest, I've seen it in the damn comments of like of TikTok where everybody in their mom is awful.
I just went on that TikTok and I was like, oh my God, these kids hate me for like a plethora of reasons. They're like, you look so busted. I can't believe you're saying that to Utica right now. And I'm like, that bitch didn't even put on an eyebrow for this interview. Utica, I want to fight you. Tell your fans to be nice to me.
I guess I just don't get it. I think this is like the scary piece of like leveling up that I think I've always sort of been nervous about like, okay, I think in some ways, and if I'm being really honest, I think in some ways I have been able to curate what the world sees of me. I've never really ever been 100%, you know, myself, because if I'm being honest, like I never thought there was ever really space for that. Like I never thought that people would actually like me the same way as they would as a Ryan that I'm like curating for them in some ways. And like there's a part of leveling up where you have to kind of let that go, and you've done it in your drag career when you won and you got unleashed into the world, and everyone had their like opinions and thoughts and shitty things to say. And I think about this as we're growing and as we're doing this thing. How the fuck do you know how you handle that shit,
I mean,
you know?
you already have like the base of it, which is it is going to affect you, like positive or negative. Like when you see somebody who you've never met, you see a random comment like representing a whole idea, you like drink it in. But I don't know, it's something that like I'm still working on because it like hinders my ability at least to do what I want to do, which is survive capitalism by doing what I want to do. And I feel like the more honest I am, the more opportunities there are for people to love me or hate me or tell me that they want to sleep with my dad or ask me how tall RuPaul is.
All things I'm wondering and inquiring about.
But it's like, I don't know, it's easier work. And that's why I'm excited. Like I really am genuinely thankful that I get to do high key with you, that like I get to be on a podcast where we're supposed to be like sharing more of ourselves. Cause like this is my favorite part about the life that people may only think I complain about is like, I really, really love connecting with people. And maybe that's why I don't come off well online, because I don't fucking like you fucks online. You're all terrible. Your opinions suck even when you're right. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
But no, I think I love being able to connect with you in this way. And I think we'll be able to do it more because you're just making me more comfortable with like showing up as authentic as I fucking can, and like also not giving a fuck about what people have to say about it as we grow and this audience that we're building grows with us. And so yeah, I love you, and I'm obsessed that we got to do this small little peek, and we'll continue to do stuff like this. Don't even, you know, if you're just like, oh my God, it just got started and really dug in. This is always going to be us. This is high key. Literally, it's never going anywhere.
We're always going to be here, and eventually I'll uncover some like Ryan high school, like his mom on a camcorder or something, videotaping him like strutting in his roomers. I will see your gay ass childhood shit.
There's a whole like Facebook like hidden photo album that I have of all of the footage. So don't y'all go anywhere.
Let's take a short break, y'all.
Yeah, we got to get into our high key of the week.
What I'm really hikey about is maybe changing my idea of self-care. I'm maybe high key about actually committing more to self-care. I ate a salad today. I took a bath. I got 2 massages this week. I took a bath like every other day. And I'm at least thinking about planning and packing a day early. So self-care. That's it. Go take care of yourselves, bitches.
That is actually that's a really, really good one. And to be honest, that also is a perfect segue into my high key. My high key, I think I'm also high key all about advocating for myself. I have been in spaces where I currently, I've talked about where it's always hard for me to say no, or like to get the thing that I want. And I've been putting in a lot of work doing a lot of different projects right now. And I'm just learning to advocate for myself because I know if I deserve more money, bitch, I'm going to ask for more money because the work that I put into the world and what I do is worth it. And so that is just a reminder for self-care and for advocating for yourself. And we are high key fucking done with the show. Period.
We are. But if y'all want to hear more about what's really sparking our butt plugs, then stay tuned and stick around for the afties over on our Patreon. Go subscribe to our Patreon at high key. He not here.
Nope, that's not it. It's patreon.com/high key.
Patreon.com/stay high key fam. Okay. No, listen to Ryan. He knows what he's doing.
Listen to me. It's patreon.com/high key. That's where you're going to get all the extra goodies and the afties. Literally, I kind of really want to talk about this whole Betty Who drama, even though I'm not a lesbian, but I am, like I said, I am high key nosy. And I'm just genuinely feeling I need to debrief about it with you. So yeah, we're going to, of course, add in the full 20 minutes drag race audition of Evie's. So expect that. And then we're for sure going to dive into this whole Betty Who of it all on our Patreon. So meet us over there at the afties, patreon.com/high key here. That's the show. That's us. That's it for us. I'm so happy.
Congratulations. Let's go get some massages and ask for raises.
Love you.
Church to understand the historical context, like basic reading comprehension.
So, are we speaking about the Bible specifically right now?
Yeah.
So, comprehension of the Bible has got to be rooted in the context in which it was written at that point in time, as well as who it is written to. So, example, one of pieces of the Bible in the way that the books are constructed were letters. So, if I wrote a letter to the host, what I'm saying is very specific to her. And I don't know if you use she, her pronouns. I apologize for assuming. So if I write it to her, and then 1,000 years from now, let's say Michelle in the comments is like, man, this is gospel. This applies to me. It might not. It applied to the host in 2025 in that moment in time. And the problem with how folks interpret the Bible today is they read themselves into the story. They're taking today, overlaying it on top of the narrative and putting themselves in the place of who's coming out on top.
Yeah, that I know. But my question is, based off of reading the text, right? For example, Jesus was an Israelite. We can gather that from reading the text. The character in the story belonged to the cult of Israel, right? During first century Rome. We can read the Hebrew scriptures and learn what the culture was like and expected of for that cult, or the different, there are multiple cults within, and multiple sects within the cult of Yahweh. But what the overall expectation of that cult was to put the God first, like you give allegiance to the God, and then you give allegiance to another Israelite. And the understanding of Israelites was that they were superior to all other humans on earth, and that they were chosen by their God to rule other humans on earth and to bring them to Yahweh, to serve Yahweh, right? We know that Jesus in the Gospels believed in the law of Moses. He taught his followers to follow the law of Moses. he taught an Israelite to love an Israelite. Like we can see what the character does in the text even before we do any type of like reinterpretation. Does that make sense? And so what I'm asking is like I know that the text has been reinterpreted for a modern day audience, and it has been, more than once. Jesus has changed. The God of Israel has changed what he does, what he wants, who he is has changed over time. But if we look at the Bible and the words that are in the Bible, what I'm asking is who would be following the teachings of this character the most based off of the Bible, based off the text.
So are we discounting what society is right now?
Well, I said
Because if
based
that's
off
the
of the
case,
text. I'm not
okay.
asking based off of someone else's interpretation, based off of the book that we have, based off of the quotes that we have from this character and the things that the character said in the book. Who would be following his teachings the most is my question.
So if we're holding that to be true in today's society, who would be following him?
Yes. Would it be the supremacists who say Jesus is that they're following Jesus and Jesus is their Lord and Savior, or would it be the pacifists?
I think in a way, I don't love binary questions. I think I lean more toward being a pacifist. So if we look at Jesus and assuming that the Bible that we have is correct,
Why would you assume that it's
Jesus
not?
it's been passed through too many hands at this point, and people have manipulated it for their personal uses.
Do you have any proof of that? That it's been manipulated?
Me personally, no.
So why
But
would you?
that's not my personal background.
Right.
If
So
I'm
why
the
would you? Why
historian.
would you? Right. So why would you? Why would you state that without being able to back that up?
Pretty sure if I go, we'll just use King James, right? So in the interpretation for him with the King James Bible, he was taking it, had it interpreted into English to supplement his rule.
And what did he do? What did he change from the Hebrew to supplement his rule?
Well, it's always going to change. We will always lose meaning the minute you change languages. And
Right.
that is true.
I'm not as yeah, that's different though, right? But you're saying that he changed it to supplement his rule. So he would have had to like change like an entire meaning of something in order to do that. So I'm asking like what specific things are you saying that he changed from the Hebrew to supplement his rule? That's what I'm asking.
I can't give you a solid example at this moment in time.
Like I get a lot of people that come in here and say that, and I'm always interested in knowing exactly what he changed from the Hebrew. Like I like to research things like that. I am in my third semester of Hebrew, and I've found some things where in the King James Bible they'll take like a Hebrew word has like several different definitions or contexts. They don't really deal with definitions, but they deal with like context of a word. And King James would choose a specific context, right, to give a specific scripture a meaning. But it didn't necessarily just like completely rewrite large portions. I think each translations has a lot of variations. but I don't see any like big rewrites from King James from the Hebrew, or at least I haven't found any. One of the things, and King James didn't force this translation, but the text about man shall not lie with man as with a woman, that's a forced translation. Like the Hebrew doesn't necessarily say man shall not lie with man. It it's ambiguous at best. It's broken Hebrew, and no scholar actually knows for sure what the writer was trying to say there. But whoever translated that verse first before the King James forced their translation. I do think that there are errors in the translation when people were trying to translate. But I don't necessarily see any big rewrites from the Hebrew the to the King James, and then we have access to like the oldest copies of the New Testament, and there have been additions, but they were added way before the King James. There have been redactions that were redacted before the King James. So I think a lot of times people think that King James added slavery in the Bible so that they could go and enslave in America, but that's not true. Slavery was always in the Hebrew scriptures.
Oh, I'm not purporting that. Oh, no, ma'am.
No, I said I think sometimes people think that King James added slavery. So that,
Oh,
yeah, but that isn't true.
no, I love that you're studying it. So I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Do you have
Sure.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to be respectful. How do you feel about the books that were dropped out? So the Apocrypha.
I mean, some of them are interesting to read. Many of them were written during the Common Era time. Some of them were written, like for example, the Book of Enoch was written around. The first book was written around 299 BCE, but attributed to Enoch. The biblical Enoch would have, if he did exist, he would have lived about 600 years after the biblical Adam. So there's no way he wrote the Book of Enoch. That book would have come like 3,000 years after Enoch would have lived. And so I think a lot of it is fan fiction that was created by people throughout time to try to fill in the gaps for the stories that they already had circulating at the time.
Oh, interesting. I have not finished reading them. I do have them. Thank you for stating your thoughts on that.
You're welcome. There is actually a book called 54 Accumulative Pre-Nicene Texts, like for the New Testament, where there's a lot of texts that were in rotation at the time before they decided which text would be scripture. Some were written before the Gospels, but they're pretty interesting to read too.
I'm gonna have to pick that up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You getting your MDiv?
No.
Okay.
No. I this is a part of my deconstruction. I actually started studying because I was trying to get closer to God, and it just one thing led to another. But I find it really interesting, but also it's a part of my deconstruction.
I think you're doing a lot of justice to the deconstructing journey for yourself. I run into a lot of folks who don't go down and do that deep dive, but it's more of thought exercises. So that's really cool.
Yeah, and I like to learn, and it feels like a scavenger hunt now.
Where's the information?
Yeah.
appreciate you letting me come up and hang out with y'all for a little bit.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
For sure.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. You too.
Have a good one. Unique, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. 21 and up. The stage looks so empty tonight. Goodness gracious.
And the funny thing is when it's on the, because you said 21 and up, when it's 25 and up, all the 21 and 24-year-olds want to jump in the box. Now
Yeah.
that you have it at 21, none of them want to show up. Like, that's just wild.
Granted, we
When
did
they
have a
can.
3-hour conversation. And that was a good conversation though, but we
But
did
it was
we
a
did
good
have,
one. Yeah.
yeah, we did have a 3-hour conversation. Hey Trinita.
Good
What's up?
morning.
You just scared the shit out of me.
Well, I'm sorry about that, sweetheart. You know, I really don't mean to do that.
Wait, is this Tariq?
Huh?
Sound.
Is this Tariq?
Why would you ask me that?
Because you sound like Tariq.
I taught that boy everything he knows.
And so who is this?
This is highly evolved also. This is also that's been through the ringer.
Oh, this is Oso's higher self.
This is his final form.
Oh, okay. Where is the
Greetings,
lower
sisters.
where is the lower form?
Yeah.
The lower form is no longer.
What?
I had a battle of the minds last night.
Wait, did the higher form merge with fucking McCoy?
The higher form merged the lower form in order to succeed and succeed the power structure of the mind.
Oh my god, you sound like you got a McCoy haint.
Oh no.
Wow. That's very powerful.
I'm getting scared.
Don't be afraid, sister.
Did this also form watch the Demon Slayer movie? Is
I don't watch any of that devilry. The vibrations is too low for me to watch that. Too low.
Okay.
You sound like you go back and
You
forth
missing out.
between Tariq and McCoy. I'm gonna start calling you Takoy.
The thing about that is you have an untrained spiritual ear.
Actually, we're gonna name you Takoyo.
Wow.
For Tariq, McCoy, and Oso. Your new name, like for all three of your personalities and the spirits that you got, the haints that you got, we're gonna name it Takoyo.
I'd rather you call me by my Christian name.
What's your Christian name?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Your Christian name is Nebuchadnezzar?
Yes.
Nebuchadnezzar was a Babylonian. When did Babylonians become Christian?
Nowhere in history to my knowledge.
Heretic said your name is not. Heretic said your name is Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, but like he's a heretic, so like joke's on him, right?
No, joke's on you.
Oh, hmm.
Hmm.
I hadn't accounted for that. Hmm. Fuck that guy.
Can you go get Oso?
I mean, I'm on the way to go see him right now. I assume that you're talking about base form, aka lower form. So
The one you said you murdered?
Base form?
yes, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, I'm on the way to Sheol as we speak. I'm gonna go pick him up and bring him back to the land of the living because I am merciful.
Because you miss him?
Because I
Is it
am
merciful?
merciful.
Oh, you're merciful. Oh my gosh.
Mm. I'm going to bring him back.
Tell him we miss him. And ask
I
him if
would
he
say
can
on
let
that.
us know. Yeah. When you get there, ask him did he see Biggie Smalls and tell us if he was in a juicer.
Um, I'll have him contact you.
No, I don't want him to contact me. Just ask him if he seen Biggie Smalls and if Biggie Smalls was in a juicer.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. It's too low vibrational for me.
You about
I'll
to
have
go
him
to
contact you.
Sheol.
Uh-huh.
You about to go to Sheol. How low vibrational can you get?
That's actually a common misconception. The vibes are really nice.
In Sheol?
Yeah.
And the ground?
Uh-huh. It's
Oh.
nice and cool. There's no like bills and shit. It's okay. Oh, look at that. I just pulled up to the gates right now. Hold on. Brother also. Brother also. They want to talk to you. Hold
I
on one
see
second,
like
guys.
this.
Hello?
Hey, you okay?
Um, I've seen some shit.
Was Biggie
Mm.
Smalls down there?
Not only Biggie Smalls, but you'll never guess it was Betty White too.
You saw
Not Betty.
you saw
Mm-hmm.
Betty White in
I saw Betty
Sheol?
White. Yeah.
Why would Betty White be in Sheol?
Betty ain't supposed to be Betty.
Apparently the process got backed up, so they got a backlog back to like the fucking 1800s.
To the 1800s? I bet
Yeah,
what? Mm.
Harriet done it? Tell me
Was
Harriet
Martin
not
Luther
absolutely,
done
King
it.
down there?
absolutely.
Oh,
You would think he'd get in off a special exception, but I guess having all those orgies with white women behind his wife's back
Oh my gosh.
probably didn't get him the auto stamp that he needed.
Oh my gosh. Was Abraham Lincoln down there?
No, he already got processed.
oh,
What
okay,
the
he got
fuck he
processed.
get an exception for?
He ain't go where you thought he went.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, hold on. So the line in Sheol is just for people getting into heaven?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily heaven, but you either go to a place where you are one with creation, living eternally in bliss, playing video games, and the other one's just separation from it. So,
Mm.
They both sound boring as fuck.
I mean, you get unlimited free 2Ks. So, I don't know.
Did you say unlimited free toothpaste?
2K.
Oh, boring.
You also get unlimited books.
Are you trying to make Sheol seem? You trying to make heaven seem interesting?
Did my other me tell you about the no bills thing? That's pretty cool, though.
It's like Thinker, go to heaven. There's a lot of books there.
There's a lot of books.
There's
It's
so
like
much
Belle
research.
and the Beast castle.
Low key, yeah. It's an
Hello,
allegory for
time
Sheol.
captive.
What's an allegory for Sheol?
Dang.
Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast.
Mm. Miss Andrews, are you up on purpose or on accident? Never mind. I can hear it. I can hear the snoring.
The pouring, the pouring, the purring.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. It's been what, 30 minutes? No, not 30 minutes. Was it what, 10 minutes? I forgot the last guest that
No,
came
not
in.
yet.
Yeah,
Not yet.
not yet.
It's been a
Maybe
little
10.
minute.
Yeah. Sister Doctor or Doctor
Yeah,
Sister.
I forgot she came on stage because it didn't. The conversation didn't last that long.
Tinker, what'd you think about the new stuff?
I don't like it.
Mm.
Like all the badges look the same. Even like people who aren't subscribing and that join the team get the nerd badge, and I literally could not tell the difference. I can see the difference now, but I couldn't tell the difference when they came on stage.
Yeah.
And I had a 3 hour conversation with somebody that I thought was a nerd the whole time.
Oh shit.
Hmm.
Well, they aren't done doing rollback or not rollbacks, but like updates to it. I suspect that your uh team name and your like super fan name is gonna be different.
What do you mean? I added the team name and the super
So
fan name
like
last night.
yeah. I don't think right now
Oh,
it
you see,
shows.
no, the team name has 10 characters.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's not called team name. It's called the super fan club. The super fan club is has the name, and then the subscriber, the team name is nerd, and then there's a super fan club name, right?
I'm not entirely sure which one's which. I know that
Seems the way.
the longer one is the one that is not going to be showing up yet, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
But once they start doing that one, then you'll be able to tell more differently, or tell more easily, because it'll be a difference in like the amount of names they get.
But that won't have a badge, right?
I'm pretty sure they'll uh, like
I thought
the
it.
Superman has a badge, yeah.
Yeah, the super fan has the nerd badge, but the super fan club name. I thought that was for like this the super fan only chat.
Oh, interesting. They
Yeah, because I
combined
didn't.
your
Huh?
they combined the nerd thing with your gifter level in the live. I just noticed that. So you see, I got like a 4 in the heart next to my nerd.
I can't see it. It's so damn small. I don't like that everybody has the same badge. I like that. Like it
It's
takes away like
technically
the
different,
dragon.
but it's not
Huh?
what you. I said it's technically different because it's the badge is dependent on how much you've been a gifter in the live, but it's not the same like it was. I don't know if they're gonna change that back.
I don't see no difference in nobody's badges.
So like, look at if you look at like Birdie, Birdie has 3, a level 3 heart. Onyx has a level 2.
I can't see
Uh,
that.
uh, I
I
don't
mean,
know if that's.
I see little bitty white writings in it, but they so small I can't make them out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like everybody, like I can see that some have a light color orange and some have a dark color. So I guess that's like how long they've been subscribing.
Hmm.
But I can't tell the difference between a new nerd or a seasoned nerd. Like I don't
Yeah.
like that. I don't know. TikTok fucks shit up all the time.
Yeah, I think we got a
Gotcha.
couple more days to kind of see what they're going to settle on.
Yeah, I think they said it would be rolled out, I think by the 17th, completely by the 17th.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds right.
Sweet Beast. Hello, Sweet Beast.
Playing 2K.
Oh, so.
Chapter, you're in the guest request box, but I don't see a comment from you saying that you're in there on purpose. From you saying that you're in there on purpose. Magos, Mytho,
Mozzie?
Mythocozy?
Whoa.
I'm sorry. No, if you open, hold on for a second. Okay. Also, if you click on the bio and look at the other name, it says Mythocozy.
No, I'm still doing paperwork to leave Sheol. That was different. I wasn't allowing
Sure,
it.
sure.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Mthokozisi Kamalam. It's my name.
Yeah, I know. I
My
was trying to pronounce. I was trying to pronounce it right, and I clicked on your bio, and I pronounced the one you have in your bio. It says Mythokozisi.
Mthokozisi. Yes, that's my name.
Okay. I don't want to mess it up, so can you say it slowly so that I can say it slowly for me?
Oh, it's
Mito.
Mthokozisi.
Mythokozisi. Did I get it right?
To. To.
Tokozisi. Sorry?
Yes.
To.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
that's how you properly
Oh,
pronounce it.
okay. Awesome. Tokozisi. All right.
And
Awesome.
that's what I
Yes,
said
that's how you
earlier, but
pronounce it.
That is
yeah.
not what you said, but thank you, Tokozisi. So I see in your bio it says that you are reincarnated.
Thank you.
Are you a believer in the God of the
Yes, I
Bible?
am. Not of the Bible.
Okay. Are
Not
you
entirely.
deacon?
Let me say not entirely.
Not entirely. What do you mean by that?
Some parts I would agree with, but some I won't. You know, I feel
Oh,
like
okay.
there's a certain narrative that is being pushed by the patriarchy. Yes.
Okay. Um. All right. But do you like is the God of the Bible like? Do you believe in a God?
Yes, I believe there's a source or a higher power.
Okay. And is that source the God that's in the Bible, even though you don't agree with everything in the Bible? Is that the
Yes,
same?
yes, to a certain extent. No, but I can't give him human attributes like no, not the way that the Bible describes him to be. But I believe there's a higher power. Yes, a source of all life, the source of happiness. You know, yeah.
Okay. Well, the conversations that we have in here are about the God that's in the Bible. I don't necessarily talk about like source or spirit or anything like that. Like we do deconstruction conversations regarding the God in the Bible and Jesus.
But I do believe in Jesus.
Is it the Jesus in the Bible?
Yes, yes, exactly. Yes, the one in the Bible.
But Jesus is not God. Is that right?
I think so. His teachings are not in the Bible; they are hidden. So I thought maybe you wanted to find out what his real teachings were outside of the Bible.
No, no. Um, no. We're discussing the God of Western Christianity and deconstructing from that God.
Oh, so you're an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. So can I ask a question? Were you once a staunch Christian?
Why are you asking that?
I want to find out where you're at psychologically, because a lot of bent out Christians are angry at God. You know.
The thing is that
Is
you're
an
not.
atheist.
The thing is that you're not entitled to that, and then you don't believe in the God that we're discussing. So why would that matter to you?
I actually was an atheist before.
Yeah, but why
or
would?
no?
I used to be an atheist.
Staunchly?
I used to be an atheist.
Like a staunch
Sorry?
atheist?
I can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, like a stout atheist or what?
No, a staunch Christian, like somebody who followed the word to the T, somebody who went to church religiously, like every
Yeah, I'm
Sunday we were
saying.
at church.
Were you like a staunch atheist or no?
Yes, yes, definitely. At a young age, and I used to feel guilty because a lot of people would tell me otherwise. You know, I used to feel super guilty. This was at a very tender age, like I was still in primary school.
Well, my people say staunch. So, what made you decide to abandon reality?
No, because I woke up, like I woke from the simulated reality that I was living in, and I was able to see that actually there is a higher power, but it's hidden from the average person because there's a certain narrative that is being pushed. You know.
That's interesting that you think that the imagined reality is atheism and the belief in a magical, powerful, supernatural God is reality. I think that's interesting.
No, I don't believe it's supernatural in a way that you would.
Does it transcend nature?
Does it?
I'm asking.
I couldn't hear you clearly.
Does it transcend nature?
Yeah, yeah, obviously, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay, so it's
definitely.
a supernatural thing.
It, well, yeah, but I don't think it has the kind of influence that you would think it does. Or maybe I'm here to witness it because I believe that we are living in a prison, in a mental prison. You know, we are being like on purpose. It's done on purpose that we don't really feel anything. That a lot of people walk around questioning, asking themselves, where is this God? Where is this God? Because it's done on purpose. Like our food and our water is being poisoned in real time so that we don't awaken spiritually. That's what is happening. That's what I believe is happening in society.
What does the spiritual awakening grant you?
It brings me clarity. It brings me, the ability to connect the dots and see things from the bigger picture.
Like what?
Like the fact that we need to all come together to dethrone the powers. We are the ones that are gonna do it when we awaken. All of us when we engage in spiritual practice, like one language, one spiritual language, like when we all meditate.
Didn't France already do this?
Who?
Didn't France do this?
The country.
Yeah, didn't like the people band together to take out those powers?
I don't know about friends. I don't know, but I'm saying that we need to come together and actually to remember who we were before colonization. Yeah, that's how it is. Because before colonization, people actually knew how to communicate with the spiritual world. And I'm
Really?
actually, yes, they did. I'm actually from South Africa. I'm Zulu from South Africa, and in my culture, we still have people that actually practice. I've actually had a spiritual awakening, so I can tell you that
That's
ancestors
interesting
are
because I'm
actually.
Hulu from social media. But the thing about it is, all that spiritual awakening did it stop any colonization from happening? Or-
It has never happened. When has it really happened?
So when you said before colonization, you meant
Yeah, before colonization, people were spiritual.
so
No,
colonization happened?
yes, when colonization happened, people were subjugated using the pew pew.
Oh, yeah.
They
So
were
that
made.
connection to that
Yes,
spirituality, what did it do in real life?
no, they like a lot of people hid away, like they stopped and conformed because they wanted to preserve their lives.
So it
So
didn't
that's
really do
what
anything.
stopped it. That's why a lot of people. Sorry,
So it didn't really do anything.
do anything to what to fight the system.
I mean, it didn't do anything to stop colonization, did it?
They couldn't do anything at the time.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't
They
do
were
anything.
rounded up. They were rounded up. What would you do if somebody came to your house with a PPU?
That's well, that doesn't have to be a hypothetical. That's actually happened to me.
Oh, so yeah, like what did
Yeah.
you do when that happened? Did you
Um,
submit?
no, I got beat
But
up
how are
pretty
you
bad.
still? How are you still? Also, you had a PPU of your own, so you fought back.
Let's just say I retaliated.
Oh, okay, yeah. But my thing, so you saying, so you're actually insinuating that spiritual awakening or enlightenment bears no significance if it couldn't stop the powers from overtaking, like the patriarchy from overtaking and ruling the entire world.
I mean, if it didn't have a tangible difference on stopping colonization from happening, then what is going back to it going to do?
Yeah, I understand you, but the thing is, right now it is our freedom.
I mean,
Right
you're
now, things
fine.
you
That's you can
can't.
do that
No,
for sure. 100%. I'm not
yeah, but
saying
you
you can't.
can't.
I'm just asking what the utility is. That's all.
No, the thing is, right now you can't compare us to those times, those slavery times. It's different right now. People can do whatever they want. Unfortunately, they just missing the moral compass that is their spirituality. Even if we did what we do, what we need to do, nobody would come. Actually, they could come, but it wouldn't be easy. It won't be like in the days of apartheid here in South Africa. People have free will right now. They can do what they want, but they are missing the moral compass because we've been indoctrinated into thinking individualistically, like chasing individual brilliance, and we are pitted against each other. That is why a lot of people don't get along. Like that's why there are so many dysfunctional families, especially in the BLK community. Our
Oh,
families are
damn.
super dysfunctional. Yeah, so
My
if
family
we
is
went
not
back,
dysfunctional.
Yeah,
Y'all
my
dragging
family's
people
straight,
into
dog.
y'all like what?
then
I
you are
had a
blessed.
FaceTime
My
call with
family.
my sisters and my dad last night, man. My family's straight. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if your family is not dysfunctional, then you are super blessed. I envy you because my family is in shambles. It does not work. Nobody supports the
What are
other.
you calling dysfunctional?
Like the inability to collaborate on anything.
Damn, that sounds like a y'all problem for real.
Yeah, we have a serious problem, and it's because of colonization, and it's because of the spiritual disconnection. because it's because of white supremacy that it has come to this, and the most painful thing is that my people don't even realize what the cause is. They are just in it. It has happened over a lot of many years, so people think it's just nature, it's who they are. And there are those people like me who still feel like something could happen, something different, like we could have an entirely different reality to what we are experiencing right now. So you know what that does? It actually antagonizes people. It actually polarizes me and puts me in it marginalizes me because I'm not willing to conform. And the fact that I'm not willing to conform, it means I am isolated. So yeah, but I think I have to continue trying to enlighten like people.
So your answer for centuries of indoctrination into the spiritualness of Jesus is to reindoctrinate them into a new brand of Jesus?
It's not. No, it's not re-indoctrinating. It's who.
It
It's who
is.
we were. It's not re. Indoctrination is something else.
It's
Indoctrination is
indoctrination.
actually no. Indoctrination is teaching a certain amount of information, the right amount to push your narrative.
Wrong.
That's it. That's what indoctrination is. That's what has happened
That's
over the
not it.
years. Would you say? So it's not it. So you
Indoctrination is
saying
teaching
right now the
someone
state?
to. Indoctrination is teaching someone to accept a belief uncritically.
I believe. Oh, okay. Blind faith of sorts. Is that what you say?
That would
Yeah.
be
Then
kind
then
of
then what?
bastardization, but if that's how you can understand it, then sure.
Yes, then definitely what I'm pushing is not indoctrination, because I don't tell people what to do without actually having them pose questions at me. So it's not indoctrination.
It is, because you're
Definitely
saying
not.
that it's who our ancestors were, right? But you're still pushing Jesus. But like, I'm reading that our ancestors believed in the Great Mother, the Great Spirit, right? Right. People who have ancestors in South Africa, let me say that. The goddess creation, like there's no Jesus in the history, the oral traditions of the Zulu nation, of the Zulu people.
Zulu
Not in
people
the
believe
or
in balance. There's no. Okay.
Yeah, but it
Okay.
wasn't
Sorry.
Jesus. It wasn't Jesus. Like you came here and asked me if I wanted to learn about the hidden teachings of Jesus. Like it'd be different if he was like, "Hey, have you ever heard of Indaba?" Right, Indaba, my children, and like the oral traditions that were passed down through the keeper of the stories. Right, like, but you're just re-indoctrinating people into a different brand of Jesus.
No, I think
Did his voice change?
I think he might be experiencing
I'm talking
some
about the real one.
technical difficulties.
They call him Yeshua, and the thing is, he said something time to time.
What is happening?
100%. My brother, I think that you are having a technical difficulties. If you could find a better
No, it's. I
signal.
think it's been sorted. It's been sorted. So no, it's not re-indoctrination. The thing is, with Jesus, he said something that resonates with me. So I feel like he really did existed, because he said something that is true. So when
Wait,
people
where
say
where did he say this at? In the Bible or in the hidden text that you're talking about?
in the Bible,
You said the
but
Bible
it was not
wasn't.
revealed.
You said
Yes,
the
I said to a
Bible.
certain
I'm
extent.
sorry. I'm sorry. You said the Bible wasn't Jesus's words, though.
Yeah, I said to a certain extent. There's a dead hand. There's somebody trying to control the narrative using the text. They
I'm sorry.
removed,
I'm sorry.
in
Say
my
that again.
theory, they removed some of the.
Wait, I didn't hear you. What'd
They
you say?
removed some of his. I said there's a dead hand. There's a dead hand. There's somebody. Uh, it's only like I could say maybe 60% accurate. That's my estimation, because there's information that's been hidden there. When Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within, they don't show what he meant, and they just say that Jesus said the
Oh,
kingdom of heaven is within.
oh. So you're
Yes,
doing
it does not.
the. Do you do Kundalini and all of that? Like,
No, not Kundalini. No, Kundalini is long division, and it's risky.
I
You have
thought
to you have to
Kundalini
be
was when
super
you ate
brave
a.
to do it.
mm,
Kundalini it's an awakening. You have to dance. I think you even drink a concoction of sorts, like a psychedelic, and then you didn't.
I don't
I
think my
think
tunneling is my fault.
unfortunately, I
And
can't hear you properly.
and so you're saying that
Somebody,
because Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within, that's the most revolutionary thing that Jesus said in the text, and people just didn't catch that. Is that what you're saying?
exactly. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And so all the people that are saying like that he's not necessarily talking about a physical place, he's talking about you being a spiritual being, and you just have to find yourself, right, and raise your awareness and your consciousness, and that's what Jesus was talking about, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Do you think
Yes.
that I have not heard that before?
You've had it, but do you have the formula what he actually did to raise his vibration, to actually emancipate himself, to move to a higher, to connect to his higher self?
I mean, he didn't connect to
That's what is.
his higher self. The stories that were written about him weren't true. Like he didn't walk on water. He didn't raise the dead. He didn't do any of that. So like
Yes, that's the.
what is it that you are saying that he did in this book that says that he raised himself to like he didn't even say anything revolutionary. Like it'd be different if he connected to like a different source of knowledge and he gave information that wasn't already in Egypt's writings or in Babylon's writings or in the Hebrew scriptures. Like he didn't say anything revolutionary.
Yes, that's the brainwash. That's the part you should check. That's what they
What
are
did he say? What
using.
did he
That's what
say
they.
in the text? What did he say in the text that was revolutionary?
He told people
That had never
exactly
been
how to
said.
emancipate.
Hold on. No, I'm saying, what did he say in the text that had never been said before by any
You
other
don't.
culture?
Yes, my sister, that's not how revolution works. You don't say anything that's not been said before. You tell
I'm
people the
talking about
truth. You
a
reveal the.
revelation, a revelation, something that is revealing, something that never has been said before. What revelations did Jesus have that has never been said before?
So that's your belief. That's what revelation
I'm
is. You
asking
tell
you.
people
That
that
is
something
what
they.
revelation is. It's revealing information.
No, revelation.
Like revelation
Yes.
is a revealing. What did Jesus reveal that hadn't already been written in other people's scrolls and uniform tablets and stuff? What did he say?
I can't answer you. I think you already have the answers you seek. So I can't really say, because even if I said something myself, I don't think you
No,
would
don't gaslight
like
me
take
now.
it
If you said that you came in here to wake black people up, and I'm asking you, what are you going to tell us that Jesus said that we can't already read? Like, what did Jesus say that he didn't get from Egypt or Assyria or the Hebrew scriptures or Rome? Like, that's what I'm asking. What
I
did
don't.
he?
The thing, I don't
What was
think that is.
unique to Jesus's teachings? What was unique to Jesus only, and that Jesus said?
I can't answer you. I don't think I have the answers. I only have the answers that I believe Jesus was trying to relay, and they actually gagged him so that
What was he
did
trying to
not
relate? That the
help
kingdom of
him.
heaven was within? That you didn't need a God
Yes,
or
no, he was trying to teach people that heaven is actually a state of mind, like happiness. You can find it by enlightening yourself by actually meditating.
where does
Basically,
he
I
say
believe
that?
that he was meditating. He does not.
What?
That's what is hidden.
Oh, it's hidden because it's in your head and other people's heads.
Wow. Okay. No, it's cool. I don't have to say anything more because I don't want to be, controversial. I just came here because I thought actually people wanted to learn how to properly
You asked
communicate with
me
the
that.
spiritual
She's
world.
asking questions, dude. What the fuck?
Exactly. And you asked me that
No, but the
question
thing
and I
is,
told you
the
no.
questions.
No. You asked
No,
me that
she sounds like.
question. No, wait. You
I don't. You
asked me
see,
that
the
question.
next thing
I'm
that I
sorry.
say is
You
gonna
see,
be
you
gonna
see,
be
you're talking
triggering.
while I'm talking. You asked me
You
that
see, you're an
question,
angry
and I
Christian.
told
You're
you
an angry,
no.
burnt out Christian.
The fact that you have this Kundalini Jesus kingdom energy and you keep talking over me as if you have some right to do that. You asked me the question if I wanted to you to teach me this stuff, and I said no, and you stayed and kept doing it. And then I'm asking you questions about what Jesus said that we haven't already read or that he hadn't read in Egypt or any other culture. And then you start saying, I can't tell you that. I don't know. I can't tell you that. And then the whole thing that you came in here to tell us is that Jesus was trying to teach you that the kingdom of heaven is within and that heaven is a state of mind, hell is a state of mind. Like we hear that all the time. That's not new to us.
That's the thing, my sister. It does not have to be new information. It has to be information that's already there, but you have to practice it with precision. You have to be precise. You have to get the best results out of it. That's what I'm saying. The truth is
And I
already.
asked you that, and you said you couldn't tell us. So, like, what do you want us to do? Beg
The
for
thing
it?
is, right now, in your tone, I'm sensing like one of those Christians who got burnt out and now they are angry
I don't. I
at
could give
the
less than a
Oh
fuck
situation.
what you're
no.
sensing. I could give less than a fuck
Exactly. You see,
what you're
now
sensing.
it's
Your and what I'm sensing right now is a fragile man who don't have any confidence in whatever he's calling his spirituality and being pushed back.
really.
Right? Yes, it's making you act out like a child. And then you don't know how to handle when a woman tells you no. You don't know how to handle when a woman puts authority behind her voice, and you shrivel up and you start throwing ad hominems. I'm asking you questions about what it is that you are trying to teach us, and because I guess we already know what it is that you're trying to teach, you're getting offended. You came in here like you were I don't know, the Jackie Chan of spirituality, talking
Hmm?
about this is what's gonna get black people out of colonization, out of the patriarchy. Like we're asking you logical
What?
questions.
What? Oh my word! No, I never said. I never said this would like get people out of colonization. I know. Thank you for your time, timekeeper, program director, all protocol observed. I think I should sit this one out. I'm actually from Africa. I'm not. I'm not from America. I'm not
Yeah, I'm
really
actually
that.
from Africa as well.
No, but then I think
Also, didn't he say that this is what black people needed to do?
He did, my
Didn't
sister.
he?
yeah. But the
Huh?
thing is, when I tell
He
you, it's
did.
like you're gonna tell me that it's
Like I
not
don't
new.
like
It's
to
not
be
new.
gaslit. Like you're like this is you're no different than any Christian. Like you come in here with this spiritual um like message that you believe that you have, and then you gaslight the hell out of me after I sit there and I listen to you talk to Oso. Oso asked you, like, why would we need to go back to this if it didn't stop colonization in the first place? Right? You said this is what black people need to do. We need to become one voice, one sound, one band. Like, and I'm paraphrasing that.
Wow.
I guess I have to like tell ya that I'm paraphrasing.
Okay, all right. I know. I think it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, guys. You already have the answers. You have everything figured out. You don't need my
I mean,
take on
obviously
anything.
you don't have any answers because we're asking you questions and you're whining because you're being asked questions.
Oh,
Exactly.
Jessica.
I thought when I came through, I thought I had the answers, but right now I'm humbled. You know, I'm conceding. Yeah, I'm humble. You guys have humbled me. You know.
No, you're being very
No.
facetious and condescending.
I'm
Like you
actually
came in
playing the
here,
game that you're
you
playing.
came here like if you fold under pressure bec- I'm not talking about my baby pressure, but if you fold under pressure because somebody is asking you questions, like what do you think that we're gonna think your so-called spirit or Jesus message is gonna do when you gotta fight back against this patriarchy that you're talking about? Like literally you are about to run because we're asking you questions.
No, the thing is, you know what I've seen is that people are disingenuous at best. So even if I told you, even if I gave you the answers, you'd never give me credit for it. You
Why
understand?
do you
So
want credit?
I'm not.
if it's about credit,
Because
then you
it's
you
my
definitely ain't got
livelihood.
none. This ain't about no damn spirituality. Like you trying to make money or some shit. Like, do you want us to like go around and say go some see? Hold on, wait. I gotta pull it back up for a second. Hold on. Do you want us to go around and say Toko Zesi gave us the answer to what Jesus did, and y'all need to go and holler at him, and then they can pay you or
Yeah,
something? Like, what do you want? Did you
I
just
have
say
no.
yes?
The thing is, I have to gain
100%.
credibility as a spiritual healer, as a teacher, as a spiritual
Are you
teacher.
trying to
Like
charge people for what? What? Oh my gosh! Did you come in here to advertise yourself?
No, I did not come here to. I came here to make a submission, but unfortunately, I see that you guys already have everything figured out. You don't need my input on things, so it's fine, guys.
Oh my
How
gosh!
can I
You came
trick
in here to
you?
advertise yourself.
This is rich.
No, I'm actually a published author. So you're saying that people should not be buying my book? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't know you ain't about to advertise your book up in here.
No,
Don't do
I'm not
that.
gonna. But I'm asking you: is it wrong for somebody who's written a book to want people to buy their
But
book?
you
Is it
you
wrong?
don't know me. You don't know me, and for you to come in here and try to advertise your spiritual services on the platform that I built, right? Like that's fucked up. For one, you didn't even come and try to even get to know the community at all. You just came in here and started trying to advertise your services. Like
I'm
that's
not.
fucked
I never.
up.
No, you're the one who brought this to light. You're the one who pushed
Yeah, I
this
brought it to light.
conversation
That's
to
how.
where it.
That's what happens when you ask questions. That's why people ask questions to understand one what your intent is, whether you have any truth, right? And you're worried about getting credit. You're worried about getting credit because you want us to say go see to go. Hold on, I keep getting the last
Metiyosa.
syllable wrong.
I
No,
like. I
I want
like
to get
how
his
you. I
name
like
right.
how you're
I want to get
trying.
his name right.
I like how you. I like how you're trying to really pronounce my name. It shows me that maybe you do deserve a bit of credit yourself because you're
I
not
don't
butchering it
care if
like the
anybody
rest of
gives
the
me
people.
credit, but
You want to be his vice
I
president?
You don't care about that's the problem. A lot of atheists. That's the problem with atheists. They don't care about a lot of things because they're
don't care
angry
about
because they
no
feel
damn credit. Credit for what? What credit for what?
care for I'm actually looking to win a freaking an award like a Nobel Peace
What?
Prize because it's my trauma.
What?
Yeah, yes, I deserve a
What? You
Nobel
want to
Peace
win a
Prize because
Nobel Peace
it's
Prize off of trauma?
What?
of what. Yes, exactly. That's what I
I don't
stand
think
to
that's a
win. That's what
category,
I
bud.
stand to win. That's what I stand to win because like actually I don't want to talk anymore. I don't wanna polarize myself even further than I already have right now. So yeah, no guys, it's
He
fine.
Wait.
said he got to go back
Thank
in
you
the
for your
lab and
time.
learn how to do this in front of a bunch of people better.
Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you for your time. Thank
Oh
All
my
you.
right, man.
I don't wanna do more damage than I already have. I'm
gosh.
only one person.
Go back to the lab, buddy.
All right. Hold on. Let me pronounce your name right though. Umtokozesi. Umtokozesi. Have a good day, okay?
Okay, sharp, guys. Right? Yeah, what's in
Bye.
hand? Cake.
Bye.
I'll take.
I also like cake.
He said I'm trying to win a no He said I'm trying to win a
I can.
Nobel Peace Prize.
I stand to win a Nobel Peace Prize, bro. How do you stand to win one? Off of my
Oh.
trauma. Nigga, what? You know how
Oh
many
my
Nobel Peace
god.
Prizes the black community would have if that was the fucking criteria? Come on, man.
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. Jammer is not connecting.
You mean Jamrock?
I don't know. I just saw Jammer.
Mm. Mm.
The flying tangerine. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Consciousness.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Let me turn my volume up. I can't hear anything.
That's probably because I moved the microphone away from my mouth. Is this better?
Oh, this is good. I saw the board. I just wanted to know the rules. Like, am I talking on the subject or what?
Good morning. So first I need to know your age. Hold on. You need something, love bug? Okay. First, I need to know your age, and I need to know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from that God, or an atheist.
Atheist, and I'm 23 years old.
Okay. And so you would go ahead and give your thoughts on the topic.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I've been being converted for about a year now. It's just about to be a year this week. I've been looking on your page for a while, and in terms of this topic, who has the right teachings? I think everybody has their own interpretations that they believe are right. I don't think I'm saying anything new in that regard. But why I'm bringing that up is because recently, with the incidents that happened over there in America with CK, a lot of Christians have been coming out and saying that this is not what Jesus wanted. People shouldn't die for people should not be taken out for opinions. I've been hearing that a lot. And one thing I'm thinking to myself is when I was a Christian, as much as pew pew is bad and people being taken out is bad, there comes a time where you have to stand on what you believe, right? And you want, as a Christian, to see a world where your beliefs are dominating. Why am I saying that? A lot of what I'm hearing is it's just opinions. It's not a big deal. It's just opinions and opinions on facts, and we shouldn't be taking these things too seriously. Yet, if you were to tell a believer, Jesus, I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I believe he was just spoken about by people, written in a book. You would hear so much attack about how you're wrong and you're denying the truth, right? So I just think that there's a lot of hypocrisy and contradiction coming out where, one side is saying these are all opinions and no one should be taken out for opinions. Yet when you voice, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in this, it's now you're denying the truth and unrighteousness. On top of that, I just when you look at what happened with voting and everything, when Christians voted for Trump, they were hoping for a Christian nation. They were voting for a community of people that were all under one belief system. So when I hear Christians say that, we need a world where people can have their freedom of speech and people should be able to have their own opinions, I just don't think that's the truth, because when people were voting, or at least I'm thinking back when I was a Christian, in my mind, yes, I'm here from South Africa, but in my mind as a Christian, I'm thinking, let's vote for someone who's going to usher in more Jesus. I don't think that they believe in free speech, because when you use your speech to say, I don't believe, you're denying the truth and unrighteousness. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I agree. And in fact, he actually promised, them that he would make America more Christian. And I think it is about like controlling the
How in the
the
entire
society and
fuck
the narrative and the information flow, right? Like,
did this bitch get over here? And I'm not calling her a bitch because I don't know her. But how the fuck this bitch get over here?
Excuse me, you're reading wrong. Put these on. Show me your book. I'm going to take a picture of it. Now it's going to scan it and read it to you.
As I sit here with one foot on either side of the ledge, looking down from 12 stories.
And I can increase the speed.
I can't help but think about suicide.
Okay, I had to download that. Okay, y'all. As y'all know, I be dozing off, right? But that right there is what we not doing. Okay, hold on. So it took me down.
Not me just being on set by myself. Hello, security. Evie knew we had 10 seconds, and we keep it all of the 10 seconds in.
That's why I be having.
And then with Law, he's terrified of dragons.
See, this what happens. I see why that person kept the damn camera focused on goddamn Lena. This shit done fucked everything up. I have an audio book here, but I have decided not to play that shit. How far did we get into that fuck shit? I gotta see. Hold on, y'all. I'm a little pissed off about this. Okay, I think I got up in time. That one is 54 minutes. Nah, my ass was knocked out. Okay. See, that's what I'm talking about. That shit done took my ass down. Oh, fucking rabbit hole. Can y'all even hear me? Yeah. It took my ass down a rabbit hole. I still got my play. I still got my playlist though. I feel like taking this shit down. I swear I feel like taking this shit down. Oh yeah, she did host the Kimmel show. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off and I'm gonna start all over because I'm kind of pissed off right now. Yeah, this has pissed me off.